In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Thank you for being here. I hope you guys had a fabulous weekend. Let's get into the news. The news is tonight there will be Game 3 of the 2026 NBA final game between the New York Knicks and San Antonio Spurs, where the New York Knicks are up 2-0. So the game is going back to New York City. Now, of course, the New York City president, Mr. New York, plans to go to the game. How do you think this is going to work out? How do you think this is going to work out? How do I wish this would work out? Now, there has been calls for college athletes to not go to these big colleges in these southern states that have racially erased all black representation from their voting maps. There's a lot acts of these college students, but we know how when Colin Kaepernick was taking the knee for racial justice, that your president says that he should be fired and call him bums and signified that the coach should fire him. And that was the end of Colin Kaepernick's career. An individual man who had the balls to not disrespect the flag like Pete Kegbreth does every day as he folds it up and put it in his breast pocket because he has no medals to put on his over his breast pocket. No, he didn't desecrate the flag. He took a knee and he lost his career. Now, I'm not asking for any careers to be lost. I'm asking why did that cost him his career? Because that overt sign of racism, and you will not buck up to our racism, uh, cost him something. They figured, hey, we can go without one quarterback. We can survive this, and they have survived this. But I wonder if all of these multimillionaire NBA players who understand that college players, students just coming out of high school to get a a good college contract, not a college contract, a opportunity to go to one of these universities in southern states that have erased all black representation from their voting maps. I wonder if the NBA has the wherewithal to do it as well. Now I understand these black NBA players love them some white women, but do they love themselves more than they love these white women that they are always marrying and pushing off in your face when they uh, get drafted and all of this? I understand y'all love them white women, but do these white women love you back based upon how white women vote? So we know overwhelmingly white women voted for this administration. So black men, my question to you is, will you take the knee? Will you take the knee during the national anthem in New York City tonight? As 4547 wants to come out and play a big massa to you young bucking black men. See, Donald Trump has a cabinet full of unqualified losers. Unqualified loser, all the way up to his former attorney, Todd Blanche, a loser. That's why your president is a 30-time convicted felon, because Todd Blanche was his personal lawyer. So it appears that 4547 is sick of sitting around his cabinet of losers. To the point where he has already come out and said that Bill Pulte will not be getting the permanent position over DNI. You know, the Bill Pulte, the home builder who has absolutely no experience. You know, the Bill Pulte who was put over Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, who has absolutely no experience. What did Bill Pulte do while he was in Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac to get the position that Tulsi Gabbard left as DNI secretary? What Bill Pulte did was Bill Pulte, with zero merit in the housing department, he had seasoned employees to go pull up personal mortgage paperwork. He couldn't even do it himself because he has no merit, because he's a Trump appointee who has no merit. So he had to force seasoned employees. You know, those people that Elon Musk and those Doge people love to fire. Other ones who had not been fired. These are the people who had to go illegally pull private mortgage paperwork. So Bill Pulte can say that there should be some criminal investigation into Lisa Cook, the governor of the Federal Reserve, Adam Schiff, a sitting senator, and Letitia James, the Attorney General of the Southern District of New York. This is what Bill Pulte, how he proved himself to this administration. So now, you mean to tell me someone who has never had any national security anything is over all of our national security agencies? I think they said it was like 80 agencies. Bill Pulte, zero experience, zero knowledge of any type of national security. Your president said, "Oh, he learns fast. Oh, he's a good guy. He's a good guy." But what did your president also tell you over this interview that he walked out on like a hot bitch this Sunday with Meet the Press? What your president also said that Bill Pulte will be excellent because we have an election coming up. Now, Bill Pulte is put over uh, the DNI, over all national security. So, what will Bill Pulte be doing? He said that he needs Bill Pulte because there's a lot of cheating going on in the election. Now, okay, so my question is, if there's a lot of, if we were to take that as at face value, if there's a lot of cheating going on in the election, would that be national security? Isn't that isn't the national security advisor examining other countries? Isn't that what the national security advisor, or are they to examine domestic failures? The domestic failures that have never appeared, that your president continues to tell you about all of this voter fraud, but has never bought a factual case of voter fraud. So we have the whole Department of National Intelligence is supposed to be looking at the midterm vote. And we know that 45-47 is not expected, these Republicans are not expected to win during the midterms. So why do we need all of this when he has been an obvious failure in his first year and a half in office? Why would we be shocked that the Republicans who held his water would lose their seats because they have not represented their constituents? Would that be a surpriser to you? So my question is, here's my question. Wouldn't it be fabulous if you go out there and you hear, I forget who's doing the national anthem. I'm not familiar with him. I forget his name. I pulled his name up earlier. I don't know who he is. He plays a whole lot of instruments. Uh, uh, he kind of looks like a little Hispanic guy, but I don't know if he's Hispanic. But I can't recall. He's from some type of band that I've never heard of the band either. Wouldn't it be fabulous if, when he's doing his rendition of the Star Spangled Banner, that all of these black athletes took a knee? Took a knee. I understand that they are in love with these white women, but wouldn't it be fabulous if all of these black professional athletes that make millions of dollars took the knee for all of the educated black women who lost their jobs at because Doge went in there and eliminated over 300,000 jobs for educated black women in the government sector? Wouldn't it be wonderful? Wouldn't it be wonderful if all of these black men who love white women took a knee? I think it would be fabulous. I think we would actually see uh, 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 Trump's orange turn into fire red. I think that's what we would see. So let's hope that happens. Um, as Jesse Jackson said, keep hope alive. Can somebody get a message to some of these NBA players and let them know what is really up at stake? I know some of them are well aware, but I know many of them are just brain dead. That is not just because they're NBA players, because of their youth and their being accustomed to being born in a world of opportunity. They think that this is how it's supposed to be. And I understand that a lot of these clawing back of civil rights, the full effects have not been felt as of yet. Because let's face it, there's still a lot of black representation right now because of the maps have been redrawn for the future election. So therefore, this Pollyanna Pollyannic world that most of these black athletes were born into, they may not even be aware of it. They may not even be aware how the world in the United States was for their parents, their grandparents, people they know, people they may know. Prior to having to fight for these civil rights that 45, 47 has clawed back. I'm not saying they're dumb. I'm just saying they could be unaware. They could think that, hey, it's always been like this. It's always been. No, it hasn't always been like this. And I don't see where anything's changed. Yes, the change is coming. All of the changes have been set up to happen after the midterm election. Like the number of people who are going to be kicked off of Medicaid, that has been set up to happen after the midterm elections. So, can somebody get a little note, a buzz in these black players' ears that maybe it would be a good time to be a part of their community, to be a part of the United States that they live in, work in, thrive in? Maybe it would be a good time for them to pay attention to the carnage that this president has beset on the United States. And how about take a knee? A black power fist wouldn't be too offensive. I know it was offensive when Jesse Owens and I forget the other guy held up the black power fist when they were getting their Olympic ribbons. Everything about blackness, all of a sudden, is so offensive. But we can take white nationalist groups off of the hate watch, that the own government has deemed to be dangerous enough to be on a hate watch list. But black people who have silent opposition must lose their job, and the president will say this shit out loud. And these corporate donors to his campaign who own these teams will take their jobs away. Will they take all of their jobs away if all of them decided to do a silent protest? Don't look at it as a protest. Look at it as silent support for your own people. If you look at it that way, say, no, I wasn't protesting. I was supporting my own people. I mean, what could be the harm in that? I decided to take a knee to support my own people. Who could be mad at you for that? Or if you don't have the balls enough, if the fact that we're going to pretend like having reverence to the flag means so much, as you see these hillbillies walk around with desecrated flags all on their shorts, all on their ass. If we're going to pretend like desecrating the flag means so much, when we see the flag with skull and crossbones and swastikas all infused with the American flag. And we're talking about our heritage. This is our heritage. Okay, since we're gonna pretend like the national anthem and the flag is owed such reverence as you never hardly see your own presidents give the national anthem any type of reverence. Oh, is that what we're gonna pretend? How about this? I have another idea. Bear with me. What about this? There's a tip-off. What about if whoever wins the tip-off, 24 seconds? 24 seconds. Is it too much to ask if the first 24 seconds nobody moves, nobody passes the ball, nobody puts the ball in play? If you hold the ball for the first 24 seconds of the game, and then obviously the ball is going to go to the other team. You're involved in this too. Other team. You have 24 seconds to move the ball as well. Other team, would it be too much for you also to hold the ball, to not put the ball in play for the first 24 seconds that you get the ball? I don't see any harm in that. I see no harm in that. I see unity in that. See, everyone has to have skin in the game. And who better to have skin in the game than multimillionaires? What do you guys think? I'm just asking a question. Let me see. Hey, how are you? Hey, Sabar. Hey, Fred Shield. Tommy Smith and John Carlos raised their John Carlos. I thought it was. I thought it was. Why? Who did I? I thought it was. I thought it was who I said it was. Thank you, Sabar. Now, Tommy Smith and John Carlos raised their fists during the medal ceremony at the 1968 Mexico City Olympics as protests against racial discrimination and to symbolize Black power and unity. Thank you, thank you. I thought it was Jesse Owens. I think I meant to say. I thought it was Jesse Owens. Thank you, Sabar. Grand Rising, Madison. We need to boycott everything that 4547 is involved in. Okay. They may need a little Charlotte in their lives. No, it's not Bruno Mars, Fred. It's some other guy. Mm. Grand Rising, Jill's Comfort Zone, Foot Soldier. It is good to see you, Grand Rising. I hope you guys had a fabulous weekend. Grand Rising, GB Mike. Detach myself. It is good to see you. So I was really thinking about that, and who knows? Who knows? Let me. I'll pull that up later. Oh, who is doing the national anthem this year? Some obscure to me, artist is doing the national anthem this year. Ben Hun. No, no one lives rent free in anyone's head. This is a show where we talk about what's going on in politics in the world. And this, therefore, is what is going on in politics in the world. Ben Hun, how's the war going? How is this conflict going? Ben Ben Hung, can you tell us how this war is going? And Ben Hung, um, why are you talking about American politics? Ben Hung? Oh, why are you talking about American politics, Ben Hung? Okay, let's see how the war is going. The war is going not well at all. Now, your president wants you to believe that he put Benjamin Netanyahu in his place. There was a whole lot of fanfare and a whole lot of talk about how 4547 told Benjamin Netanyahu that he's crazy and you'd be in jail if it wasn't for me. And because Benjamin Netanyahu, as Benjamin Netanyahu has been known to do, does not care, does not respect our president or our country. The reason why we are in this war right now is because of Benjamin Netanyahu. Marco Rubio already told you that the real reason we are in this war is because Israel said that they were going to strike Iran. The last time Israel struck Iran, who was side by side with them flying all the way across the country? It was the Americans that struck Iran. And they said they obliterated everything. But then now Benjamin Netanyahu, who wants to control that whole region in the Middle East, think that it is time for him to strike again. Now, your president brings troops, ships, warplanes, drones, aircraft carriers over to the Gulf region to go to war with Benjamin Netanyahu, to go to war for Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, Marco Rubio already told you this. Now, so after you hear all of this, the president put Netanyahu in his place, and the sticking point is Netanyahu is over in southern Syria doing the exact same thing that he did to Palestine. He is displacing everyone in that region. Why? Because he wants to steal that land from the Syrian people. You know, the same thing that Vladimir Putin is doing. But I'm wondering why our president isn't making more of a statement that of the fact that in the middle of you getting us mixed up in a war with Iran, you mean that you got your troops over somewhere else fighting? You're not fighting with our troops. You are missing in action because you are trying to do a land grab in Syria. Are you serious? And your land grab in Syria is a sticking point on why we cannot come to any negotiations. So we are clear. This little ceasefire that they had, that was dependent upon Israel not doing any more strikes in Iran. And what did Israel do the day after they came to this ceasefire agreement? Israel bombarded Syria with a ton, over 200 missiles in 10 minutes. What if you were the president and this was your ally, and you get a ceasefire agreement with who you are at war with, but you don't want to call it a war because you don't want to have to go to Congress to authorize this war? What would you think about your ally? And what do you really think that this is your ally if he did this? No, you think that is someone whose bidding you have to do. That is no ally to you. That is someone who has you by the bootstraps and you must obey. Or else, what else could Benjamin Netanyahu have on your compromised president? Is your president compromised by Mossad? That your children, not the children of the rich and the Baron Trump is military age. If you believe in the war so much, why isn't your son over there fighting? Now, this administration said that they are automatically enlisting people in the selected service. Is Baron Trump automatically enlisted into the selective service by this administration? Are they gonna override it? You know how like some criminals go to jail under this administration and they are given pardons. You know how we're still killing alleged narco terrorists in the Caribbean. Yet we let the president of Honduras, who was convicted of trafficking over 400 tons of cocaine to the United States, your president has let him go. Because he says that we are so concerned about narco terrorists that we're blowing up little small fishing boats that has 2 and 3 people in it. How much drugs could they be bringing over to the United States to the point where they just blow them up? They don't board the boats. They don't try to collect the drugs. They don't try to put them on trial. No, they take their lives. They take their lives. And one of the criterias to take their lives is, we see that. No, that's not a criteria. Seeing drugs on the boat is not a criteria to strike the boat. So without seeing drugs on the boats. You can still strike them and claim that they were running drugs to our country. Have they even pulled any uh, rubble from the ocean? Have they even pulled any thing that may look like it could have been carrying drugs? No, they have offered you no evidence, and they are killing people in the ocean. Talking about drug traffickers, and when he let one of the biggest drug traffickers out of prison, who bought all this drugs to the United States, and the Trump ignorants think that oh yeah that's okay, oh yeah now they can rationalize this in their empty heads that why this is okay. Now, so Benjamin Netanyahu messed up the ceasefire agreement, disrespected the ceasefire agreement, and bombarded Syria with more bombs, which then in turn made Iran start bombing again. And now this ceasefire that they have is pretty much has been blown up this weekend because your president has been saying that they were so close to a peace agreement. We're so close. We're so close. We're so close. And what did Benjamin Netanyahu do? Benjamin Netanyahu decided to strike in. Oh, where is it in Syria? He decided. I wanna. He decided to continue to strike in Syria. And the Iranians said, I thought we told you that Syria is part of this a peace deal. But Benjamin Netanyahu said, well, I don't give a fuck. We're going to do what we want to do. And fuck an ally and fuck what an ally had an agreement with. We run Trump. Trump don't run us. Thank you. Exactly. Thank you guys for being here. Tori Kelly. Yes, it's an American singer and songwriter born December 14th, 1992 in Wildmire, California. Known for blending pop, R&B, and gospel influence. No. That's who she opened the first NBA finals. It is someone else. Sabar. Salute to you as well. Let me find this person's name. Let me find his name. Michael Kang. Michael Kang. This is who it is. Let me. Michael Kang. He plays. He was a part of the string cheese incident. Let me share this with you. Thank you, Sabar. I understand. I got her several times. She is saying game the national anthem for game 2. Here he is on Wednesday, June 11, the string cheese incident. Michael Caine will offer a musical display that promotes unity and a nod of patriotism by singing the national anthem. June 11th. Oh, maybe he's doing Wednesday nights. June 11th. Is it today? Today is game 3 because it is New York 2-0. Let me see. This is game 3. Am I correct? Yes, I am correct. Let me see. Oh, that was at the finals. No, these are the finals. You could be right. This is the Indiana Pacers game. This was the finals. This isn't the championship. I said, thank you. You are right. Because I kept getting 2 different names. So you are, Tori Kelly is singing tonight. Thank you, Sabar. Oh, that was last year? Good morning. Beans and cornbread. Oh my God. I am a lifelong, what did you say? I am a lifelong Knicks fan. Now, my husband is up in arms and so excited that there is a possibility that the Knicks will get another championship. He said, "You do not know how much money I have lost on the Knicks." He is a New Yorker as well. The Knicks have not won a champion since 1973. I believe 53 years. This will be their first championship in 53 years. So I follow basketball to a point. Oh, did you know my husband was from Harlem? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Okay. 52 years. Thank you, Sabar. Yes. So I really hope. I mean, is it too much to ask for them to just not play their first 24 seconds of the game and then drop the ball and give it to whoever didn't uh, uh, who didn't get the ball at the start of the game, and then they hold it for their first 24 seconds and then just proceed with the game? I don't think that's a lot to ask. What could it hurt? What could it hurt? Nothing. Okay, so let's get into what's going on in the world. So now it appears that this war is about to go haywire, and we can't, of course, get the information from 4547. 4547 did a Meet the Press interview with Christian Walker, where he was infuriated and ran off the set. Let me share this with you. Okay, here we go. Let's get into our news. This will be in my description box under the war. Our president cannot even tell you who he is negotiating with. In this interview with Christian Walker, he said that they are on their 3rd set of people that they are negotiating with. She asked him, well, who are these people? Oh, I couldn't tell you. I would never tell you. And then she goes back and asks, well, is it uh, the son of Kumane, the Kumane who was injured? And he said, I wouldn't tell you that. Yes, he's very injured, but yeah, he's a big part of it. Everything has to go. Well, you're telling her that. So he wants you to believe that the injured son, the father who he killed, the wife and child that he killed is a big part, and everything has to be approved by him. And the same one that Pete Kegbreath came out here salivating that he's horribly injured, he's disfigured. This is the one who your president finally came out and says that any negotiations has to go through him. Now we do know that it has been reported that this son of this former Iranian religious leader, the son is not the same as the father. The son is more hard nosed. The son never had a fatwa that says that they should not create a nuclear weapon. The father did. So, how do you think the son is feeling now? That for absolutely no reason, the United States had decided to go over there, and he lost his uh, I think it was a daughter, his wife, and his father. And this is who the negotiations are with. And he is a more hardliner than his father. But your president, with his loopy brain, is telling you, "Oh, well, I would never tell you who we're negotiating with." But yes, I'm gonna play. I cannot even continue to repeat the idiocy of your president and what he said about who we're negotiating with. He refused to answer the question of whom are we negotiating with.
A boy who was only fishing to help his family. Iran has fired missiles into the settler colony in retaliation to the genocidal attacks by Israeli terrorists in Beirut. The deranged occupant of the White House
The terrorist colony he speaks of is Israel. When you hear him say Iran has fired missiles into this settlement colony, he's talking about Iran has fired missiles into Israel.
has told Fox News that Iran should now return to the negotiating table after having fired shots into Israel. But a Hezbollah MP in Lebanon said that Iran intended to take the whole of South Lebanon into its protection. Iranian Foreign Minister shares the joint flags of Iran and Lebanon.
So now that Israel has been trying to take over Lebanon, and now that Iran had to strike at Israel because of what they're doing in Lebanon, Hezbollah is like, fuck what you talking about. We are not going back into no fucking negotiations. We are going to protect the people of Lebanon. Oh no. What we're not going to do is going back and trying to pretend that there's a ceasefire only to leave these people open to be fired upon by Israel. That's what Hezbollah. Now they tell you that Hezbollah is the terrorist organization. Who is creating uh, the terrorist situation in Lebanon? Who has millions of people displaced? Who is flattening their homes and their cities and their communities? So, uh, uh, words matter. Words really matter. Is Hezbollah just because you hear their name is Hezbollah, who is saying that no, we're going to protect the Lebanon people? Your for-profit media is going to try to infer upon you because the name of this group is Hezbollah that they are terrorists. But what is Hezbollah doing? And what are they actually doing something? Are they making the initial assault, or are they responding in kind? And what reason are they even responding in kind to prevent? Uh, your bought and sold media is going to tell you Hezbollah has attacked. Okay, let's continue.
Lebanon. Israeli terrorists have slaughtered more innocent Palestinians in Gaza, including a boy who was only fishing to help his family survive the genocide by Israeli savages. Zionist comedian Elon Gold and pro-Israeli sociopath influencer Lizzie Savetsky have made fun of Israeli terrorists using dogs to rape Palestinians in their concentration camps. Albanians have continued to protest against their corrupt pro-Israeli Prime Minister Edi Rama for mortgaging the country's sovereignty. This would be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also in this video, a Lego film from Iran taking a dig at the Lebanese president Joseph Aoun, who recently blamed Iran for the Israeli carnage. So please stay tuned. So Iran has had enough of the US and Israeli aggressions, even after both agreed to honor the ceasefire. Iran has just fired a series of ballistic missiles and drones into northern Israel. Here are some of the videos capturing the Iranian attacks. Israel has announced closure of schools across the settler colony and restricted public gatherings. The Islamic Republic said that this was to avenge the Israeli attacks on the suburb of Beirut that killed at least 2 people. Remember, Iran had hardened its stance on Lebanon last week when it said any more attacks on Beirut would be its red line. This had prompted the Israeli lapdog from the White House to plant a story in the media claiming that he had given a dressing down to human devil Netanyahu. But this had zero effect on the ground as Israeli barbarians continued to attack Lebanon and kill innocent people there.
Now he's saying that the story about the dressing down that Trump gave Benjamin Netanyahu was a planted story. And it appears it was. Because Israel has not stopped doing anything that it chooses to do in Lebanon. We were supposed to believe that all of this was said and all of this jaw jerking went on. To what avail? And where has it gotten us this morning? Exactly. Exactly. See, you gotta. Now, I'm not saying everything that you hear here is the truth, but I want you to compare and contrast what you're going to hear from 45, 47 about what is going on in the war. And what you just got to ask yourself, what makes more sense to you? I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm just giving you 2 different point of views. What makes more sense to you?
Watch how this Al Jazeera correspondent puts everything into context.
We're hearing that there has been some explosions or at least some sightings that have been seen over the skies of Iraq. So this region, again, finds itself being dragged into a war that it is not a party to or does not want imposed. We've seen this play out in the last few months. In April, there was a ceasefire between the Americans and the Iranians. They've been testing it, going further and further. Remember, in the last week or so, during Eid holidays, there were attacks on Iranian islands. Iran retaliated in Kuwait. Then there were more attacks. Iran retaliated to Kuwait and Bahrain. And then it kept reminding the parties to the conflict, as well as the mediators, that its red line is Lebanon. Lebanon, which was part of the initial agreement. And come back to what the agreement was, that the Iranians said they're not going to sit on the table in Islamabad until there is a ceasefire in Lebanon. The mediators got involved. There was a lot of back and forth between the mediators in Pakistan. Background Gulf states got involved. And the Iranians agreed that as long as the Israelis are pulling back off of Beirut and concentrating on southern Lebanon, this was acceptable terms. But now, as Israel expands its range of operations, goes back into Beirut, it would not be possible for the Iranians not to retaliate because they'd made this such a centerpiece of the ceasefire.
A Fox News representative said that he was speaking to Trump as Iran launched a barrage of attacks on the settler colony. According to him, Trump said that Iran should now return to the negotiating table now that it had fired shots into the settler colony.
Iran has launched at least 4 waves of missiles at Israel in response to those IDF strikes against the Lebanese capital of Beirut earlier today. I just got off the phone with President Trump, who is following the developing situation across the region. He told me, what I would suggest to Iran, you've shot your missiles, that's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal.
This means the US military has no desire to take on Iran in a full-blown war. There could be many reasons for this reluctance. Is Trump aware of new Iranian military capabilities that we do not know of yet? Whatever the case, the Iranian military's sudden aggressive posturing has surprised many. This is the first time Iran has responded to Israeli savages, even though they didn't attack an Iranian territory. Maybe the answer lies in the claim made by a prominent Hezbollah MP who said that Iran could well take the whole of southern Lebanon into its protection.
Everybody knows Lebanon does not maintain any strategic significance in this war that's happening. Iran is helping Lebanon. Lebanon is not in a place to help Iran anymore.
The president said that you do not represent the Lebanese people. President Joseph Aoun said that Hezbollah does not represent
the same token. No one represents the Lebanese people, all of the Lebanese people. But I can say, if we don't represent the Lebanese people, who represents the Lebanese people? The president represents the Lebanese people. I mean, we are in the government and we elected. I mean, if you go and see the votes, it should be a full-fledged ceasefire all over Lebanon. It should not only restrained or constrained to Beirut or to the southern suburb. What about the south? Why not a whole full ceasefire without any condition? This is what Speaker Berry
Why didn't Iran condition, for example, that? Because it conditioned already, if you attack Beirut, we will attack Israel. Why did not this extend to the south, for example, to create maybe a stronger case?
This is something that is highly likely to happen.
Iranian parliament Speaker Muhammad Baqir Qalibaf wrote this, and I quote, "They are neither committed to a ceasefire nor believe in dialogue, and by demonstrating through the naval blockade and violation of agreements regarding Lebanon that they only understand the language of power. The naval blockade against the Iranian nation and America's green light today to the Zionist regime turned American and regime bases and assets in the region into legitimate targets. The hand of our armed forces is open, as always." End quote. Iranian Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi shared a photo of his country's flag alongside the national flag of Lebanon. This was a silent message that Iran will no longer remain indifferent to the Israeli aggressions in Lebanon. For many, this was long overdue. They argued that Hezbollah had got involved in the conflict only after the US military and Israeli terrorists launched their illegal war on Iran. So it didn't make any sense to them when Iran washed the Israeli barbarity against the Lebanese people, even during the so-called ceasefire. The role of the Lebanese government in this conflict has been pretty disgraceful, as it blamed Iran for the carnage caused by the Israeli barbarians. No wonder angry Lebanese expats in America gate-crashed a party hosted by their country's ambassador in the US.
Who was the ambassador sitting with? Yeah. Go meet with the Israelis. Go meet with the Israelis. Stop messing up everybody else. Stop messing up everybody else.
Our family has been killed. Our family has been killed. Our land has been taken. My grandparents' graves have been destroyed by Israel in cooperation with the Lebanese government.
Celebrate the culture. This is the wrong.
The culture is being ethnically cleansed right now. How are you going to enjoy the culture that's being erased? How are you going to enjoy the culture that's being erased?
Listen, this is not a place to live.
How is it not a place to live? How is it not? This is not political. Everything about
We're
this
just here to have a good time.
How do you not have? How are you celebrating the culture while they're being ethnically cleansed and displaced right now?
This is not a cultural program. It's not.
So they have a nice little cultural program as they are eliminating the people who are actually the culture of the land. Let that sink in. And as they are sitting up here in Washington, D.C., allegedly celebrating the culture, they are butthurt that people are asking them, what the fuck are you doing right now? What the fuck are you pretending to be doing right now? If you want to celebrate the culture of the people, you will protect the people. If you feel that their culture is to be celebrated, you would make sure that their culture and them as a people endure. Let's continue. Just in case you haven't seen this on your for-profit media.
It's not meant to be.
This is a private event. I'd like you to
We were invited to this event.
There is little denying the truth that the region and the entire world are paying the price for the genocidal intent of a dreaded Israeli war criminal wanted by the International Criminal Court. This terrorist entity has changed the definition of evil for us. These members of the genocidal cult murdered a 7-month-old baby over the weekend. Even pro-Israeli Fox News couldn't stop themselves from covering this cold-blooded murder of a baby by Israeli human devils.
7 months. What has he done? What kind of army in the world is it that commits such things? Sam's grandmother exclaims. This is barbaric. This is unbelievable.
Then the IDF terrorist today murdered a young boy off the coast of Gaza, just when he was trying to catch fish to support his family. It was here when he was shot by Israeli snipers who are anyway used to shooting the heads of Palestinian children for fun. This video shows how the victim of Israeli barbarity, Muhammad Abu.
Now let's be real clear. They cannot say that this was a mistake when this was a sniper attack. And what the 7-year-old was throwing water on them as he was down there fishing. You know, a lot of these Palestinian children have lost their lives for throwing rocks over at Israel. Now, these people are starving, and a 7-year-old child is out trying to get some subsistence for his family, and he is loses his life to a military sniper. And we were sold that there has been some peace agreement between Israel and Palestine, and everything else that has gone on ever since then, all of the carnage that still continues to happen to the people in Palestine. Your media is not reporting on that. This for-profit media, the Ellisons, in their buying up CBS News and telling Pelley that he has to put some lies, mix some lies into 60 minutes, and to the point that he was disgusted and told them that they don't know anything about running a news organization, which is facts. And he lost his job. So now, what can you expect to this Ellison-controlled CBS News? What can you expect from them? Who may possibly obtain CNN as well. What can you expect from your news? How come your news is not telling you that since this fake ceasefire agreement that Jared Kushner and Ivanka had her long head up lying to you that there has been a ceasefire agreement? Have your news media told you about any of these stories? I'm just curious.
Jiab, only a few days ago, was trying to enjoy his life despite hardship caused by Israeli human devils.
واضبط الحسكة يا إيو شد يا إيو روح يا طنطميمة حنضبط العوام من سبعة إيو اللهم صل عليك يا محمد إيو بدهم يعلموا علينا يا إيو علم عليهم شد أيوة شد يا إيو روح يا طنطميمة أنت واحد هامل يا إيو احرق لي إيوه.
But Western apologists of Israeli genocide in Gaza have a problem with those who call the mass murder of over 500,000 Palestinians in Gaza a Holocaust. Take the example of this LBC presenter, Louis Goodall. According to his logic in this interview with American journalist Hassan Piker, Israel's genocidal campaign against Palestinians must not be equated with the Holocaust because here the perpetrators of this crime against humanity are Jews. I'm not making this shit up. Watch it for yourself.
Do you think it might ever be better sometimes just to never compare any Jews to Nazis? It might just be wise to do that.
No, I don't. I'm not so precious about that comparison. And I've actually had.
But maybe that's easy for you to say as a non-Jewish person.
Oh, for sure. At the end of the day, it's a genocide. At the end of the day, it's an apartheid state. And Zionism as an ideology is a racist ideology. And many Jewish thinkers are now also coming to terms with that, even if they had self-identified as Zionists their entire lives. This transformation.
So you would compare what's happened in Gaza to the Holocaust?
It's not to the same extent, no, but I have compared it to the Holocaust, yes.
But it's not the Holocaust, is it, Hassan? I think the thing about you is you speak compellingly about many things, but you undermine your case and you open yourself to the accusation, which might not be unreasonable, of anti-Semitism. My suggestion to you would be that it is crass and offensive to compare the only Jewish state in the world, and we should, of course, be careful of eliding Israel and Judaism, of course, but it is the only Jewish state in the world, mainly comprised of Jews, comparing them to Nazis, given that Nazis literally tried to exterminate this entire race and came very close to...
Exactly. How so? Exactly. It is so offensive to call Israel out on this genocide that they are creating in Palestine. Do not compare the genocide that is being committed on the Palestinian people. For whatever you do, don't use the word Holocaust because the Holocaust affected Jewish people. That's his point. That's his point. So what exactly is your point? To eliminate a whole race of people, a whole group of people. What is your point? So their lives are more important than the Palestinian lives? That the Israeli government is totally exterminating? These people make 0 cents. 0 cents. As they support what was done to them that they want you to hold in some great respect and homage, as they do the same thing to another group of people.
Succeeding. You don't need to do that. You shouldn't do it. And it's crassly and grossly offensive for you to do so.
But not all Europeans are evil and enemies of humanity. We saw the bold stand taken by the Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, in the past. Today, Slovenian President Nataša Pirc-Musar has decided to raise the Palestinian flag at the palace after the new Prime Minister removed the same from the Parliament building. Watch her justification for her courageous decision. The voiceover here is done by my 12-year-old daughter, Zabreen. Hope you appreciate her efforts.
The genocide against Palestinians has not been halted, and people in Gaza and the West Bank do not live in peace and dignity. The Palestinian flag raised today on the facade of Presidential Palace, which will remain there for 1 week, and then, as a reminder to all who visit my office, will stand in the interior spaces, means so much more. It is a symbol of gross violations of international humanitarian laws and human rights, not only in Palestine, but also elsewhere in the world. It's a simple call to respect the fundamental civilization principle, human dignity for all.
Natasha had made a fiery speech in support of Palestinians at the last year's UN General Assembly debate. You can watch that speech here again. This comes amidst a raging controversy over a Sikh Zionist, Elon Gold, who claims to be a comedian and who made fun of Israeli barbarians using dogs to rape Palestinians. In fact, he was making fun of the Palestinian victims of brutal rape at the hands of Israeli terrorists. He was joined by another Zionist influencer, Lizzie Savetsky.
Film Festival, which is a very prestigious
a really big deal.
It's a really big deal, and for a film made in Israel, that's pretty damn cool. I was only raped by 2 Israeli dogs.
I thought they only rape Palestinians.
No, I got also a dog.
Gold and Savetsky committed this horrendous act at the Tribeca Film Festival. This Gold chap is also provided a platform by Netflix. I tagged Netflix on Twitter to announce that I was canceling my subscription with them.
Oh, he thought that was funny. And Netflix... and that Kevin Hart bullshit, the George Floyd joke. I guess Netflix don't understand that fat meat is greasy, as they continue to let these people come out here and say all of this vile shit under the guise of being a comedian. As they make jokes about people in certain demographics brutally losing their lives or being brutally attacked by animals in their rectum. Let's continue.
Elsewhere, Israeli stooge Eddie Rama.
Did your media tell you that? Did your for-profit media tell you anything about this at the Montreal Film Festival? This man and also the little bitch on the side of him is just as bad. Just as bad. This is the world that we're living in today. Make no mistakes. Make no mistake. This is the world that we're living in today. Some people think that, hey, if it happens to these others, they want to otherize everyone else. And so if they're otherizing everyone else, what are they trying to present for themselves? Supremacy. Supremacy. Let's get
to Trump's Jewish daughter Ivanka and Jewish son-in-law Jared Kushner.
Protesters marched along a serene Albanian beach on Saturday, holding signs that read, "We are stronger than your bulldozers," and chanting, "Down with the dictator."
Sabar, if I said that, I stand corrected. Yes, Judaism is a religion. It is not a race. If I said that in my talking, I am aware of that, but sometimes I do realize that I may or have said Jews as opposed to Israeli. There's the difference. Judaism is the religion. Israeli are the people.
Leadership. It was just one of the ongoing demonstrations against a plan by a company linked to U.S. President Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, to build a luxury resort in the environmentally sensitive area. Kushner's investment firm, Affinity Partners, is involved in the $1.6 billion project on an undeveloped stretch of Albania's coastline that lies near the Vjosa Narta protected area.
Young Albanians have decided to take their fight to its logical end. They want corrupt Israeli stooge Edi Rama face the consequences for compromising with the country's sovereignty.
As an Albanian, I will tell you why we are rioting. We are rioting because there is no schools, there is no pension for pensioners, there is no hospital, there is no medicine, there is no parks for kids, there is no normal salary. You're telling us you want to build a 5-star resort to give jobs to Albanians. Meanwhile, the whole Albania is filled up with Philippines working for less than what you pay us. It's not their fault. They have nothing back home. You want to build a 5-star resort. How about you clean up the mess you've made for the last 15 years? We are so tired of you embarrassing us worldwide, telling CNN that there's no protest going on, it's fake news, there's no land being rented off. Meanwhile, Ivanka Trump is on an interview saying she discovered an island. How convenient. 2 years ago, you changed the law, and in a protected area now, you can build as long as it attracts tourism. And how convenient for Miss Ivanka Trump. The land in question has bunkers, tunnels, and it's in a strategic position for whatever they've got planned. Maybe my parents didn't have the strength because they were forced to go somewhere else for their future. But me, I'm gonna speak up every chance that I have. This is not gonna happen under my watch, Mr. Edi Rama. You're done.
I will now leave.
Okay, we spoke about this Ivanka Columbus and Jared Columbus Jr. They are discovering islands now. Did you know people were still discovering islands as they jump off the super yacht of the Rothschilds and just happened upon these uninhabited islands that no one knew about, that you can see from the boot of Italy? No one knew about these islands that has actual bunkers that the Soviets were using way back in, I believe, the 1940s. Nobody knew about these islands. We're going to talk about that. I think we'll talk about that next.
You with another Iranian Lego video after a long gap. This time, the makers of the...
It's been a while since we've had a Lego video. Let's sit back and enjoy.
Iranian Lego series have taken a dig at the Lebanese President Joseph Aoun for his recent outbursts against Iran.
It is unfortunate that so many people who are in power sell out their own people. Let's see what is going on today with this war. How this war has accelerated, and we're gonna play to you. But 4547 is saying about what transpired over the weekend. 4547 was talking so much bullshit that he on Sunday Meet the Press show, he said the stock market today reached an all-time high. You know what the thing about that is? He just lies so much that he doesn't even understand that he's talking about the stock market, which is not even open on Sunday. Creating some numbers that it has never reached before on a Sunday morning. Let that sink in. He didn't even catch catch himself because he understands that this for-profit media is not going to give him any pushback on just simple shit.
Video. Sky News reporter earns condemnation for his questionable reporting. Iran has fired more missiles targeting Israeli military infrastructure after the settler colony ignored Donald Trump's request to not escalate. This has truly exposed the deranged occupant.
So we got this whole, I told Benjamin Netanyahu you should be in jail. You gotta fuck you. What the fuck wrong with you? And Israel continued to escalate strikes in Libya. Striking Beirut.
Of the White House and his fake power that he claims to wield over war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu. Yemen's Ansarullah fighters, also known as the Houthis, too have hit the illegal settler colony with 2 rounds of ballistic missiles as they announced the closure of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. The Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson.
You remember the Houthis? Yeah, we go way back with the Houthis. The Houthis were threatening to close that strait, the other Bab Robian Strait. What is it? What do you call the Bab Robi Straits? Let me.
Colony with 2 rounds of ballistic missiles as they announced the closure of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. The Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson has warned Egypt to stay out of the conflict after it emerges of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. The
Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Now, we go way back with the Houthis. The Houthis were the first people that Pete Kegbreath was over there on a unsecure app, giving the time and what type of plane that was going to strike the Houthi, one of the Houthi leaders. On him and Susie Wiles, your vice president, J.D. Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, all of them on an unsecured app, giving up information that could have put a pilot's life in jeopardy. Because why? The Houthis had anti-aircraft machines that could have struck down the plane that they were giving times and types of aircraft that was going to do a military strike. And why were the Houthis over there in the Bab el-Mandeb Straits? Because they were trying to block any shipments that were going to Israel. Why were they trying to do that? They were trying to do that in support of the Palestinian people. That's why. If you didn't understand why we lost 2 ships in that ocean in the I think it was the Black Sea, because the Houthis was striking these aircraft carriers so heavily that Pete Hegbreath had to tell one of the aircraft carriers to make a turn so quickly that two of our military jets flew into the sea. Y'all remember that? Your for-profit media didn't talk to you a lot about that. Now we are real clear that this Bob L. Mandeb Strait is the second strait in the Middle East. They have threatened to close. Now, look what has happened. I didn't hear about this happening in any for-profit media in the United States. See, they were afraid that if they continued, that they would close both of the straits. So now it's looking like they have closed both of the straits. If you think that Strait of Hormuz was going to be a problem, now they have closed the second strait. Now, what did I tell you on Friday? It is estimated that by the end of this month, June, that we are in, that gas prices are expected to be double than they are at the pump. I have advised you to get you a solar generator. I have advised you to get you a water safe container to collect some water. I have advise you that you may want to get something to purify your water. I have advised you that shit is about to get ugly. I have advised you to make sure that you have some cash on hand in small denominations. I've advised you of everything. I've advised you to get some personal protection for yourself and your family. I have advised you to get some, most people don't know that in the case of any type of national emergency or weather emergency, usually your grocery shelves only have enough food for 4 days. 4 days. At any period of time, there is only a supply of about 4 days worth of food. Now, can you imagine people making a run on grocery stores and all of this type of stuff? Hey, if push comes to shove, you need everything. You can just wipe your arm across the shelves. You need all of that. Can you imagine what would happen in the case of an emergency? And we have been warned about all of this. President Trump, who knew that they would close the Strait of Hormuz? You knew, because you were told that it was that you were given that information, and then he want to come out and tell you, well, who would have thought? You didn't have to think. Thinkers thought for you. And they told you that this would happen. Now, they have been talking about this Bab al-Mandeb Strait being closed. And they allowed Benjamin Netanyahu to continue what he was doing. And now the Houthis, our old friend, the Houthis, they are in support of Hezbollah. Now they are making moves again. Who are we negotiating with? Who is the United States negotiating with?
Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ansarullah fighters, also known as the Houthis, too have hit the illegal settler colony with 2 rounds of ballistic missiles as they announced the closure of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. The Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson has warned Egypt to stay out of the conflict after it emerges that the country was supplying Rafale jets to the UAE to be used against Iran. This will be the broad focus of my video today. Also in this video, Sky News reporter earns condemnation for his questionable reporting from the occupied Palestinian territories. So please stay tuned. So Iran has hit back at the settler colony, making it absolutely clear that it meant business and the Islamic Republic will not tolerate any more military transgressions by the rogue regime of bloodthirsty terrorist Netanyahu. This was after the war criminal wanted by the International Criminal Court showed the middle finger to his slave from the White House and bombed parts of Iran. Remember, Trump had told his terrorist Israeli master yesterday to not respond to the Iranian strikes. He had also told Financial Times that human devil Netanyahu will have no option but to accept a deal between Iran and the US. But as has been the case, the delusional fool from the White House was exposed in no time.
Tonight, in a phone call with Fox News, President Trump reacting to Iran's attack on Israel, reportedly saying, quote, "What I would suggest to Iran, you've shot your missiles. That's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal." And in another call tonight, Trump reportedly telling Axios he was about to phone Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and tell him not to retaliate by attacking Iran.
Iranian expert Trita Parsi had told Al Jazeera last night that if terrorist Netanyahu defied Trump, it isn't Iran's deterrence that is put in question, but Trump's own credibility, since he had so explicitly told his Israeli boss to not strike back.
So does that mean that the negotiators are now going to have to go back to the drawing board and recalculate things and consider that, okay, well, maybe actually we have to include Lebanon as part of any kind of potential ceasefire deal?
I think Lebanon, frankly, already was included. We already saw a couple of days ago when the Iranians were about to attack Israel, that is the moment that Trump made that phone call to the Israelis, and a very colorful phone call pushing them to back down, which they did temporarily. But what we always have seen with the Israelis is that even if they back down temporarily, they find a way to wiggle themselves out of any promise they've made to the United States. And a couple of days later, they did strike. Now, this pattern may repeat itself over here. If that happens, what it does ultimately is that it doesn't ruin Iran's deterrence. It ruins the credibility the United States has or should have when it comes to being able and willing to restrain the Israelis in a sustainable way.
In more setbacks to the US and the settler colony, the Ansarullah fighters also
That is exactly what all of this has proven. It has proven that the United States cannot contain Netanyahu, and Netanyahu is going to do whatever he chooses to do in this war. And he has absolutely zero respect for our president or zero respect for any ceasefire. He has his own agenda, and our alleged agenda over in the Middle East does not relate any way into what Netanyahu wants to do, unless our agenda in the Middle East is to be cover for what Netanyahu is doing in Lebanon. You know, the same thing that he did in Palestine. Is that our role in the Middle East to be cover of as he goes in and annex South Lebanon? Is that really why we are there? Is that the real purpose why we are there? Because in fact, there is nothing else that we are doing there. They told you that the war in Iran is over. Your president said last week, a couple of weeks ago, that the war is over. Marco Rubio, when he was talking in his hearings to Congress with Congress, he told Cory Booker the war is over. If the war with Iran is over, so what is our place over there? Why are we still there with all our troops? None of our people have been called back home. Is this the actual reason why America is over there to assist Benjamin Netanyahu in the taking of Lebanon? And tell Iran, oh, okay, you made your few strikes. Now get back to the table. Get back to the table and negotiate with us, because we are the strong power that you are supposed to be so afraid of, and therefore you're gonna try to negotiate with the strong U.S. power that is on its back behind what you have been doing to us. So you better get back over here. Look, come on, Iran. Come on, Iran. Don't pay attention to what Israel's doing over there. Come on. You know we got your back against the wall. You want to get us off your backs. They give zero fucks about you. Iran gives zero fucks about you. Is this what our mission is over in the Middle East? What is our mission in the Middle East? Since they want to continue to tell you that the war is over in Iran. What are we there for? What are we there for? How come no one in your for-profit media, these people who are being paid millions of dollars, cannot ask people who they have access to? Why are we there? What you're saying makes zero sense. Why are we there? Your for-profit media can't do that. Why isn't your for-profit media embedded with the troops over there? They have been in every war, dating all the way back to Vietnam, as far as I'm positive of. Well, why isn't your for-profit media with the billions and billions of dollars that they generate and the millions of dollars that they pay their on-air hosts? They don't have a camera, a motherfucking cell phone, anything to give to a reporter to pay him to go over there and report factually on the war about what he factually sees, not to regurgitate the lies and the bullshit that comes out of a Pete Keg-breath mouth and 47's mouth. None of this makes sense. I'm just very, very curious.
Also known as the Houthis, too have joined the latest round of
in a sustainable way.
In more setbacks to the US and the settler colony, the Ansarullah fighters, also known as the Houthis, too have joined the latest round of conflict as they fired 2 rounds of missiles into Israel. The military spokesperson Yahya Sari announced that the Houthis had now started the blockade of the strategically important Bab el-Mandab Strait. If this happens, the oil prices in the international market will skyrocket and will be very difficult to control.
وفي هذا السياق تؤكد القوات المسلحة اليمنية على الآتي: أولاً نعلن حظر الملاحة البحرية بشكل كامل وتام.
Navigation completely and wait a minute. Let me go back to his first part. What he is saying. Oh, I hate the way his voice sounds. In this context, Yemen armed forces affirmed the following. Navigation completely against the Israeli enemy in the Red Sea. I said the Black Sea, the Red Sea. We consider that all movements, the enemy became a military target for our armed forces from the moment this statement was announced. This is what he's saying.
I left many surprised. As I said in my last video, this is the first time Iran has decided to hit Israel even though its own territory was not being attacked. This shows a new sense of confidence in the Iranian military. It was also clear in the manner in which Iran responded to each American military transgression in recent days. Listen to this journalist from Lebanon, Hadi Hotat.
The Iranian
But also understand, didn't your president just go on TV and say that Iran is so down on missile, they only have about a third of the missiles that they had at the start of this conflict? So you mean to tell me that Iran only has a third of the missiles that it had at the start of the conflict, and all of the brutality and all of the bullshit that you heard from Pete Keck Breath about them not having any missiles? You mean to tell me them not having any missiles means that they're going to strike when their own sovereign country is not being struck? They're going to strike when Lebanon is being struck. They're not saving that 1/3 of the missiles that they have to protect their own homeland. Is that what they want you to believe? But they told you that Iran is running out of missiles, and they are running out of ways to build more missiles. So they're going to use their missiles to protect Lebanon when the president of Lebanon has come out against them, who is protecting them. Let that make sense. Try to make sense of what they're telling you.
In response after the Israeli strike on Dahye today was very surprising for many people. First, it was surprising even for us in Lebanon, as this is the first time after the war where Iran attacks Israel without Israel attacking Iran itself. So Iran now is clearly making a very important statement that all of what happened and all of the attacks against Iran did not make Iran lose its regional weight, the regional political weight, and regional deterrence also. This is very important regarding Iran. Second, regarding the situation here in Lebanon, it's also a very important moment. The resistance people here and the resistance itself. This is also the first time after this war where the people here understand that Iran is with them in this battle, in this war that is continuing here in South Lebanon, not only by the political pressure that is exerting in Pakistan, but also there is red lines that if the Israelis crossed, Iran itself will be entering the war to make the Israelis accountable and to respond and to make these red lines very clear for everyone.
The settler colony imposes ruthless censorship on the reporting of the damages caused by Iranian missiles. But according to local sources, one Iranian missile directly hit the Itamar settlement in the northern West Bank, destroying at least 4 buildings. Iran also hit the Navatim and Tel Taf air bases, causing significant damages. Meanwhile, the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson has warned Egypt to stay out of the conflict after some reports said that the pro-Israeli Al-Sisi government was in the process of supplying Rafale fighter jets to the UAE for future use against Iran.
به نظرم حتما دوستان مصری ما میدونن کسب اعتبار از
Let me, just in case somebody is not
Iran.
به نظرم حتما
I believe our Egyptian friends
من دوستان مصری ما میدونن کسب اعتبار
surely know that gaining credibility comes through. Wait a minute. I believe our Egyptian. Let me start all over without his voice. I believe our Egyptian friends surely know that gaining credibility comes through accurately identifying friends and foes, not by threatening an Islamic country that is confronting the Zionist regime. Yes, we have seen these reports. We have no issues with Egypt, just as we have no issues with any of the Muslim or Arab countries in the region. We have repeatedly emphasized that we are determined to uphold the principle of good, neighborliness, and relations with all of the countries and the peoples of the region. We regret we have We regret some countries have allowed territory and sovereignties and dignities to be used for committing crimes, acts of aggression, and illegal attacks by the Zionist regime and the United States against a Muslim country in the region. Therefore, I recommend to all countries concerned with Islamic and Arab unity and credibility to be cautious and not knowingly or unknowingly play into the hands of the enemy. Credibility can be achieved in various ways. The fact that for over 3 years, your brothers and sisters in Gaza have been slaughtered, subject to a blatant genocide, and unfortunately, nothing has been done by their brothers and sisters across the border. Well, I think that speaks volumes.
فکر میکنم بسیار معنادار هست.
In other news, at least 19 people have died after a magnitude 7.8 earthquake struck the island of Mindanao in the Philippines. More than 200 others have been injured. The earthquake sparked tsunami warnings in Indonesia and the Philippines, with people told to move inland or seek higher ground. Here are some visuals from the country. Let's pray for their safety.
Abang. Hoy! Alayawan! Hoy, Minel! Minel! Hoy! Atrás, atrás!
Bantay mo, anak. Bantay mo di ate.
I will now leave you with this broadcast by UK Sky News, whose reporter Adam Parsons earned condemnation from social media users for implying that Jerusalem was indeed an Israeli territory. He described Jerusalem as part of this country, meaning Israel. He doesn't explain which part of Jerusalem he was in. This is how Western media outlets legitimize every single illegal action of this barbaric settler colony.
Yeah, welcome to Jerusalem, where there is presently an uneasy peace over this city, this country, and this region, while we hold our breath to see what will happen next.
That's it from me. Thank you very much for your support of this platform and our journalism. Iran has fired.
So, if you want to hear more about what happened over the weekend, this is, I believe this came out Friday. He has been following the attacks. When did this come out? 15 hours ago. So I'll go over there and check out this channel. The links are in my description box. Breaking: Iran, Israel missile fly. Trump begs.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday.
Trump begs Bibi not to strike. Is this not the same thing?
Iran has fired missiles into the settler.
Trump appeals for talks after Iran launches missiles over Lebanon strikes. Is your president now begging? Is your president now begging? Is this an act of power or an act of weakness? Let's see what Democracy Now! Has to say. All of these are in my description box under the war.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In the most serious escalation since a U.S.-Iranian so-called truce was reached in April, Iran and Israel exchanged fire overnight. Iran launched a wave of missiles at northern Israel, saying it was in response to Israeli attacks near Beirut on Sunday. Israel responded with attacks on several areas of Iran, including the capital, Tehran. Earlier today, Iran announced it's halting strikes on Israel, but warned it'll carry out a more severe response if Israel continues to attack Lebanon. Israel attacked Iran despite President Trump telling Axios on Sunday that he planned to call Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to urge him not to respond to the first wave of Iranian missiles. Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baghai spoke in Tehran earlier today.
America has direct responsibility in any action that the Zionist regime carries out in relation to violation of regional peace and security against Iran.
We're joined now by Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, author of several books, including Losing an Enemy, Obama, Iran, and the Triumph of Diplomacy. His latest piece for Responsible Statecraft is Iran Strikes Israel, Proving It Will Use Hard Power on Behalf of Lebanon. Why don't you elaborate on that? Were you surprised by this major violation of the so-called ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran, and what this says about how much power President Trump has over Netanyahu? He said he warned him not to do this, not to respond to Iran attacking Israel for Israel attacking Lebanon.
Thank you, Amy. It's good to be with you. I was not surprised by the Iranian attack on Israel. In fact, a couple of days ago, just before Trump had his first colorful conversation with Netanyahu, the Iranians had already signaled that they were about to strike Israel. They were probably 45 to 60 minutes away of doing so. That's when Trump intervened and the situation was diffused. So the fact that the Iranians were going to enforce their red line in Lebanon, I don't think was a surprise. And I think the US government took it seriously as well. What is perhaps a bit surprising is the immediate reaction that Trump had, and of course then that the Israelis defied Trump's expressed wishes. And where that goes from now, we will have to see, but it's important to understand that what the Iranians were trying to do and what really worries the Israelis is that they were trying to extend their deterrence. They had already established their own deterrence in the sense that any attack on Iran clearly would be retaliated against. But now they were trying to say that even if the Israelis were to attack Lebanon, southern Lebanon, they would also face Iranian retaliation, which would be the first time in a very long time that a major power would put real hard power behind a warning or a deterrent against an attack by Israel on a third country. And this is part of what the Israelis are worried about, because if it suddenly means that they can no longer have that complete maneuverability in Lebanon, in Gaza, and elsewhere that they are enjoying because the West is more and less enabling that to happen. They're politically defending it, etc. And for the last couple of decades, it has not been challenged by any regional state in a sincere or serious way. This appears to have been an attempt by the Iranians to challenge that, to establish this extended deterrence. And this is part of the reason why the Israelis have acted so aggressively against this attempt, as they call it, to establish a new equation in the region.
I mean, it's
because
interesting.
It would dramatically minimize Israel's maneuverability if it were to stand.
So Trump has spoken to Netanyahu. It's interesting that it's Iran first that says they're not going to attack Israel if Israel doesn't attack again Iran, or I presume Lebanon. And is this Iran saying you can't have a side agreement that's being negotiated in Washington that excludes Hezbollah between Israel and Lebanon? It is part of the ceasefire, so-called ceasefire, with Iran.
The Iranians have from the outset said that if there is to be a ceasefire and an end to the war between the US and Iran, then it has to be region-wide, meaning that it has to encompass Israel as well. If it doesn't, if Israel is unrestrained, it will have an ability to restart the war and the ability to drag the US back into the war.
And that is exactly what we see is happening now. Let me go back one. Let's see what breaking point.
Iran has fired missiles into the settler colony in retaliation.
Hold on. Let me see what Breaking Points is saying about this. If you are not familiar with Breaking Points, go treat yourself. Go treat yourselves. Let's see what they are sharing about this. See if they have. Here we go.
Monday, have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. A whole lot of breaking news this morning in the Middle East. Iran struck Israel. Israel retaliated, even though Trump told them not to. We will let you know what we can figure out about where things stand this morning. Trump also with an explosive interview with Kristen Welker, almost literally massive rain and thunderstorms in the background. He rage quit at one point. There were a lot of interesting comments about Iran, so we'll break that down for you as well. The intel community is raising the red flag about Israeli unhinged, that's their word, spying efforts against the United States. Sagar has some exclusive information on that one. We're going to take a look at the stock market. The Asian markets actually were in free fall. U.S. markets also.
The markets are in free fall as 45.47 tried to assert that the markets had reached their highest point on today, as he was speaking on a Sunday when the markets are not even open. Do you understand what is really going on in the world? Do you understand why your president is rage quitting an interview and telling the interviewee she can't ask questions? Hold on, wait a minute, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. Oh, so she can't do a follow-up question as he continued to spew dumb bullshit, debunk lies on an interview?
Down significantly on Friday. We'll see what's going on there. And Jeff Stein is going to join us. It's been a while since we've had him on the show. He's been actually out writing a book. He comes back with a very...
Of you later. If you're watching this on YouTube, please hit...
Continue to fire on northern Israel. Israel continue to fire. Forces are withdrawal. So they can... We don't agree to this because this includes the IDF needs to be included in the ceasefire.
Hold on.
That supposedly Israel and Lebanon had a ceasefire. This was very significant because Iran has always said Lebanon needs to be included in the ceasefire, and there is no ceasefire if Lebanon is not included. However, almost immediately, Hezbollah came out and said, we don't agree to this because this includes the IDF remaining in Lebanon and forces our withdrawal. So they continue to fire on northern Israel. Israel continued to fire at Lebanon and Beirut in particular. And Iran, rather than standing back and watching this and effectively, looking like they're not good to their word and that this is an important red line, did something quite extraordinary here. And they decided to go ahead and strike inside of Israel for the first time in quite a while. Let's go ahead and take a listen to Trey Yingst, Fox News correspondent who was on the ground there as this was unfolding.
This is breaking news. Iran is launching a missile attack against Israel as we speak. Sirens are currently sounding across the northern city of Haifa, Israel's third largest city. We will be live on Fox News with this update. We do expect more information shortly. But again, these launches are coming from Iranian territory and are in response to the Israeli strikes against the Lebanese capital of Beirut earlier.
Now, what they will tell you in our media that none of the missiles, all of the missiles that came from Iran were intercepted. This is one story you would hear. But we have heard another story that at least one of the missiles got through. So believe what you choose.
Here today.
But also understand that Israel is restricting the flow and the camera movement of every reporter that is reporting from Israel.
So Israel, of course, looking for any excuse to get back to war making. They do not want any sort of a deal to resolve this war between the U.S. and Israel versus Iran. However, Trump came in and told a number of reporters immediately that he did not want Netanyahu and Israel to retaliate. Let's go ahead and put A4 up on the screen here. This is from Barak Ravid, of course, one of Trump's favorite reporters on these matters. He spoke with Trump on the phone. Trump said the Iranian strikes did not hurt anybody.
Now it has been stated that Barack Ravid, who worked for Axios, is a Trump tool.
Hopefully, Israel is not going to retaliate if Bibi strikes them back. It's just going to keep going like the last 47 years or the last 3,000 years. I don't know what he's talking about there. Trump added, "We are very close to a final deal with Iran. It is going to be a good deal. I don't want it to blow up because of what is happening now," and stressed, "I am going to call Bibi right now," which reporting says he did, "and tell him not to retaliate." Each of them had their fun. Israel had its strike and Iran had its strike. We don't.
Now, each of them had their fun. How many people died in the fun that your president wants to say that they are having? Each of them had their fun. This is your president. He is not a serious person. We're talking about missiles raining down on people. And he equates it to each of you guys have had your fun. So go back to your corners because I need to get the fuck out of this war that I have shown that I have no way of getting out of. And I need to get back to this alleged peace agreement that I cannot tell you who's negotiating for the U.S. side, and I cannot tell you who's negotiating it on Iranian side. Get back to your corners, fella. Israel, yes, you can strike them when you want to, but if they strike you back, I'm gonna act like I'm poo-pooing both of you. But if they don't attack you back, Israel, when you attack them, I'm not gonna say a goddamn thing. Let's continue.
Need another one. He also spoke with the Financial Times. Let's put the next element up on the screen here as well. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will have no choice but to accept whatever deal the U.S. negotiates with Iran, Donald Trump said, because the U.S. president, quote, calls the shots. He won't have any choice, Trump told the FT in a telephone.
Now, who believes that? Who believes when Donald Trump says that Netanyahu would have no choice because U.S. is calling the shots? After we see Benjamin Netanyahu has been doing strike after strike after strike over in Lebanon. When it is very clear that in the negotiations for ceasefires and anything about this war, Iran has included Lebanon as being part of the nations that should not be struck. And what has Benjamin Netanyahu has been doing all over in? I just earlier talked about the initial ceasefire. When they got the initial ceasefire, Benjamin Netanyahu rained down over 200 missiles in 10 minutes in Lebanon, when it's very clear that Lebanon was to be included as part of the ceasefire. So your president coming out and telling you that Benjamin has no choice but to accept whatever deal the U.S. negotiate with Iran because the U.S. president calls the shots. What shots do you believe that Donald Trump is calling? He won't have any choice. Trump told the Financial Times in a telephone interview, "I call the shots. I call all the shots. He doesn't call the shots." I can't tell. I cannot tell that Netanyahu is not calling the shots. That's all I'm saying. Okay, so this link is in my description box as well. Now, I want to move on to these little interviews. The interview that your president gave with Christian Welker this weekend. If you guys didn't see the interview, that's crazy. Because it's unbelievable. We know that's a bull. Let's get into some of the points that your president tried to make yesterday on Meet the Press. Let me share my screen with you. Here we go. Hmm. Is this the one? Yes. What is this? Trump says he will press Israel to hold back after Iran retaliates for Beirut attack. This is on June 6th. Iran launches missiles at Israel after Beirut strike. Israel defense intercept Iranian projectiles. Trump says he will tell Netanyahu not to retaliate. Seeks to keep peace talks on track. Hezbollah and Iran vow further response. Israel warns of renewed campaign if attacked. Beirut, Dubai, New Brunswick, New Jersey, June 7th. President Donald Trump said on yesterday, said on Sunday he would tell Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu not to strike back after Iran fired a salvo of missiles at Israeli targets in retaliation for an attack on the outskirts of Beirut. So now, what does that mean? You mean to tell me your president hadn't already told Benjamin Netanyahu to stop the attacks? Would this be the first time? Is the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu attacked Beirut is because your president hadn't told him that you cannot attack Lebanon because we are in negotiation? He hadn't told him before Israel decided to attack Beirut. Did Trump forget that? Oh, I must tell Benjamin Netanyahu I'm trying to negotiate my way out of this war that I came into willy-nilly with my dumb ass, and now I am about to lose it all in this midterm elections, and I'm gonna be actually the lame duck that I've always been. He didn't tell him beforehand. He didn't tell him while he is talking about they are very close to successful negotiations. He didn't tell Benjamin Netanyahu that part of the negotiation was that he could not do any strikes in Lebanon. So on yesterday, how long has this ceasefire been, this alleged ceasefire where there have been much firing back and forth? How long has this ceasefire and these negotiations to end the war been going on? Since sometime in April, they announced the ceasefire. You mean to tell me that on yesterday, your president just found it necessary to tell Benjamin Netanyahu to not strike Lebanon? Are you telling me that your president wants us to believe that he's that stupid? So why do you have to tell Benjamin Netanyahu on yesterday after he's struck in Beirut? You hadn't told him before? Are you that dumb, president? Benjamin Netanyahu had not been told about you that you're trying to negotiate your way out of the war that Netanyahu told you to go fight? And who runs all the cars? Who has all the cars? Who makes all of the deals? Whose voice tells whom what to do? What did you say about that, President? Who calls all the shots? I'm curious. This is what these people are telling you. And they don't think that you have any critical thinking skills to say, on Sunday, you finally telling Netanyahu that he can't strike in Lebanon? After what happened the first day of the ceasefire, how he attacked Lebanon? And you told us that you were going to go tell them that he has to stop striking Lebanon. And now, once again, you're telling us again on yesterday after he struck in Beirut. Isn't Beirut in Lebanon? But they think you are dumb. But he know his voters are dumb. But they think you are this dumb to accept this because they have purchased the media, that they will not ask the most obvious questions of them when they tell the media this dumb shit. And there's no follow-up question of any type of fucking consciousness or any type of intelligence that follows them telling the media this dumb shit. Okay. Let me put this. This link is in the description box about the war. This is also in the description box under the war. So you can follow along with the bullshit that is being put out by this administration because they think you're stupid. Now, let me share with you something else. Here is another article where Trump says Benjamin Netanyahu has no other choice but to accept any Iran deal he makes because I call the shots. Did it sound like President Trump was calling the shot when he said that he had to call Benjamin Netanyahu on yesterday after Benjamin Netanyahu struck in Lebanon again on yesterday? Who seems like they're calling the shots in this war? As 4547 comes out and says that this dumb shit. This link is also in my description box. Trump declares Israel has no choice but to accept any Iran deal he makes. I call the shots. Quote, and I quote. Okay. President Donald Trump said Israel has no choice but to accept whatever peace deal he strikes with Iran during an interview with the Financial Times on Sunday. The president said Israeli President Benjamin Netanyahu, his longtime ally and friend, what a friend, who wants a friend like that, has no say in the matter either. I call the shots. I call all the shots. Trump told the Financial Times Netanyahu doesn't call the shots. In an interview, that interview came soon after Iran hit Israel with missiles for the first time since the fragile ceasefire has been in place. Axios reporter Barak Ravid posted on X that Trump told him, I am going to call Netanyahu right now and tell him not to strike back. Trump also lamented to Fox News correspondent Trey Yingzit that this takes place, meaning the missile attack, right as a deal is on the verge of being agreed to. The president told Yingzit he believes that the deal could happen as soon as Monday. Here's Yingzit's reporting. As I was speaking with the president out the window, I could see some incoming missiles headed toward the northern part of this country. The IDF says that we're down the majority of incoming fire, but the president is telling Fox News it is certainly not going to help negotiations. I asked him if he had a message for the Iranian regime. He said, what I would suggest to Iran is you shot your missiles. That's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal. Trump told the Financial Times the strike on Israel will not sabotage any deal progress he has made. You have made no progress. This link is also in my description box under the war. If you would like to read the rest of this bullshit that means absolutely nothing 4 to 6 hours after it is printed. let me go on. I have a couple of more things we're going to get into. Here we go. Now, let's get into the Meet the Press interview on yesterday. Shall we? Yes, we shall. And see what 4547 actually said and did in that interview. Here we go. 5, count them 5. 5 most stunning moments from Trump's Meet the Press meltdown. Not interview, meltdown. What do we see here? What do we see here? What is pictured here? We see your president storming out. Now, they were in Wisconsin, and there was a big rainstorm in a building that had a metal roof. They were in some big barn. He is using farm equipment as a prop, and I cannot wait until you hear what he says about the farmers in the United States loving him. The farmers love me. President 4547 Meet the Press interview with NBC's Christian Welker went completely off the rails, with the commander-in-chief ultimately storming off. The interview was conducted under challenging circumstances, taped Friday in Wisconsin during a heavy rainstorm. The conversation was taped in a barn with a metal roof. Now, I did not know that this was taped on Friday. So he did say the stock market had reached the highest point it had today. So me thinking that this was Meet the Press, he was talking about Sunday. So I stand corrected. This was pre-filmed on Friday. So he could have made that assertion. And the stock markets would in fact have been open. It was taped on Friday in Wisconsin during a heavy rainstorm. The conversation was taped in a barn with a metal roof. The constant downpour made it difficult for both Trump and Welker to hear each other, resulting in multiple delays. But when the interview got going, it fiery clashes, Lord have mercy, with the president hurling numerous insults at Welker and NBC before storming off like a little bitch. Oh, it doesn't say like a little bitch. Before storming off. Here are the 5 most stunning moments. You want to hear? Here it go. Trump grilled on his repeated no new war pledges. So let me play this for you. I'm going to have to go here so I can play it without all of these pesky commercials. Let me play this for you. Here we go. I don't want the commercials. I don't want to wait for the commercials. I don't want the stalling that the commercials give me. So here we go.
I'd like to talk big picture now, Mr. President. One of your consistent campaign promises was no new wars, going all the way back to 2014. Did you break that promise to the American people?
No. I had to stop a country, very powerful, very dangerous country, from having a nuclear weapon because they'd use it. They'd blow up the world. They'd blow up the Middle East. They'd blow up Israel. They'd come here. They'd blow up Europe. They're nuts, okay? They're crazy people. I deal with them. And very high-strung people, really crazy. And get along with them. I like them. But you don't want to let them have a nuclear weapon. And I'm doing the world a service, but I'm doing our country a service. You know, it's America first. I'm doing our country a service. Nice rain.
It is raining hard.
Okay. But the answer is good. Let's just keep going.
Let's keep going.
Let's power through it, right?
Here, we paused nearly 5 minutes for the rain to pass and then picked up our conversation. So you're saying you didn't break your promise, and yet, Mr. President, in your first term, you held to that promise, and it was so fundamental to who you were as a candidate to a first-term president. What changed? Because you insisted no new wars.
First of all, I didn't guarantee no war. Why would I have built the strongest military in the world? I built our military. I inherited a terrible military. We had no equipment. We had nothing. I built a tremendous military. Biden gave a lot of it away, but it's still a relatively small portion compared to what.
Now, these are very crazy people. They were crazy. They're insane. They're nuts. But I get along with them. You know, I get along with them well. Why would I build up this military if I'm not going to use it? Wouldn't the fact that you build up a military be for national security, so no one would attack us, and if we are attacked, we are prepared? You mean that he's telling you the reason to build up a military is you plan out to go out and attack people? Why would I build up the military if I wasn't going to go out and attack people? Is what your president is telling you. That is the only reason to have a functioning powerful military, is to go out and attack people. This is the mindset of this sponge head motherfucker. Let's continue.
What I built.
But you said it over and over again, Mr.
Why would I build a military? Now, I didn't want to use this, but I'm doing you and everybody else a big favor. In the midst of the greatest stock market in history, in the midst of the most successful country, because as you know, in the last term, we were a dead country, Kristen. I know you're a big liberal or a big progressive.
No, but I'm just a journalist.
We were a dead country.
We were a dead country, and now we're the hottest country. At least he left that we're the hottest country alive. Oh my God, this is a lot. I know you're a progressive. I know you're a Democrat. I know you're a progressive. Let's continue.
A year ago, a couple of years ago, we were a dead country. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Oh, he didn't leave it out.
And at the all-time hottest point, which is probably now, believe it or not, we just had all brand new stock market records today. But at the hottest point in the history of our country, I took Scott, Howard, I took Pete, I took everybody into a room. I said, I have to do this country, this world, the Middle East, Israel, everybody a favor. You have. So he has to do everyone a favor. He took Scott Bessent, Pete Kegbreath, in Epstein associated what is his name? Oh, God. He just said his name. I keep on wanting to say Witkoff. The Commerce Secretary, Howard Nutbag. Howard Nutbag. He had to take them aside and let them know that he, with your taxpayer dollar, needed to do the world a favor. What favor is he doing the American people with the American people's own tax dollars? He has no favor to do to you or for you. He has no health plan for you and your family, who are many of you, everybody likes to pretend like they are independently wealthy on the internet. So let's say it's not you who are losing your health insurance. Let's say it's someone in your family or your extended family. Let's not pretend like we are not going to be adversely affected by all of these people not having insurance, because the uninsured people who must use emergency rooms for their health care. What is that going to do for your health care bills if you are insured, if you are covered? That's going to increase the cost of your health care. So all of you people that act like you, I'm unaffected. That has nothing to do with me. I'm not poor. I'm not on Medicaid. That directly affects you because you are too stupid. Nobody has connected the dots to all of this and how it is going to adversely affect you.
What about the people who don't get medical treatment? What is that going to do with the spread of diseases? And speaking of diseases, speaking of these pesky little diseases, we have the screw worm, we have the new Ebola virus, and we have the Huntvsa virus that are out. And all around all of these things have been announced. Where has Robert F. Kennedy been? Robert F. Kennedy has been missing in action. Reports have said that Robert F. Kennedy is no longer showing up to work. We know that Robert F. Kennedy was a heroin addict by his own admission for 14 years. Don't it worry you when former addicts go missing? Don't it make you concerned when they are, missing from the radar? If it doesn't, it should. Let's continue.
Of Iran, they're going to have a nuclear weapon. Barack Hussein Obama signed the JCPOA. It was a horrible deal. Horrible deal. Listen to me. It was a horrible deal. It was a path to them getting a nuclear weapon. They were very close to having a nuclear weapon. I terminated the deal. Wait. Then I sent...
Listen to me. Wait. Barack Hussein, we heard you say this shit a million times. Listen to me. Wait. Listen to me.
The B-2 bombers in about 9-10 months ago, and they totally obliterated the site. And
you sent the B-2 bombers in, and they totally obliterated the site. So why are we there? Why are we there then? If that's all it took. See, because after you took in the B-2 bombers, you negotiated no agreement. You negotiated no agreement that they must not ever have any more nuclear weapons. So if you're so intelligent, you went in and struck where you said that they had their nuclear program, but you got no guarantees. You thought that that's all you had to do because you're so intelligent. And now we're here on a full stage war, and you don't even want to call it a war. And now you have embarrassed the fucking military of the United States because you have such unqualified motherfuckers running the military, people with zero merit, who always are talking about meritocracy, who has fired the most experienced people in our military and are out here making fool's mistakes. And now you're running, trying to find a way out of his, trying to change the narratives of what it will look like to succeed in Iran when everybody know there has been no success in this war. And you are just looking for a quick way out of this embarrassment. Let's continue.
Saved it. We had a choice. We could let them have a nuclear weapon, or we could go along and have some beautiful days. But they would have, it's a judge.
We had a choice. We could let them have a nuclear weapon, or we could just go on and have some beautiful days. But what did you do after you struck them? You did nothing. You did absolutely nothing. You went on like, oh, well, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I just struck, I ran away. You got no agreements whatsoever. So obviously you went on and had some beautiful days. Or we could just go on and have some beautiful days, only to be back here 7 or 8 months later with the full military. So who's the fool? Who's the fool? You think we're the fool listening to this foolishness that you're telling us?
They would have used a nuclear weapon. And you know what? When people hear that whole scenario, when they hear me say Iran was going to have a nuclear weapon, and they're crazy, They say you're doing the right thing. I don't think it's I mean, you'll do polls because they're all fake polls anyway, especially yours. But
you'll do polls, but they're all fake polls, especially yours. Now, does she have a poll? Especially yours. Now, now he's on his attacking her. For what? He's attacking her for exactly what? He's attacking her as an individual. For what? She has no polls, especially your agency, especially yours. Who is yours? I don't have no polls, bitch.
say you're doing the right thing. I don't think it's I mean, you'll do polls because they're all fake polls anyway, especially.
Now, he also said that they would have had a nuclear weapon when the DNI chair, Tulsi Gabbard, and Joe Kent, who was over some type of international intelligence. I forget what title he has. Now, they both told you that Iran was nowhere near having a nuclear weapon. But he's telling you that they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have had a nuclear weapon. And I saved you from it. When this is a lie. And he continues to sit on television perpetrating this bullshit lie. And instead of hiring someone with actual international intelligence experience, he fires a nepo baby in home building and building. And if you pull up Pulte homes, it's some of the worst new homes that are being built based upon their consumer complaints. But I digress.
Yours, but you do polls. I just won a big election, and the reason I won an election is people have confidence in me. I have good judgment. I had to make a judgment. Do I want to go along and have a country that's doing really well, but somebody is going to try and kill us? Or do I want to put out that horrible threat? And I did. I put it out. I put it out for many, many years. Now I'm going to put it out permanently. I'm going to do it either through negotiation, where we're very close to a deal, or I'm going to blow the hell out of them, to be honest with you. And it's going to be very easy for me to do. That's actually the easier path. So when you say I promised, I didn't promise anything. I don't like these endless wars. This is not an endless.
Let's play the next one. I think this is the next one.
Group that we've been dealing with, and they are different. And you could say it's regime change, actually, because these are very different people. So we're having very good negotiations with the people that are leading the country now.
Now, what is the question that she is posing here? I have the question. This is question number 2. Let me see. What does he talk? Trump says he doesn't want to go into names of who is leading Iran. And he doesn't want to go into names. He's asked by a Christian worker, well, who are you negotiating with? I don't want to say. I can't say. I don't know. I can't say. I wouldn't give. You think I give you the answer? I can't say. Yes. Well, the former Supreme Leader's son, yes, he is a part of the negotiation. He's a big part of the negotiation. I am saying, but I can't say. Listen to this lunatic answer this question about who he is negotiating with.
The third group that we've been dealing with, and they are different. And you could say it's regime change, actually, because these are very different people. I find them to be.
This is the third group that we're negotiating. Hey, William the Hunger God. Happy Pride Month to you as well. Now, this is the third group of people that we are negotiating with, and I can say that these are very different people. Who is the second group? I think that the second group was supposed to be the Supreme Leader's son. So he wants to tell you that this is the third group. So we are no longer negotiating with the supreme leader's son, who is a more extreme in his thinking and visions of how Iran should be run. Oh, we're on our third set of people we're negotiating with. So you're not negotiating with the son, who has never said that he wants Iran to have a nuclear war. He's injured. He's hurt. He's maimed. Let's hear this.
More rational, very smart.
Who is that?
They're more rational. Now,
It's regime change, actually, because
we actually heard that the son of the supreme leader is less rational than his father, who was killed in the first strike in Iran. But he wants you to believe that they are on their third group of people. Well, who are these people?
they're very different people. I find them to be more rational, very smart.
Who is that? Who's leading
Well, I
the
don't want to go
country?
into names, but you know who they are. I mean, they're leaders. They're respected.
Oh, well, I don't want to go into names, but you know who they are. How would she know who they are? How would she know who these leaders are that you're negotiating with? Because at 0 point has your administration told you on what level of these people are that they are doing these alleged negotiations with. You have zero knowledge if the people that they are saying that they are negotiating with even have the power to make a deal for Iran. So if the deal doesn't go through, if you are negotiating with someone who doesn't have the power to approve any of these deals, you're going to try to say it's Iran's fault. But are you negotiating with anybody who even have any power to negotiate? Obviously not, because you notice what they're not telling you is the names of the people who are they are negotiating with. So you cannot say, I know goddamn well he not negotiating with Fred Shields. Fred Shields ain't got no power in Iran to approve no fucking end of the war negotiations. See, that's why they're not telling you who they're negotiating with. Is your for-profit media even asking? We know Christian Walker finally asked on Friday. I've been asking since they have talked about these negotiations. And who is negotiating on the United States' behalf? Whom? We know Jared Kushner is around playing Christopher Columbus and discovering islands and shit. We know Marco Rubio has been on the Senate and the Senate floor trying to get a new budget passed. Who is doing this negotiation on behalf of the United States? Now, we know they made a big brouhaha about Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. They're going over and they're going to be on the plane and they're going to be doing negotiations. They made a big brouhaha where Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and J.D. Vance are putting together their eyeliners and their real estate brochures, and they're going over there to negotiate, and nothing has happened. They have made they're going to be leaving tomorrow, and who's negotiating for America?
Respected by the people that have to respect them. They are calling the shots. We know that because we see it through various tests that we've.
They are respected by people who have to respect them. We know they're respected. They are respected by people who have to respect them. Is that what you say? Is that what your president said? He's negotiating with people who are respected, and they are respected by people who have to respect them because they are respected. Is that what? Is this man serious?
By the people that have to respect them. They are calling the shots. We know that because we see it. Very smart.
Who is that? Who's leading
well, I
the
don't
country?
want to go into names, but you know who they are. I mean, they're leaders. They're respected. Respected by the people that have to respect them. they are calling the shots. We know that because we see it through various tests that we've given. It's a little bit.
They're calling the shots, and we know that because various tests that we have given. As in what? As in what? Allowing Benjamin Netanyahu to still strike Syria and then wars rain out from Iran. Are these the tests that you're giving them? Let me see. Let me see what you're talking about. Just sounds like you talked yourself into your own corner. Hello, you are. Hello. Are you to make no damn sense at all? Obviously, I can't make sense to a fool like you. What did he do? But in this case, Donald Trump did a fantastic job shutting her off and making her come all the way there and to let her big mouth overrun herself so she don't get the freaking interview. What a get the freaking interview. What a dumbass. Oh, is she the dumbass? Or you the dumbass? Are you the dumbass when you hear all of this bullshit that he's telling her? Who's the dumbass? It seems like you are the dumbass as you listen to all of this dumb bullshit that he is lying and sprouting to her when she asks him very simple questions and he can't answer them. But you're too stupid to realize that you're being fed a bunch of dumb shit. But you think she's the dumbass. As you listen to this motherfucker talk dumb shit. Well, I know they're respected by the people who have to respect them. These are great people. I know they are in charge because of some of the tests that I gave them. I gave them some tests to make sure that they are in charge. What tests? What tests? You need to be tested every month to make sure you don't have dementia. Did you give them the test that you take that you say is 120 questions? That other lie that you talk about your dementia tests?
There's tests that we've given. It's a little bit. They are calling the shots. We know that because we see it through various tests that we've given. It's a little bit strange because you have leaders that have been there for a long time and they get wiped out. Then you have leaders that you also know, the second tier, and they get wiped out. All of a sudden, we're dealing with different people. But no, I think that.
And then you have the second tier and they get wiped out. And then we are dealing with different people. But this David Hemfield idiot thinks that Christian Welker looks like the fucking fool in this interview. Because she went to Wisconsin to do an interview with a motherfucking slow motherfucker.
We'll either have something done fairly quickly or we'll finish it out militarily.
Are you talking about?
We'll either have something done pretty quickly or we'll finish it out militarily. But Marco Rubio just said in his Senate hearings that the war was already over. But the slow Trump voter don't understand any of this is being smoke being blown up their dumb asses. The ignorant Trump voters hear all of this and hear absolutely nothing at all because they're too stupid to have individual thought, to have cognitive thoughts that permeates through all of these talking points and lies that they are fed by this administration on a daily basis.
The son of the supreme
he's a
leader?
part of it, yes.
He has not been seen in public. What is
No,
his
but
status? Have you talked to him directly?
I do believe they have great respect for him. Fairly quickly, or we'll finish it out militarily.
Are you talking about the son of the supreme
he's
leader?
a part of it, yes.
He has not been seen in public. What is
No,
his
but
status?
I
Have
do
you talked
believe-
to him directly?
I do believe they have great respect for him. I see it. I mean, they want to get his concurrence. They've said to me, they've said to others that they're looking for approval, and he is part of the approval process, absolutely.
Have you?
Now, the son of the supreme leader, that would be the second tier, who you said that you guys have gotten rid of. That would be the second tier leader. You just said that you had gotten away with them, but now you're saying that this third tier of the people that you respect and you can talk to, well, that is definitely a part of it, and they want his respect, and he is definitely a part of it. So if he's definitely a part of it, did you get rid of the second tier of these people that you are negotiating with, these people who you cannot name, who positions in government in Iran that you cannot mention either? What the fuck are we doing here? What the fuck are we listening to? What the fuck is this shit? Let's go back one more time.
They've said to me, they've said to others that they're looking for approval, and he is part of the approval process, absolutely.
Have you spoken to him directly? You said you want to meet with him.
No, I have not. I would if he'd like to, but I have not spoken to him directly.
Do you know where he is?
I will tell you, they do.
How he is?
Yeah. They do pay homage to him. I would tell you if they didn't. They seem to, based on what I see, they seem to respect him a great deal.
Do you know where he is? Do you know how he is doing physically?
I don't want to say whether or not I know where he is, but there's a good probability that I do.
Is he inside Iran?
I'd rather not say that.
Okay, he is the son of the last supreme leader, who was obviously hardliner. Is this younger Khomeini any better for the United States than his father was?
Younger, I think more rational, injured. He's pretty badly injured. So there's a certain bravery.
So your president just said that he thinks the son of the former supreme leader is more rational. Now, we do understand that it has been reported that the son of the supreme leader who was killed in the first strike is more authoritative than his father. It has been reported that the son of the former supreme leader has no problem with having a nuclear weapon. But your dumb president is thinking that is the opposite. He is trying to tell you that he thinks it's the opposite. He thinks that you haven't heard it from all over the news sphere how the son is far worse than his father ever was. Is this what your president believes? Is this what your president have you dumb Trump supporters think when it is factually untrue?
Injured. He's pretty badly injured. So there's a certain bravery there. A lot of people, if they were injured that badly, they wouldn't be talking about, how we doing with the United States. They'd have other things on their mind. So there's a certain bravery there, but he is very seriously injured, yeah.
What is the status of talks exactly in this moment? How close are you to making a deal? Are we talking about days, weeks, months, Mr. President?
I think we're very close. We have a couple of points. They don't even seem like big points. They've conceded the fact that they will not have nuclear weapons. We had a clause in there that we will not develop nuclear weapons, and everybody was very happy with it except me. And I said, well, what happens if they not develop, but they go out and purchase, they acquire? I want to put the word, if they buy or purchase or acquire, you've got to have that in there too, because that's not developing. So they don't have the right to develop or purchase, acquire, or buy.
Have they pushed back against that? Is that one of the sticking points?
A little bit, and then they didn't.
Okay.
Have they pushed back a little bit and then they didn't? Let's go to the next burning question that 4547 had with Christian Welker. Let me remove this. Let's go to the next question, shall we? I think this is the one.
Gas is up, diesel is up.
It's all coming down as soon as the war's over.
Well, 70% of farmers say they can't afford fertilizer. What's
The
your
farmers
message?
are doing very well.
Let me ask you, what is your message to farmers, many who support you, but who say
All of
they're
them
struggling? Who say
Because
they're
there's
struggling?
nobody been better to farm. You know, I gave.
What is your message to farmers that say they are struggling as you sit in Wisconsin with a big tractor as some prop? What is your message to farmers? All of them love me. All the farmers love me because I'm the incompetent Donald Tree. The farmers they love me because I'm the incompetent DT. Is that what they saying? You the new Heavy D in this bitch?
What is your message to farmers, many who support you, but who say
All
they're
of them
struggling? Who say
Because
they're
there's
struggling?
nobody been better to farm. You know, I gave farmers last term $28 billion because China took advantage and other people. And you know who paid for it? China. Last term. You know, I had a great first term. I had the greatest economy ever. And you know what? This one's blowing it away.
He's talking about his first term. As the farmers had been suffering because of these tariffs. The farmers were going broke. More farmers lost their farm this year than under any other administration. But he wants to say what he did last term for the farmers. And she's talking about the actual farmers during this administration.
What's your message to farmers, though, Mr. President, who say they are struggling, they're struggling to make ends meet?
Are you ready? Am I allowed to talk? You keep asking questions and you don't listen to the answers.
She did listen to the answer. She's asking you, what is your message to farmers? I don't recall her asking you that question. Not one time. I hear you bloviating and talking dumb shit and bullshit about your last term as farmers are losing their farms at a rapid clip. As farmers are taking their own lives because they are losing farms that have been in their family for decades. What are you doing for the farmers? I remember you couldn't do anything for the farmers when you gave Argentina farmers. They're hurting. They're dying. They're dying. We need to give Argentina $40 billion. While our American farmers had to wait for the government to reopen before you gave them, how much you gave them? Something about around 12 or 14 billion dollars to our own American farmers, and much of that went into not the farmers' pocket, to the pockets of the people who held their debt for their seeds, their fertilizer, their equipment. You gave them nothing. You gave your farmers in the United States nothing. As you were the reason why China, in your tariffs to China, why China refused to buy any soybeans or U.S. corn. Why China decided to buy corn in Brazil. You know, the same Brazilian the same Brazilian company that you allowed to get on the U.S. stock market, even though the brothers had committed crimes, had served time in jail and have taken over the meat packing business in the United States, had served time in jail for corruption, and now U.S. farmers find it very too expensive to even raise cattle because the prices they are having to pay to put their to get their cows slaughtered by these Brazilian companies that you have allowed to take over the meat processing in the United States. What do the farmers think of you? What? Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. One second. Okay, let's get back to this.
I love the farmers, and the farmers love me, and the farmers trust me. In the first term, I had something very similar. China and others were, and Canada, which was brutal, they were taking advantage of our farmers. They don't take advantage of it anymore. I gave them $28 billion split up. They never had a payday like that. And the farmers loved me, and they came back and they voted for me in record numbers. You know that. Nobody's ever even come close. Now, because of the fact that we had a choice, I had a choice to make. I could keep it going. The farmers were doing great. Fertilizer was very cheap. Everything was cheap. Gasoline was very low. Everything was very low. I could have kept.
Did you notice that, or what he did not say? He said everything was very low. He said nothing about the impact of his tariffs that he had. He act like farmers were sitting around here dancing a jig. What condition were the farmers in that he had to give the farmers a $12 billion bailout? He's ignoring that actually happened. That actually happened. That is nowhere in the bullshit lie that he's telling you right now. But let's get into it. U.S. farmer says Trump $12 billion aid package won't cover losses. That was 5 months ago.
U.S. farmers facing steep losses this year say President Donald Trump's $12 billion aid package will fall far short of what's needed to offset the income they've lost to collapsing crop prices and Trump's trade war. While farmers welcome the aid package, they, as well as agricultural groups and economists, agreed it will not rescue the struggling farm economy. One agricultural economist said farm losses this year ranged from $35 billion to $44 billion for the 9 major commodity crops, including corn, soybeans, wheat, and peanuts. Trump's Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins said the administration's ultimate aim is for farmers to have strong markets instead of farming for government checks, but added the aid package was necessary. Agricultural lenders expect less than half of farm borrowers to be profitable in 2026. Those borrowers said liquidity
Less than half of farm borrowers will have any money. Less than half. At least these are of the farmers that are still surviving after they had to wait. I think 6 to 7 months for any farm aid.
Income and inflation are alarming for government checks, but added the aid package was necessary. Agricultural lenders
Now, Brooke Rollins, this airhead ass bitch. Everybody is trying to leech off the government, according to this bitch. I want farmers to be farming for profit and not government checks. Oh, and let's not forget about the cutting of U.S. aid. U.S. aid that used to buy tons and tons of the farmers' products, the soybeans and peanuts and all of these things that supported that were purchased by U.S. aid. Where have all the farmers gone? Long time passing. Where have all the farmers gone? They've gone away.
expect less than half of farm borrowers to be profitable in 2026. Those borrowers said liquidity, income, and inflation are their top concerns, according to a November survey of agricultural lenders by the American Bankers Association and Farmer Mac. Trump's tax and spending law, called the One Big Beautiful Bill, could push some farm payments higher next year. While this is welcome and significant, another agricultural economist tells Reuters it is not enough to help farmers get ahead of mounting debt and higher expenses.
This time of year is all about the cattle. Most of all the farmers done. Yeah.
Why U.S. farm bankruptcies are surging? But what is he saying to Christian Welker on yesterday about the farmers loving him? Is he talking about why farm bankruptcies were surging? How long ago did this come out? So you cannot pretend like you are unaware. This came out 3 months ago. As your president sit in front of a prop with a big ass tractor in Wisconsin, talking about how good the farmers have it and how much he gave them in his first administration, and before the war everything was low, fertilizer costs were low, equipment was low, everything was low, but he negated to tell you how many people lost money on their crops in 2026 and their farms went bankrupt. Y'all want to act like y'all don't know? You can't sit in my chat and act like you don't know facts, because I'm going to give you the actual facts. Both of those links about the farmers are in my description box under farm losses.
This is a story about the American farmer. People like Kansas farmer Craig Frochner.
Never thought of doing anything else. Or did you?
I did when I was in high school. I swore up and down I'd never come back to this godforsaken country. But I ended up doing it.
And cattle ranchers like Jeremy Brooks in Oklahoma.
We wouldn't do it if we didn't like it. We're not doing it for the money, I can tell you that.
It's a story about family farmers and ranchers who are the heartbeat of U.S. agriculture. Many live here in Kansas and Oklahoma on vast flat lands called America's Heartland. And right now they are facing a tough row to hoe. Some of the biggest challenges in years.
And what's in here and how much?
Well, right now it's all full of milo.
Sorghum, yeah.
Sorghum. And there's probably 500, 600,000 bushel in the two facilities.
Kim Barnes is the chief financial officer for the Pawnee County, Kansas Cooperative. 2,200 farmers are members who sell their grains to the co-op, which sells to buyers around the world. At 71 years old, Barnes has seen this movie before.
You know, what's jeopardizing the American farmer's future?
Weather, geopolitical decisions. You know, we've had 4 years of drought here in this area.
Years of drought burned up pasture lands. Feed costs soared. Ranchers were forced to trim their herds. Tariffs wiped out some markets for crops like sorghum and soybeans.
Then you've got increase in fuel costs, labor costs, finding labor. All of us are struggling to find labor. equipment costs, fertilizer costs.
At the Brooks family ranch in Ames, Oklahoma, the business is raising cattle. You look for smart ways to raise your profile to generate more income to help cover added expenses. So, a marketing team might help. Meet the Brooks marketing team. Rita, Beth, and K4. Yes, they are cows.
You got Rita, Beth, and then you got a K4. What the heck is that? What's a K4?
Well, when I was a kid growing up, I had a bottle calf. Her name was Karen.
Okay, so this is Karen.
It is the fourth daughter of Karen.
So K4, so you talk about bottle fed. So you were literally bottle feeding.
Yes, sir. Yep. Me and my brother every morning, every night, we would go out and make bottles and go feed her in a barn.
So what are they doing in here now, in this pen? What are you doing?
This pen right here, this is the marketing team pen.
This is your marketing team here.
This is the marketing team here.
Where'd you get that name?
Well,
who came up with that?
My lovely wife came up with it.
That would be Elizabeth Brooks. And yes, if you are wondering, Beth the cow is named after Elizabeth. She, Elizabeth, not Beth, handles the ranch social media presence.
What gave you the idea to call them your marketing team?
Well, mostly they were just so friendly that we couldn't help but love on them. And then whenever we started doing our direct consumer marketing and selling beef to people, a lot of that comes with ag education.
Okay.
Most people don't know where their beef comes from or what all goes into it. When you
like
ask,
us.
Exactly. Well,
exactly.
Yeah, we're learning.
Yeah.
When you ask kids where hamburgers come from,
Yeah.
their standard answer is McDonald's.
In 2025, they began selling beef directly to customers from the ranch website and farmers markets, a way to expand business. Pictures and videos on the ranch website showcase life. Keeping the ranch profitable in the face of ever-rising costs is not easy. Jeremy says, think of it as if you're buying a new pickup truck.
In 1975, it took 14 calves, not big ones like this, but baby calves off a cow to buy a new truck. That same new truck 50 years later, it takes 42 calves.
14
to 42.
Brooks says they are getting hammered from all directions, increasing costs for feed and equipment. To put the brakes on high prices for beef at the supermarket, the Trump administration proposed quadrupling the amount coming into the U.S. from Argentina.
See how Trump helped the American farmer? And he is sitting here talking about how much the American farmer loved him as he infused the United States with Argentina beef. And Argentine beef, after he gave Argentina a $40 billion package and only gave the American farmers $12 billion. But I don't know what I'm talking about. No, you don't know what I'm talking about. I'm positive, and I am quite sure I know what I'm talking about. But you're mad that I know it. So you cannot continue to come in my chat and be off topic. I know exactly what I'm talking about. I told you exactly what I'm talking about. But so many of you are such ignorant white racists that you cannot accept the fact that a black woman is giving you valid information. So you will follow behind a liar and come in my chat and talk dumb shit. I don't care about the dumb shit you talk. The more dumb shit you talk, it just only shows how dumb you are. Let's continue.
The announcement came at a bad time for cattlemen, right when they were sending their steers to market. Cattle futures fell, costing U.S. ranchers millions. Brooks was no exception.
I got a great example for you on that.
You mean no one cares that I'm black? Bitch, I care that I'm black. You stupid motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here.
While we were in the middle of hauling our steers to market, it took us about 3 hours. The market moved 12% because they
in 3 hours.
Yes, in 3 hours.
Why?
because somebody opened their mouth. They shouldn't have. If you don't have cows to sell and you're not buying cows, you shouldn't be talking about cows. But our president and our Secretary of Agriculture opens their mouth at a press conference, and now the Chicago Mercantile Exchange up there in Chicago, their algorithm saw a downward trend, and in a tenth of a second, somebody hits a button and $5 billion is gone.
3 hours cost the Brooks family thousands. And with all the beef coming from Brazil, Argentina, and even Mexico, do you know where that beef you just bought came from? Jeremy says, not likely.
So the
fuck you talking about? Don't be a victim. Why would you think that I think me being black is some victimhood position? Bitch, I wasn't born to think that my blackness was anything of a victimized position. Motherfucker, you have the wrong person. Just because you look at black people as people that you think you can victimize, that would not be me. I was not bred on that type of thinking. You stupid motherfucker. Maybe it would be you whites who have who is it? The EEOC telling you white people, you white men, if you feel like you have been discriminated against in the workforce, specifically telling you white men, come file a harassment suit at the EEOC. Maybe it's you white men who are the victim of the victim mentality. Bitch, I said I was black. I ain't never said I was a victim. It seems like you snowflakes are the victims.
When I go to the store, as I just said that, I really don't know where that beef product, where that steak that I just bought came from.
You have no clue because they won't mandate the labels.
U.S. ranchers want country of origin labeling. That would mandate specifying where the cattle were born, raised, and slaughtered. That, Jeremy says, would also keep big packers from cheapening up ground beef by mixing high-quality U.S. beef with lower-quality imports in order to stretch the product.
The big packers can cheapen up. They can take our high-quality product and they can cheapen it up. And if they have to put a label and say, we cheapened your product up, you're not going to write that check that you would have wrote for maybe our direct-to-consumer market.
Brooks believes if you knew you weren't getting the highest quality meat at the grocery, you might buy directly from his ranch. Farmers face the same issues.
If you knew that these corporations who have been found guilty of fraud and all other types of things that your president let come into the United States and take over meat processing, who is gluing together meat. Maybe you would buy from real farmers. Everybody proud to be an American, but you're buying all of this Brazilian beef that has been glued together, and you have no question of the fucking market that allows this to take hold in the United States of America. That these are the people who run the beef business. As beef has gone up 16%, but your president infused the market with Argentine beef to short the American farmers. But you so America. I is America. I love America. I love America. I am America bred. This is my heritage. But you know absolutely nothing. And you want to talk about that black victimhood. When you bend over and spread your cheeks to be a victim to a motherfucking supremacist in office. Let's continue.
As ranchers, drought coupled with higher prices for seed, feed, fertilizer, and equipment. Craig Frochner up in Pawnee County, Kansas, has been farming and ranching for 40 years.
When I first started out here, $100,000 with a big operating note, and now we're talking millions.
Millions. Where does it all go?
Inputs, seed, fertilizer,
even machinery, right?
Machinery's out of this world.
Really?
Yeah. It's I haven't bought a new piece of machinery for a lot of years. It's always used now.
Because it's too expensive.
Exactly. I'm not one of them guys that can afford that new stuff. I don't know how some of them guys do it. They got it figured out better than I do.
Frochner and the rest of the nation's farmers are getting a little help. The Trump administration rolled out a $12 billion farm aid program. Most of the one-time payments go to farmers growing crops like soybeans, corn, rice, and sorghum.
This payment that the government's going to give you, the $11 billion, that everybody's going to get a little bit of your smile.
A little bit.
Is it anything more than like a Band-Aid?
That's about what it is, just allowing us to operate another year. So,
do you feel as if you operate year to year sometimes? I mean, is that how it is?
That's always how it always is. You have the good years, and hopefully you put enough back to take care of the bad years a little bit.
The one-time payments come in the wake of tariffs on imports from some countries. China was the #1 importer of sorghum, or as it's called, milo. They are buying from Brazil now. Another market went away with the dismantling of the USAID program and Food for Peace, which allowed the government to buy grains from farmers to donate to countries in need. A year ago, Kim Barnes wasn't sure what the future would hold. Kansas grows 80% of the country's sorghum.
But economically, from an economic standpoint, things are a whole heck of a lot better for you than they were a year and a half ago, right?
Yeah, because we had 1.7 million bushel of Milo at $4 a bushel. Sitting here drawing interest.
And you couldn't get rid of it.
No place to go. Till we checked that Rolodex and kept making the phone calls and called in all my friends and for over the years, and we found a home for it.
Barnes says Milo is now going to feed livestock, including turkeys, chickens, and for ethanol production. They're even finding a home for it in the pet food industry.
While they don't like it, farmers say they know that for generations, grain crops have been used as a political tool. What they want are open markets.
But as long as we sit here over the years and we watch food being the thing, or grain being the thing that's the big stick in diplomacy, it's never going to work. But if we could ever just get free markets, have a place to go, not be restricted where you can sell grain.
American cattle ranchers know something you don't.
Beef and cattle are not.
5 months ago. All of these links are in my description box under farm losses.
Not the same thing.
The cost of beef and the cost of cattle are completely disconnected.
While you might be seeing record high beef prices this holiday season,
ground beef up nearly 13%, steak up 16%.
Cattle producers are actually seeing less money, and they're bearing the burden of bringing down costs. So what is happening here?
So the consumers get taken advantage of. The boots on the ground producers get taken advantage of. There's somebody making a lot of money, and it isn't you and me.
There's a deep imbalance in our meat markets.
People are actually paying more for meat, even as the farmers are making less.
President Trump posting on Truth Social, you know something is fishy.
And it's benefiting one group in particular. This is a story about the thousands of struggling ranchers putting food on your table.
Right now, losing.
JBS. Who is JBS? It's a Brazilian meat packing company that is the largest meat packing company in the United States. While you talk about what I don't know, what don't you know?
17,520 farms a year on
food. Posting on Truth Social, you know something is fishy.
And it's benefiting one group in particular. This is a story about the thousands of struggling ranchers putting food on your table.
Right now, losing 17,520 farms a year on average.
What happens in 20 years when we're all gone?
The giant meat packers and the systems they use to control the market.
Because the marketplace is fundamentally broken.
The money men playing with our food chain, and the politicians trying to drive beef prices down by any means necessary.
The only price we have that's high is beef, and we'll get that down.
Is there a future for beef in America?
Our herd size has been declining at an alarming rate.
And what can we do to save it?
We're tired of other people controlling our destiny. Mom, the dollars that we deal with today, if Dad had the opportunity to cash out the chips, would he keep rolling the dice, or would he have pulled his money and said it's been a good run?
Boy, that's a hard one.
If you read the news about the beef crisis, you might think that ranchers are doing well right now. But John O'Day, a sixth-generation Nebraska farmer, showed us a different reality.
It's really tough because historically, 7 out of 10 years a cow-calf operation breaks even or loses money. Come on, Derek. You hope to make enough money when you're profitable to pay down debt that you've accumulated during the tough times.
John is an independent rancher. But in our food system, independent ranchers aren't that independent.
So I told you at our last stop we'd check the markets when we got over here. And so here's the chart that I use.
Ranchers live and die by this chart, the feeder cattle futures, that dictates how much they can expect for their product. Many ranchers believed that 2025 would be a rare profitable year, with feeder cattle prices reaching record highs in the fall. But then something happened at the worst possible time.
We're going to do something very quickly and easily on beef to get it down.
President Trump's plan to buy more beef from Argentina.
His words sent wholesale.
What happened? What happened? But you think that I don't know what's going on because you don't know what's going on. You think I give a fuck about your ignorance? I already know what I'm talking about. That's why I'm doing a show to talk about it. Because this has not been presented to you on your for-profit profit media. You want to try to play in my face when you need to pick your face up off the ground because you're so stupid that you don't even understand what's going on as this man sits up here and talk about how much farmers love him. We're going to get back to that after this right here.
With feeder cattle prices reaching record highs in the fall. But then something happened at the worst possible time.
We're going to do something very quickly and easily on beef to get it down.
President Trump's plan to buy more beef from Argentina.
His words sent wholesale cattle prices
Looks
plummeting.
like we've lost around $200 a head. That would be around a $17 billion.
Many American cattle ranchers outraged. It feels like being a pawn in a game we're not going to win.
Many cattle farmers are what? Outraged. And this is the same man who is sitting up here telling you how much the farmers love him. Now, let's get back to this lying liar. All of these links that I have just shared with you are in my description box under farm losses. Why did I have them ready? This is why I had them ready. Let's
that way, but I said I have to take a little bit of a turn. The farmers that nobody's ever even come close. Now, because of the fact that we had a choice, I had a choice to make. I could keep it going. The farmers were doing great. Fertilizer was very cheap. Everything was cheap. Gasoline was very low. Everything was very low.
He's talking about before the war. All of these videos that I showed you were no longer than, I think the longest video was 5 months out. This is what was going on actually in the farmers' lives. But so many of you are so uncurious about the world and how it affects you and how you live your lives that you go on talking points and bullshit that you hear from right-wing media and act as if you know something and that you're going to come over to my channel and just take over in what is it? We're going to something the libs. You're going to tell me something about life when you know nothing about life. Well, you know absolutely nothing but a bunch of dumb talking points. You're ignorant, and that's why Trump loves you. The ignorant voters. What has your ignorance gotten you? Let's continue. You're gonna, what is it? Whatever.
I could have kept it that way, but I said I have to take a little bit of a turn. The farmer's going to understand it better than anybody. We're going to have a higher gasoline. We're going to have a little higher fertilizer, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm going to get rid of a nuclear weapon in the hands of very dangerous people. Excuse me, wait. It should have been done for 47 years. No president had the guts to do it. I did it, and I've done it. It's almost complete. As soon as that's complete, gasoline prices are going to drop like a rock. You know, I was in Iowa speaking about farms, and it was before we attacked Iran. And I was in Iowa, and the prices were $1.85 a gallon, $1.91 a gallon.
The rise of
Okay, that's it for that clip. I think there is a little more. Let me share the next video clip. Is he still going to be talking about farmers on this next clip? It is possible, but it's also possible that they have gone on to another topic. Let me share this with you. Oh God, I think this is too long. Don't be too long. Oh, nope, I can't share that. Let me share the next one. It's too short. Let me share the final clip with you that I have from this interview. And that's what your president said about farmers. Is there any anybody want to challenge me about what your president had the audacity to sit up there and lie about how the farmers loved him on yesterday? Well, actually, technically Friday when he did the interview. Anybody has anything to say now about me or my intelligence or lack thereof? I thought no.
$1.8 billion so-called anti-weaponization fund. It was going to compensate people who say the federal government weaponized the legal system against them. It's been blocked by the courts, met with opposition from Republicans
and Democrats
in Congress and Democrats.
Excuse me, mostly Democrats.
Mostly
some
Democrats and some Republicans.
Some, very few Republicans.
Just to be very clear, are you backing off the fund completely, as your acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has said, or are you looking for another avenue to revive
So
the
let
fund?
me explain what the fund is. People have been hurt so badly by radical left lunatics that worked for the Biden administration and Sleepy Joe. They're vicious, they're violent, what they did to people. And of course, they went after me more than anybody else. They raided Mar-a-Lago and all the other things. But people have been badly hurt. They've committed suicide. They've lost their jobs. They've lost their...
They've committed suicide. Is he talking about the farmers again? Oh no, he's talking about the January 6ers. Why isn't he talking about the crimes that they have gone on and committed since they have been freed? And now he's telling you that they deserve money. Would they deserve money? The one who has been rearrested on child essaying children, who told the children if they stayed quiet that he would leave them money in his will because he was expecting to receive money from Donald Trump for his storming the Capitol. How come he's not talking about that? He told these, I think they were 11 and 12-year-old children that he SA'd, that don't tell anybody and I will leave money. Not I will give you money when I get it. I'll leave you a little something in my will. I'll leave you some money in my will if you don't tell the police that I have been SAing you. One of the people that your president either commuted or pardoned. How come he's not talking about the lives that he has taken, the children that will never be the same? He's not talking about that. He's talking about who took their lives. Who took their lives? How come he's not talking about the person that he pardoned that went on a wild police chase and came out with a pow pow, and the police had to lay him down? How come he's not talking about these people? These people have been horribly wronged by these left wing lunatics. But these are people who were right wing lunatics that had a noose outside of the Capitol building talking about hang Mike Pence, and tried to permit the certification of the 2020 election based upon nothing but a bunch of babble and lies from Trump and his attorneys, spokesperson, many of the attorneys who have gone on to lose their fucking law licenses. Let this sink in, who you're hearing this from and exactly what this fool is actually saying. Let's continue.
Families, they've lost their wives, they've lost everything. They've lost everything over a fake weaponization of government. Now,
so
let me
are you
just tell
looking
you.
for a way to revive it?
Well, look, it was up to me, I'd pay them the kind of money that they deserve. People have been destroyed. Lives have been destroyed. Many suicides. Think of it. People have committed suicide because a bunch of thugs went after them. So, me, personally, I think the weaponization fund is a great idea. And so do many other Republicans. You have to get it approved. If they get it approved, that's great. If they don't get it approved, I'd be disappointed.
All right, we're going to motor through this.
But you have to understand, people have been destroyed by crooked politicians, and they should be reimbursed for that.
Do you think anyone who attacked police officers on January 6th should get taxpayer money?
I wouldn't be inclined to say so, but I have to see it. I can tell you this.
I wouldn't be inclined to say so, but I'd have to see it. Let that sink in. Now, Texas asshole. I'm gonna have to delete you from my chat. You may in fact be an asshole, but I don't care for screen names like this being in my chat. And I try to ignore you, but you have a lot to say. I don't mind you disagreeing with what I have to say, but the disrespectful screen name I have an issue with. Okay, how does one leave money when they don't even have it? You would have to go to the jail cell that this Trump January 6er is being held in after being busted for SAing these children. I can't tell you. I can't tell you how somebody is trying to pay off people in their will who are children. I cannot tell you that, Texas a-hole. But if you have another, you're more than welcome to disagree. But you can't be disrespectful, and it's my opinion. Your name is why it may not be personal to me. You have a very disrespectful name. How does one get money that hasn't been appointed? Sounds like a crazy person. Yes, it does sound like a crazy person. And this crazy person was either pardoned or got a commutation of his sentence by your crazy president after he was a crazy person and actually rioted at the Capitol on January 6th. So which person is more crazy? The one who was crazy and did these acts, or the one who gave him a pardon so he could go on and molest children and promise them money from a $10 million settlement that he was expecting from the president for doing the crazy act for rioting on the Capitol. I can't figure out crazy. I can just give you the information. I can give you the facts of what happened. I can't give you any answer because I don't dissect crazy. That's all I can do for you. Capiche? Let's continue.
7% of those people, you look at them, the FBI or whoever it was, because you had a lot of crooked cops, you had dirty cops. Comey was a dirty cop. A guy like
The FBI, you look at it, or whoever they were. Are we clear that this storming of the Capitol that took place, who was in charge of the FBI? Donald Trump. It was Trump's FBI. And then they tried to say, well, look who was over the FBI. Well, look who appointed who was over the FBI. Look who appointed who was over the FBI. They are trying to say that there were crooked FBI agents in the January 6th rioters, as if Joe Biden had FBI agents in the January 6th rioters. But Joe Biden had not even been confirmed. That's why they were there on January 6th, to confirm the 2020 election that Joe Biden had won. Which means what? Who is over the FBI on January 6th? Donald Trump. And since you dummies continue to believe Joe Biden had his FBI agents, they were there. It was crooked FBI agents. Your president was over the FBI. Leave that dumb shit alone, because when you repeat dumb shit, it just proves how dumb you really are. Period.
Bolton was a dirty cop.
There's no evidence.
Wait a minute. Oh, you think Comey was a straight
people
cop?
who pleaded guilty to assaulting police
Comey
officers.
was a dirty cop.
No,
they
but
had
the people who
FBI.
assaulted police
Listen to me.
officers.
They had FBI agents ushering them into the building. They had FBI go into the building. Those people walking around, they're looking always in this night. They weren't in. They were being ushered into the building.
There's no evidence.
You had a bunch of dirty cops, and frankly, what they did was weaponization of our government.
But sir, there's no evidence of that. More than 1,000 people.
No, there's none. You know what you do? Try looking at the tapes one time.
Would you take it off
Look at
table?
the tapes
okay,
one time.
But 172 people did plead guilty to assaulting police officers.
You know why they pled guilty?
Should they be exempt?
Because they told they were going to jail for 15 years if they didn't.
Should they?
They pled guilty because they were frightened. They went down. They were ushered into a building. Many of them were arrested without even going into the building.
You'd be okay with them receiving taxpayer dollars?
The people were destroyed by dirty cops and by weaponization. Many of those people should be compensated. Now, with that being said, as I understand it, the weaponization fund was going to set up a group of people, people that could be picked by anybody, fair people, smart people, and they will go on an individual case basis.
Okay.
Now, I don't know what's going to happen with the weaponization fund. I love the idea because people like you, the fake, dirty press, the crooked press, people like stupid Biden, he's not smart enough to know what's going on, but people that surrounded him, surrounded his beautiful, resolute desk in the Oval Office, what they did to the lives of people, they destroyed people. They sent people to jail who did nothing wrong.
Right, just to be very clear, there's no evidence of what you're saying, but let me ask you about Todd Blanche. Let me ask you about Todd Blanche.
Listen to me.
Let's talk
There's
about Todd
tremendous evidence. There's nothing
Well,
but
it's not been
evidence. The
presented
election
in a
was
court of
rigged.
law.
It was a dirty election.
Mr.
And it's
President,
happening again right now in
never
California.
Presented evidence
It's happening
that the
right now in
2020 election
California.
was rigged.
Right now, it's look at what's happening in California.
To that?
It's
the
4
Republicans
days.
are doing well in
California. It's no, they're not. They're dropping fast because it's a rigged.
Off the chain insanity is happening in front of your face. Just because I say it is true, you have to be like the uneducated MAGA voter and believe it. I offer no evidence, kind of like we are at war, and I offered no evidence in my only national security advisor, not national security, Tulsi Gabbard, who was over the Department of National Intelligence, told you that Iran was not anywhere near making a nuclear weapon? Well, I said they were. Even though it is her job to know, even though it was Joe Kent's job to know this information, and they plainly told you. That's why I put Bill Pulte over this agency. To someone who doesn't even know his asshole from his elbows as far as intelligence goes. That's why Bill Pulte is over the DNI. Because you believe what I say. You are to believe what I say, no matter how much nonsense that I say. You are to believe what I say because you are the ignorant Trump voter. And you value your racism and your white supremacy over anything else in this country. Let's continue.
Election. Let me tell you, it's 4 days. And they aren't even close to coming up with it. You know why they're doing that? Because they're cheating on the election.
Do you have evidence to support
All I have to do is look. All I have to do is look.
That's not evidence.
And I listen. And I listen to people. And let's see what happens.
But, sir, that's not evidence.
Do you think it's appropriate?
That's how they
count
the votes in
Do you
California.
think it's appropriate that they have an election and 5 days later they're nowhere close to picking a winner?
State and local officials acknowledge they are slow. They're urging.
No, they're crooked.
They're urging the votes to be counted quickly. That's how they vote in California.
They're crooked, just like you're crooked. Your press is crooked. And meet the press.
Just like you're crooked. No, they're crooked. They're crooked. They're crooked. Went off the whole rails. I bet he's squirting shit in his pamper right about now.
Press is crooked.
To be fair, I'm not crooked, but let's
really.
Let's
well,
continue.
You play right into their hands.
Let's continue.
You're either crooked or you're stupid.
Let's
you play right.
You're either crooked or you're stupid. At what point? At what point is a woman going to have the actual wherewithal and self-respect for herself to not be spoken to in that manner by a man in power just because he has power? At what point are we going to continue to see female reporters verbally abused by this president? I'm very curious to know at what point are these women who are getting paid millions of dollars going to continue to find it necessary to be verbally abused and not protected by their Epstein-esque, their billionaire owners of these news corporations, and do like Don Lemon and others, Joy Reid, and start their own news program that is far outpacing many of these for-profit lying ass news shows that are watered down, and the news reporters are told what they can and cannot say, what is and is not standards for their bosses. Their bosses who rub elbows with the Epstein people. At what point will women newscasters stop taking this verbal abuse from this idiot?
Right into their hands with this rap. You know that these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged. You know that I won an election in a landslide, and I got 94% bad press.
But, Mr. President,
you know why I got that? Because you have no credibility.
But you've never presented evidence that it was rigged. Let's keep talking about. I want to talk about Todd.
You have more evidence. There's more evidence than ever presented.
Let's talk
your
about
elections in this country. We're like a third world country.
But, sir,
your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
Oh, this motherfucker is batshit crazy. Your election, how is it her election. She's an individual reporter, and he's berating her. Your elections, they are crooked, and you are crooked, and you're dumb. And are you dumb? Are you stupid? Your elections are crooked, and I'm out of here. Yeah.
And so is ABC and CBS and CNN.
But Mr. President,
You're one
CBS, not the CBS that your big buddy what is his name? What is his name? And his son. What is his name? I was just talking about him. Not CBS. That put Barry Rice, a non-news person, in the at the head of the CBS News. What is that ugly? What is that ugly guy's name? Not the Ellison's CBS. You know, not a CBS that bought the whole CBS and did this whole merger so they could tell people at 60 Minutes how to sprinkle a little lies into their news reporting. Surely you don't mean that CBS is despicable. That's your buddy. But you guys can just laugh it off. It's all fun and games. As long as we get this propaganda out here, no one's gonna hold me to it. You're doing a good job of getting propaganda out here, so don't be insulted when I say you're trash. I don't mean you're trash. I only mean you're trash if I say that you're telling some truth about me. If you're just spewing a lot of bullshit and lies and trash, I don't give a fuck. Just don't tell the truth about me.
know that these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged. You know that I won an election in a landslide, and I got 94% bad press.
But Mr. President,
you know why I got that? Because you have no credibility.
But you've never presented evidence that it was rigged. Let's keep talking about. I want to talk about Todd.
You have more evidence. There's more evidence than ever.
You never presented no evidence. She continues to tell him, you have never presented any evidence. All of the court cases, over 60 court cases, where he had all of these attorneys go in and lie and said that the 2020 election was rigged. Most of, if not all of those attorneys who have lost their law licenses. Speaking of law licenses, let's talk about Todd Blanche. I want to talk about Todd Blanche. Speaking of law licenses, it has been reported that Pam Bimbo, someone has petitioned the credibility of her law license, and her law license may soon be under review, whether if she is allowed to keep her law license. It has been reported. So speaking of law licenses, let's talk about your personal attorney. I mean the interim DOJ. I mean the person that you have nominated to be the permanent DOJ attorney. Let's talk about Todd Blanche. Oh no. He's not going to talk about Todd Blanche because he is just denying facts and proof. So he feels, look at him. He's on a stir. Look at this face. Look at this face. He cannot stop himself. Now, they're saying that Susie Wiles, Susie Wiles, who is supposed to keep him sane and keep him calm. They said after Trump appointed Bill Putte to the director of national intelligence, that Susie Wiles said, you know what, I'm out this bitch. I am out this bitch. Susie Wiles is the old cantankerous bitch, the old Zempic face bitch who sits up there and is on every meeting, who has been on classified meetings when they were allegedly negotiating when Trump had to go to Mar-a-Lago. So Susie Wiles is sitting there in a meeting that would have had to have been in a skiff, but since they were at Mar-a-Lago, for some reason they did not have a skiff, so she's sitting up there in a classified meeting with her Apple Watch on. This bitch who was supposed to keep him in check, she said, the same Susie Wiles I do believe that Susie Wild was in that in signal the signal debacle when they were doing the strikes in Yemen. You know, that's Susie Wiles. Even putting a Pote in as the DNI chair is a bridge too far for this bitch who has compromised national security on numerous occasions and have participated in the compromise of national intelligence. Bill Pote is a bridge too far for this bitch.
Presented.
Let's talk
your
about
elections
you
in this country. We're like a third world country. Your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked, and so is ABC and CBS and CNN.
But Mr. President,
you're one-sided crooked networks. All right, let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the rain with you.
I know.
I've sat in the rain with you for an hour, on and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what? A country can never be great with a dishonest
Listen,
press.
we
Come on,
traveled
let's go.
all the way.
A country could never be great with a dishonest press. Oh my God. Why is she begging? They need to get rid of her. I've had enough. I've had enough. I had enough of her sitting up here with her eyes bucked and acting as if whatever anybody tells her, oh, is that what it is? Oh, is that what it is? I'm sick of her. I am sick of her. This is a bridge too far for me.
To Wisconsin for this interview.
Let's hear him stroke out
the
again.
weaponization fund was going to.
Let's hear him stroke out again.
Because they told they were going to jail for 15 years if they didn't. They pled guilty because they were frightened. They went down. They were ushered into a building. Many of them were arrested without even going into the building.
You'd be okay with them receiving taxpayer dollars?
The people were destroyed by dirty cops and by weaponization. Many of those people should be compensated. Now, with that being said, as I understand it, the weaponization fund was going to set up a group of people, people that could be picked by anybody, fair people, smart people, and they will go on an individual case basis.
Okay.
Now, I don't know what's going to happen with the weaponization fund. I love the idea because people like you, the fake, dirty press, the crooked press, people like stupid Biden, he's not smart enough to know what's going on, but people that surrounded him, surrounded his beautiful, resolute desk in the Oval Office, what they did to the lives of people, they destroyed people. They sent people to jail who did nothing wrong.
All right, just to be very clear, there's no evidence of what you're saying, but
There's
let me
a
ask
lot
you
of
about
evidence.
Todd Blanche. Let me ask you about Todd Blanche.
Listen to me.
Let's talk
There's
about Todd
tremendous evidence. There's nothing
Well,
but
it's not been
evidence. The
presented
election
in a
was
court of
rigged.
law.
It was a dirty election.
Mr.
And it's
President,
happening again right now in
You've never
California.
presented evidence
It's happening
that the
right
2020
now in
election
California.
was rigged.
Right now, look at what's
Where's
happening
the
in
evidence
California.
to that?
It's
The
4
Republicans
days.
are doing well in
California. No, they're not. They're dropping fast because it's a rigged election. Let me tell you, it's 4 days, and they aren't even close to coming up with it.
That's how they count
You know why they're
votes in
doing that? Because
California.
they're cheating on the election.
Do you have evidence to support
All
that?
I have to do is look. All I have to do is look.
That's not evidence.
And I listen to people, and let's see what happens.
But, sir, that's not evidence.
Do you think it's
and
appropriate
That's how they
that they
count the votes in
Do you
California.
think it's appropriate that they have an election and 5 days later they're nowhere close to picking a
State
winner?
and local officials acknowledge they are slow. They're urging.
No, they're crooked.
They're urging the votes to be counted quickly. That's how they vote
They're
in
crooked,
California.
just like you're crooked. Your press is crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
To be fair, I'm not crooked, but let's
Really?
Let's
Well,
continue.
you play right into their hands. Then.
Let's continue.
You're either crooked or you're stupid. You play right into their hands with this rap. You know that these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged. You know that I won an election in a landslide, and I got 94% bad press.
But Mr. President,
you know why I
you've
got
never
that?
presented
Because you have no
evidence.
credibility.
But you've never presented evidence that it was rigged. Let's keep talking about, I want to talk about Todd
You
Blanche.
have more evidence. There's more evidence than ever presented.
Let's talk
Your
about...
elections
You
in
went
this
to
country,
court.
we're like a third world country.
But, sir,
your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked, and so is ABC, and CBS, and CNN.
But, Mr. President...
You're one-sided crooked networks. All right, let's call it quits, because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the rain with you.
I know.
I've sat in the rain with you for an hour,
Wisconsin.
on and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press, because you know what? A country can never be great with a dishonest
Listen,
press.
we
Come on, let's
traveled
go.
all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
How embarrassing. How despicable. All of this, people went to jail without due process. Those are lies. Those are lies. Chris Berry, I wish it was. Chris Berry, I wish I could say that that was AI. No, that was your sitting president doing a Meet the Press interview. If you have not seen that interview, avail yourself to your president appearing on Meet the Press on yesterday. This is the behavior that he showed on Meet the Press. Can you imagine? Can you imagine just spewing a whole bunch of vitriol and lies, and had ample opportunity to prove any of the things that he said, but he did none of that. Okay, he talked about the farmers. If you just got here, and he talked about how the farmers loved him. Hold on one second. Okay, here we go. Here we go. If you missed him talk about how the farmers loved him as they sat in a barn with the prop of a tractor. I also will share with you, this is going to be under farm losses. I also want to share with you these facts. Newsweek. When was this article? June of 2025. Trump omitted the fact. He said everything was going well with the farmers before he went to war with Iraq. The gas was cheap. The ass was cheap. He probably bought some cheap ass in his lifetime. The gas was cheap, and all the fertilizers and seeds, everything was going well with the farmer before the Iran war. And he said it will go back down. The farmers are doing okay. Why is it in June 7th of 2025, the surprising impact of Trump's tariff on American farmers? He mentioned nothing about how his tariff had injured the American farmers. He mentioned nothing that he told the American farmers that they would have to wait until the government opened to relieve any farm relief because China was no longer buying products, and they had shut down. They allowed Elon Musk to shut down USAID that used to buy a lot of the farm products that they grew the most. You know, our American farmers really don't grow food for the American people. Do you find that strange? Do you find that the American people get most of their fruits and nuts and all of these things imported, vegetables imported from other countries? Don't you find that strange? Because the stuff that they are growing in our farms is only fit for animal consumption. Because they continue to allow the EPA to degrade our standards of what is allowed as fertilizer, as pesticides in our water that runs off these farms. Like the waste. We're gonna talk about that as well. So let's while we're talk while we are talking about farms. Okay, the surprising impact of Trump's tariff on American farmers. American farmers are once again caught in the crossfire of Trump's trade wars. Despite a 90-day tariff truce with China, they continue to face rising export costs for soybeans, corn, and pork, along with effects from earlier retaliatory tariffs and export restrictions. The number tells a stark story. U.S. soybean exports to China experienced a significant decline during the height of the trade tensions, according to data from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. From mid 2018 to the end of 2019, retaliatory tariffs imposed by 6 major trading partners, Canada, China, Turkey, Mexico, and the EU and India, resulted in an estimated loss of over 27 billion in U.S. agriculture exports. Soybeans alone accounted for more than 70% of those losses. What are they not telling you? What they're not telling you is that a lot of these countries are refusing to purchase corn and soybeans from the United States because of the GMOs that are in the United States corn and soybeans. But the mega rich have all of these seeds implanted with GMOs, and they own these GMOs. Now, do you think that they are not soybean, corns, and all other seeds are available that have not been touched with GMOs? Of course they do. What do you think that these seeds are? You think that these seeds are in the bunkers of these tech billionaires and millionaires? Do you think that this is the food that they will be producing for themselves and their families while they're giving you this GMO tainted motherfucking food? Now, if you guys are not familiar, with how gardening, planting, farming works, my grandmother used to have something that she called a garden. It was huge, huge. She grew an abundance of everything in her own garden. Every year she would get her garden tilled, and someone would have to go up there and till it with the I think it was on the back of a truck, because her garden was huge, and she would go up there every morning, and by sometimes by 7:15, she is already shelled a whole waste of what do they call those, waste pan, wash pan, not waste pan, wash pan of peas or beans or something. We used to get together, and she had these big, huge silver wash pans, and we would help when we were children. We would help our grandmother break butter beans and shell peas and beans and all of that type of stuff. That was an everyday occurrence. Then my grandmother would seed all of her vegetables and all of her fruits, her watermelon, and all of her onions. All of her potatoes. They seed their own crop. They did not have to go out and buy seeds from a corporation year after year after year. They did not have to go out and purchase some moderated seeds full of GMO and shit that you didn't know of, and have to have the expense that it costs to replant their garden the next year, because their garden gave them everything that it needed to replenish itself the next year. Do you, do you understand that the simple fact that a farmer year after year after year always have to buy new seeds for to seed his crop? Do you understand that the expense, the unnecessary expense that is? Well, the millionaire and billionaires that have patents on these seeds, the only these certain seeds that are allowed to be farmed in the United States of America, while the farmer is going broke, do you know who's getting rich? When President Obama, when President Trump gave that $12 billion to the farmers for relief after they have been losing their farms at the largest clip at any time in the United States, that they have been taking their own lives because they were about to lose their farms. You know who did real well? These people who sowed seeds. Because when they got that $12 billion relief fund, you know who is one of the first people who got paid from that? The people who own the seeds that farmers must buy every year. This is a whole motherfucking racket. And they don't even grow food for human consumption. Let that sink in. Because the first thing that a thriving nation does first is to make sure it can feed its people. But America is not concerned about being sure that they can feed their people. As billionaires continue to get rich. Did you know that? Were you aware of that? Okay. The financial strain has left many farmers relying on taxpayer-funded bailouts. Input costs for farmers remain a challenging factor, further compounded by ongoing unnecessary markets. Even Huntlsa, vice president of Illinois Farm Bureau, told Newsweek, it's hard enough to market in the weather, let alone add volatility within the markets. Let me see. Despite the economic toll, political loyalty to Trump among many farmers has remained strong. They supported their own demise. Despite economic toll, you dummies remain loyal to the one who cut your fucking throats. Along with many farmers have remained strong. However, analysts warn that the cycle of trade disruption and federal compensation is not only unsustainable, but damaging in the long-term health of American agriculture. I don't think farmers support protectionist trade policy. They support Trump for other reasons, mainly social or cultural issues. They support Trump because of the overt racism. So they are willing to go broke. They are willing to lose their family farms that have been in their family for decades because Trump says the correct dog whistles of racism. Trump, they support Trump for other reasons, mainly social or cultural issues, even though trade wars are bad for their bottom line. Tad DeHaven, a policy analyst at the Castro Institute and former Senate policy advisor, told Newsweek, DeHaven's analysis highlights a paradox. While Trump trade wars have hurt farm financially, the Trump administration sought to buy off the agricultural sector with billions in subsidies. Farms were bailed out by taxpayers in the first Trump administration. You know that first Trump administration where he said that he gave the farmers $28 billion. You know that first administration that he continued to reference in that sit down that he did yesterday. He was telling you that the farmers loved him. And this is why he was telling you that they loved him, because of what he did of the last administration. But I told you what was going on in this administration. So let's be real clear about it. Farmers were bailed out by taxpayer in the first Trump administration. He said, knowing that they would likely be bailed out again, farmers were more willing to accept the economic pain. And what did they get this time? They got $12 billion that went mostly to their debt, not to them. That pain, however, was significant. During Trump's first term, China, previously the largest buyer of U.S. soybeans, retaliated against U.S. tariff with tariffs of their own. Even after the 2020 trade agreement particularly restored soybeans export, the damage had been done. According to De Haven, China, along with other trading partners, began shifting to more reliable suppliers like Brazil and Argentina. The same Argentina that your president gave $40 billion in relief of your tax dollars, because they're dying. Your president said that he gave them this relief because they were dying, and he only gave the American farmer $12 billion. Let that sink in. As China has also started buying their soybeans from reliable people like Brazil and Argentina. Rather than stabilize agriculture production, Trump tariff-driven bailouts deepen the dependency and inefficiency. He noted they introduced uncertain and compelled importers to countries like China to source more of their ag imports from other countries. But the farmers love him, he said. Analysts observe that Chinese imports are now turning to South America for poultry and pork, and eyeing Australia for wheat or sorghum and barley. Canada and Mexico, also targeted by Trump's trade barbs, have begun diversifying their import portfolios away from the U.S. Do you hear what I'm saying? But he sat there yesterday and talked about how the farmers loved him. Okay. Meanwhile, U.S. farmers are being squeezed on the cost side. Tariff on steel and aluminum have driven up the cost of farm equipment, while trade restrictions have made key inputs like fertilizer more expensive. And we know this was June of last year. Fertilizer in June of last year, despite what President told you that gas was low, fertilizer was low. June of last year, they are telling you that the cost of farm equipment and restrictions have made key input like fertilizer more expensive. In fact, fertilizer had already been on the rise. Now, that's before the war in Iraq, which has made fertilizer cost approximately 70% more than what it cost before the war. But your president told you that gas and fertilizer prices were real low before he had to go on what he called this excursion of a war with a country that did absolutely nothing to the United States. Okay. While trade restrictions have made key inputs like fertilizer more expensive, Canada, and the largest supplier of potash, a vital fertilizer ingredient, has faced barriers under Trump's era trade policies, contributing to higher import prices at home. This link is in my description box under farm losses. Increased tariffs mean reduced market access and higher costs, De Haven said. Trump effectively treats all imports as bad, but U.S. agriculture depends upon open markets with both open markets to sell goods and buy inputs affordably. So this link, let me make sure it's in my description box. I'm going to put this in my description box under farm losses. If you I'm back. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened to my stream. That link is in my description box. One more thing I want to share with you about actual facts about people who vote against their own interests. Um, Let me thank Auntie K. You have a blessed day as well. I appreciate your support. And if you guys are in here, please hit the like button. I am just here to give you a little information. All of the links that I share, all of the stories that I share with you are in the description box. Auntie K, I hope you have a blessed remainder of your week. Now, one more thing I want to really get this real clear. When you hear Trump sit up on Meet the Press on yesterday and tell you how much the farmers loved him before he and how low prices were before they had to do this little excursion and go into this war with Iran. Here's one more thing I want to share with you. All of these links about the farms are in my description box under farm losses. Thousands of farms set to go bankrupt as grain farmers in particularly are hit by trade disruptions caused by price hikes. When is this article written? Mm-hmm. Let's see when is this written. I need you. If this is the Guardian. Where is this piece written? This article is more than 5 months old. So, U.S. farmer says Trump $12 billion package not enough to undo damage from tariffs. Thousands of farms set to go bankrupt as grain farmers in particularly hit by trade disruptions caused by price hikes. Now, 5 months ago, would that not be in the time before the Iranian war? You know, the time when Trump was telling you that the farmers love me, the farmers care so much about me. Wouldn't that be in the same period of time that 45, 47 wanted to tell you how low prices were on farms? Well, let's check. I just don't want you to believe me. Let's check and see. Could this be the same time period? Let's go into here and double check. You know, I could be wrong. Trump could have probably said none of that. Let's double check what he said about the farmers.
I'd like to talk big picture now, Mr. President. One of your consistent campaign promises was no new wars, going all the way back to 2015. Did you break that promise to the American people?
No. I had to stop a country, very powerful, very dangerous country, from having a nuclear weapon because they'd use it. They'd blow up the world. They'd blow up the Middle East. They'd blow up Israel. They'd come here. They'd blow up Europe. They're nuts, okay? They're crazy people. I deal with them. And very high-strung people, really crazy. And get along with them. I like them. But you don't want to let them have a nuclear weapon. You're a big liberal or a big progressive.
No,
but
I'm just a journalist.
We were a dead country. A year ago, a couple of years ago, we were a dead country. You have Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon. We had a choice. We could let them have a nuclear weapon, or the reason I won an election is people have confidence in me, have good judgment. I had to make a judgment. Do I want to go along and have a country that's doing really well, but somebody is going to try and kill us? Or do I want to put out that horrible threat? And I did. I put it out. I put it out. Group that we've been dealing with.
I greatly apologize for you having to sit through that. This is the farmer one
And
clip.
they are different. And you could say it's regime change, actually, because these are very different people. So we're having very good negotiations with the people that are leading the country now. It's the third group that we've been dealing with. And they are different. And you could say it's regime change, actually, because these are very different people. I find them to be more rational, very smart.
Who is that? Who's leading
Well, I
the
don't want to go into
country?
names, but you know who they are. I mean, they're leaders. They're respected, respected by the people that have to respect them. They are calling. I see it. I mean, they want to get his.
Who is obviously hardliner, is this?
They wouldn't be talking about.
Oh, please tell me.
I think we're very close. We have.
Oh,
If they buy
wrong
a
one
purchase
again.
or acquire,
Oh my
they're
God.
gonna
I
have that in there
apologize.
too, because that's not
I don't want to
developing.
do this to you guys.
So they don't have the right to develop or
We're going to try this
purchase,
one more
acquire,
time
or buy.
where he
Have they pushed
is
back
talking.
against that? Is that one of the sticking
A
points?
little bit, and then they didn't.
Let's see. Let me see if I can find the one where he is talking about how the farmers love me. I think it's this one right here. God, yes, it's this one. It has to be.
Gas is up, diesel is up.
It's all coming down as soon as the war's over.
Well, 70% of farmers say they can't afford fertilizer. What's
The
your
farmers
message?
are doing very well.
Let me ask you, what is your message to farmers? Many.
The farmers are doing very well, even though she tells him that 70% of the farmers say that they are not doing very well. Let's see what your president says about the farmers. As I have already shown you facts, and I will show you one more after this video.
Who support you, but who say they're yet. Gas is up, diesel is up.
It's all coming down as soon as the war's over.
Well, 70% of farmers say they can't afford fertilizer. What's
The
your
farmers
message?
are doing very well.
Let me ask you, what is your message to farmers? Many who support you, but who say they're struggling. Who say they're
Because there's
struggling.
nobody been better to farm. You know, I gave farmers last term $28 billion because China took advantage and other people. And you know who paid for it? China. Last term.
He gave the American farmers $28 billion last year because the Chinese took advantage of the American farmers. And you know who paid for it? China paid for it. Do you believe that? Do you believe that the Chinese paid the $28 billion that was given to the American farmer last year? So if China paid for it, why do you want credit for it? If you're saying that you did something to make China pay this alleged $28 billion that you gave China, you gave the farmers, why does the credit go to you? Either you gave it to the farmers or you didn't. Either China paid for it or they didn't. None of this shit makes sense that comes out of this liar's mouth. He just lies. If his mouth is open, 99% of the time he's telling a lie, in my opinion.
Because China took advantage and other people. And you know who paid for it? China.
They're struggling. Who say they're
because there's
struggling.
nobody been better to farm. You know, I gave farmers last term $28 billion because China took advantage and other people. And you know who paid for it? China. Last term. You know, I had a great first term. I had the greatest economy ever. And you know what? This one's blowing it away.
What's your message to farmers, though, Mr. President, who say they are struggling? They're struggling to make
Are
ends
you ready?
meet.
Are you ready? Am I allowed to talk? You keep asking questions and you don't listen to the answers. I love the farmers, and the farmers love me, and the farmers trust me. In the first term, I had something very similar. China and others were, and Canada, which was brutal, they were taking advantage of our farmers. They don't take advantage of it anymore. I gave them $28 billion split up. They never had a payday like that. And the farmers loved me, and they came back and they voted for me in record numbers. You know that. Nobody's ever even come close. Now, because of the fact that we had a choice, I had a choice to make. I could keep it going. The farmers were doing great. Fertilizer was very cheap. Everything was cheap. Gasoline was very low. Everything was very low. I could have kept it that way, but I said I have to take a little bit of a turn. The farmers are going to understand it better than anybody.
Fertilizer was cheap, gas was cheap, everything was cheap. I could have kept it that way, but I decided not to.
We're going to have higher gasoline. We're going to have a little higher fertilizer, et cetera, et cetera.
A little.
We're going to have a little higher fertilizer.
We're gonna have a little higher fertilizer, 70% more. Let's continue. In cost of fertilizer. Let's continue.
But I said I have to take a little bit of a turn. The farmers are going to understand it better than anybody. We're going to have higher gasoline. We're going to have a little higher fertilizer, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm going to get rid of a nuclear weapon in the hands of very dangerous people. Excuse me, wait. It should have been done for 47 years. No president had the guts to do it. I did it, and I've done it. It's almost complete. As soon as that's complete, gasoline prices are going to drop like a rock. You know, I was in Iowa speaking about farms, and it was before we attacked Iran. And I was in Iowa, and the prices were $1.85 a gallon, $1.91 a gallon.
The rise of
Okay.
Gas is up, diesel is up.
It's all coming.
So this is your president on yesterday talking about the cost to farmers, lying about everything being down. When we know that in June of 2025, the price on fertilizer had already climbed because of your president's policies. Okay. Where were we? Where were we? Here we go. Is this the one that I was reading? Yes. Well, here we go. Donald Trump, having promised to never let our farmers down, appeared to come through for them this month when he unveiled a $12 billion aid package. Industry leaders say thousands of farms will still go bust this year. When is this? This was 2025. What is this? This article is more than 5 months old, right before the war. The war is not 5 months old, but he just gave $12 billion, and many farms will still go bust this year. What year was this? This was 2025. As your president sat there yesterday and told you that the farmers loved him. While the U.S. president has vowed to increase domestic farm production and even claimed that this formed a big part of his plan to lower grocery prices for Americans, many U.S. farmers are grappling with mounting financial issues compounded by Trump's agenda. Grain farmers in particular have been hit by trade disruptions caused by tariffs hikes, and $11 billion of U.S. Department of Agriculture bridge assistance program will go to row crop farms. Trump trade war with China has hit soybean farmers the hardest, as China bought 54% of U.S. soybeans exports last year, according to the American Soybean Association. The change in U.S. soybeans exports. Now, in 2024, China bought 4,319 tons. In 2025, they bought not million, 4,319 tons. In 2025, they bought 2,506 tons, which is 42% less. Mexico bought 12% less. Japan 12% less. Taiwan bought 54% more. But in total, how many tons did they buy? In 2024, they bought 245 tons. They added 54%, which brought them to 376 tons. It's not like they were buying 4,319 tons. No, they were buying 245 tons. Do you see how that impacted farm? Indonesia, they had a 63% increase. They went from 210 tons to 341 tons. Where does that help the impact of a country that was buying 4,319? No, it doesn't. No, it does not. Argentina wasn't buying anything from the United States in 2024. In 2025, they bought 137 tons. But now Argentina is selling all the soybeans to whom? They're selling it to whom the U.S. has had the biggest losses under Donald Trump. They are now buying their, no, that's Algeria. I'm sorry. Now they're buying their soybeans from Argentina. I thought that said Argentina. I was just like, why are they buying our soybeans in 2025 anyway? But the one-time payments do little to assuage the financial stress that row crop farmers have faced for the past 3 years because of rising input costs and lower crop prices. This year alone, U.S. crop farmers have lost $34.6 billion before crop insurance and other government support, according to the American Farm Bureau. Neither row crops nor specialty producers who raise fruits and vegetables made money in 2025, and the 2026 outlooks are bleak. But your president sat there on Friday and told you that the farmers love them and they were doing great, but for this war in Iran that made it far much worse. And we see what he did to the beef farmers in my earlier video, how he crippled the beef industry when he started allowing beef to come into the American market from Brazil. When the American beef farmers thought that, hey, we finally may make it out of the black this year. What did your president do? He infused the market with Brazilian beef. And the farmers weren't happy. The farmers didn't love him. The farmers were pissed. If you didn't watch the earlier part of my video, I'm going to have to move on right now because we've gone over this. This is in my description box under farm loss. Okay. There's something else I want to tell you. What else do I want to go over? I think, yes, we've gone over that. We've gone over the temper. We've gone over the temper tantrum that Trump had. We've gone over the farm losses. Yes, we've gone over the farm losses. What else is there for me to show you? Let's get into. We briefly talked about. We briefly talked about this. We talked about this on Friday, Wednesday, and Friday. I briefly talked about the Jared Kushner and Ivanka being the new Christopher Columbus of our day. I've also told you how that they have taken Juneteenth and Dr. King off of the federal calendar. So maybe we will have two Christopher Columbus Day in honor of Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, who miraculously discovered an island right off the coast of Italy. Do you guys now let's get into this. More details about this island.
Truly beautiful place I just learned about. In fact, it's called Sazan. It's a small island off the coast of Albania, covering about 2 square miles. On a nice day, you can even see it from the heel in Italy's boot. And it is a sight. Clear blue water, sandy beaches, rocky cliffs, rainforests, even a few majestic peaks, and 40 miles of hiking trails. The island's location and climate make it quite unique. It explodes with a diversity of animal and plant life that you simply cannot find anywhere else. It's almost untouched by people, and to keep it that way, Albania designated the beaches and the waters around Sazan as a maritime national park in 2010. The mainland coast across from the island is one of the last wild river deltas in all of Europe. It's also protected under law. Now, a small number of mostly local tourists travel out to see the flamingos and the pelicans, there are loggerhead turtles and monk seals, and dozens more endangered species, according to local naturalists. Back in 2021, Sazan Island was discovered by a pair of seafaring explorers who would ultimately claim it as their own.
I'm working on an incredible project with my husband in the Mediterranean. It's massive in scale.
I think that's an understatement. Can you explain?
Yes, it is.
There's no power on this island. You're building everything from scratch. Correct.
Well, it's an unbelievable.
The absolute gall. The absolute gall of this bitch.
Beautiful 1,400 hectare private island.
Now, if you weren't with me on Friday, all of this talk about this is just where I want to start my life, and it's just beautiful, and we discovered it. We were going, we were vacationing with friends, and we jumped off for a swim, and we found this beautiful island, and we hiked all the way to the top of it totally barefoot. What I question is, how come this bitch and her husband didn't run up on that snake island? The island that is full of the world's most venomous snakes. Are we to believe that this bitch had no idea about what type of wildlife was on this island as they hiked up to the top of the we hiked up to the top totally barefoot? Bitch, what? Bitch, it's 2020. Well, he said 2023 or something. They found this, allegedly found this island, this huge island sitting where you can see it from the coast of Italy. They found it.
In the middle of the Mediterranean. We were on a friend's boat, and we stopped for a swim. Effectively, that's how we found it. We swam to the islands. We went on a hike, barefoot all the way up to the top, and we were just captivated. And it stayed with us ever since. And over the course of many years, we developed the opportunity to help realize its potential and transform it, but with a lot of restraint and care, because the land is so beautiful that really the architecture has to be fully integrated into it, almost rise from it. It's not even a business for me, despite the scale of it. We not only the islands, but we have 5 miles of beachfront directly across from the island, this beautiful peninsula with a lagoon on one side, the ocean on the other, beautiful white sand beaches. For me, it feels more like a challenge than anything else. The culmination of all of my experience in real estate, all of my travel.
The culmination of all her experience in real estate and all of her travels. If you watch my show on Friday, I will give you a culmination of all of Jared Kushner's experience in real estate. Jared Kushner, who had the largest piece of real estate, that 666 holding that the Qataris saved him from losing, and the fact that while the Kushner Real Estate Company had their names on a lot of these high high rises that were, prestigious in New York City. They actually had zero holdings in them. They were in name only. It has been reported. Now, I also showed you the reporting where Jared Kushner holdings, it was JK something, where he was getting the bulk of his money from. And where was he getting the bulk of his money from? He was getting his bulk of his money from people, regular people who had apartment that they were overcharging them fees for, and having them pay court fees for evictions before they even went to court. All of these fees and charging people who had moved out for breaking their leases and all of this type of shit. Where at? In Baltimore. What type of apartment buildings? Low income and Section 8 apartments. This is where Jared Kushner, this is his experience in real estate. But these motherfuckers are, this is when 4547 first got into office. But what happened between then and the end of 45-47 time in office? Jared Kushner acquired $2 billion for another company that he started up, that he had no experience in. And strangely enough, Saudi Arabia found it fit to give him $2 billion, even though the Saudi Wealth Fund wanted to refuse this $2 billion. But the Crown Prince said no. He overrode the Saudi Wealth Fund and said, no, we're going to give Jared Kushner $2 billion for a brand new business that he has had no track record of being successful at. Are we clear? Are we clear? The Saudis, when he was about to lose that 666 building, not the Saudis, the Qataris, the same people who gave Donald Trump that jet, they were the one who bailed Kushner out. Now, here this bitch comes talking like she's some big real estate magnate. Based on what? We do understand that most of these Trump buildings, Trump Tower, these are just advertising deals where he is the sponsor. These are just paying him to put a recognizable name on a building that is not owned by Trump. Are we clear? But here comes this bitch talking about a whole island and like, oh, my real estate experience and all my travels, and I am going to be able to put it to work. Now, how could it that no one knows about this island per her? It's hardly been used. Nobody ever has gone on this island. Nobody's ever even built. It doesn't even have electricity, but it has bunkers. It has bunkers on this island that are able to withhold a nuclear blast. It has areas under this bunker where the Soviets parked their submarines under this bunker. You mean to tell me nobody knew about this island? It is a protected piece of island. You mean to tell me nobody knew about this island when it has been protected by Albania? Now, something curiously happened. They were on a boat with a friend when they got out for a swim. What she didn't tell you is these friends' boat was a mega yacht of the Rothschilds that she was on, and that's just how we happened to find it. We just happened, what a coinky-dink. What a coincidence that we just happened to need a swim, and we just happened upon this island. The Christopher Columbus in me just happened upon this island. The Christopher Columbus in me. Okay. So what Jared Kushner told you is that 2 days later, the Prime Minister of Albania, which is the territory that this island is on, the prime minister happened to show up on this little dinghy that they were vacationing on, the mega yacht of the Rothschilds, just happened to be visited by the prime minister of Albania. And Jared Kushner was talking to him about the island. And, he found it so interesting that the prime minister was an artist, and he was interested in what that prime minister could see being done with the island, because he was intrigued by his artistic prowess. This is what they want you to believe. But let's see, what should we believe? This link is in my description box under We Found an Island. Let me continue. If you didn't see my show Friday, check out my show Friday. And we went through all of the dirty details of what a real estate magnate Jared Kushner was. We went through, and I mean the details are filthy dirty, of what he did to everyday working class people, trying to throw them out of their apartment for fake late fees and fake what do you get? Rental violations and all of this shit, fake evictions. Wait until you find out. And now they sit up here like they can barely separate their teeth when they speak. Because they are trying to present to you as some well-heeled individuals. And during all that time where Jared Kushner was doing all that, that was the time when Ivanka Trump was selling those gaudy blouses and stuff in Nordstrom, and suddenly the Chinese gave her some type of deal or some shit. During that time when the bitch was walking around in these short ass dresses that looked like they belonged on a 12-year-old and Jessica Simpson shoes. And now she's so well-heeled, and I can barely separate my mouth. It seems like I have braces on. It seems like my jaw is wired ass bitch. So let's continue.
It's so beautiful, isn't it? Donald Trump's daughter, Ivanka, discovered that island. She fell in love with it. She's not the only one. Her husband, Jared Kushner, told The Guardian last year that he too was left speechless when he first saw Cezanne. Quote, "I was just very surprised that some middle of the Mediterranean and hadn't been developed." So the billionaire members of Donald Trump's family thought, why shouldn't we develop it? Tastefully, of course.
So these are actually just internal early renderings. So we're in the process of doing the master planning now. But
this is beautiful. I mean, it's
this is an early vision. Yeah, it's going to be extraordinary.
Here is that extraordinary vision in action, according to videos posted by local activists. Bulldozers, dump trucks, and razor wire are already ripping up the mainline coastline. And it is government-protected land. Again, it is against the law to develop there, unless the Albanian government changed its mind for some reason. Well, just a few weeks after Donald Trump won the 2024 election, the government of Albania overrode its own environmental laws and greenlit the Kushners to develop the coastline and a chunk of Cezanne Island with hotels, apartments, villas, and a marina. Kushner's firm has said the plan is to build a 5-star eco-resort community on the island and to be, quote, and I quote here, faithful and considerate of the environment. The whole project is through Kushner's private equity company, which is, of course,
the private equity company that he has no experience, that got all of this money from the Saudi government in his start. And he was over there while he is brokering peace in the Middle East, begging for $5 billion more for the Saudis. Now we understand why he was begging for $5 billion more from the Saudis. He has allegedly received, I think it was $2.5 billion from another Middle Eastern country, the slumlord. And now he has a big development on stolen land. Isn't that like these colonizers? Isn't that like these colonizers? What more could you expect from these colonizers?
Flush with billions of dollars from Saudi Arabia and other Middle East sovereign wealth funds, money that was invested with him after he left the White House the first time. Remember, those were the ones he was soliciting while also advising the president on Middle East diplomacy. On Thursday, Albania's prime minister defended the deal in Trump-like terms.
There is not such a thing like a Trump family Ireland. There is not such a thing like the family of the American president taking over protected areas where flamingos will be
Trump-like fashion, which means he's lying.
Will be killed by them. The project is not yet there. The environmental impact is being worked. You understand? And let me finish.
And why they have all of these renderings and stuff, there has been no environmental studies done on as they are doing renderings on this. What they want you to believe is going to be inclusive of the environment and of the inhabitants of the islands. Do you think that they give a fuck about any fucking animals and stuff on this island? They are reported to be making a 6,000 person resort, 6,000 villas on this island. 6,000. You think they give a fuck about the animals on this island? Now, there have been protests, and one of the Albanian, the people in the Albanian government house was set on fire as well. I'm wondering if it's this liar. Let's continue.
And
go ahead.
By them, the project is not yet there. The environmental impact is being worked. You understand? And let me finish.
Go ahead.
Let me finish. What is this? What's wrong with
go
you?
ahead.
Let me finish.
There's no need to be disrespectful. I'm asking you, go ahead, Prime Minister. Finish your thought.
You please let me finish, because you brought political and you said there is anti-corruption
Go ahead. I'm letting you finish.
It's fake news.
Endemic corruption.
He said it's fake news. An environmental study is being done, but there has already been other work done prior to an environmental study, because it has been reported that they have not even done an environmental study, and now he's getting on here all disgusting and disrespectful. Let me finish. When she tells him to go ahead, let me finish. What is it? She said, well, go ahead. Let me finish. A whole motherfucking ignorant ass motherfucker. A whole motherfucking stupid motherfucker. That will do anything for money and closeness to power and money. What do you think will become of this man? Is he gonna happen to run into a lot of wealth? Is this man gonna happen to run into a good job? Or what is gonna happen to this man? This prime minister
is fake news in Albania, says the Albanian prime minister. His office has also said the country should be proud that such a renowned American entrepreneur shows his interest in investing in Albania.
Albania should be proud that such a renowned person like Jared Kushner, who garnered $2 billion from the Saudi for no particular talent that he has other than his closeness to someone who is in power in the United States. A slumlord. The Albanian people should be honored that a slumlord has looked at their pristine protected island and decided to build something on their protected land. A slumlord. Really?
Many Albanians disagree. For almost a week now, thousands of people have been gathering in the streets across Albania, clashing with police to protest this giveaway to the Trumps, to Jared and Ivanka, by one of the poorest countries in Europe. To them, it's more of the kind of cronyism that people in the post-communist bloc have been fighting for decades. But now, instead of Moscow, the stench of that corruption is wafting in from the inner circle of a president that has already profited off his position to the tune of billions of dollars. And this isn't a mere crypto scam or an AI bubble investment. It is a land grab. It is a physical theft of a place that's so brazen and entitled it could only be done by colonial conquistadors or by the family of Donald Trump.
The people are not having it. Let me see. Wait a minute. Hunter Biden has a few words to say about this story. I have not heard this. Bear with me. Let me share what Hunter Biden has to say about this Ivanka story. It says Hunter Biden leaks the truth about Ivanka. I don't know what we're in store for, but it's Adam Mockler. Of course, you know he does great reporting. Go over there and pay him a visit. The link will also be in my description box under We Found an Island. What does Hunter Biden have to say? I have been really enjoying Hunter Biden these past few months. Let's get into this.
And not getting nearly enough attention from the mainstream media. Thousands of Albanians are taking to the streets to protest over the past week, not against their own government, but against Donald Trump's daughter, Ivanka Trump, and her husband, Jared Kushner. Ivanka and Jared Kushner are making a move to buy an Albanian island for a few $1 billion and then turn it into their own private resort or project. But this is protected coastal land in Albania. This is not some private playground. This is not some private island. This is public heritage that the Albanians have long treated as their own heritage. They love this island. So thousands and thousands of people are taking to the streets, refusing to surrender their land to Jared Kushner's elite private island wish. Ivanka Trump has been trying to frame this as if she discovered this private island while she was on her friend's yacht. But when we dig deeper into this, we realize that there is now an open corruption investigation in Albania into Jared Kushner. This island.
An open investigation, corruption investigation is now underway in Albania. You sure for-profit media telling you that? Protests in Albania are exploding for a 7th straight day like nothing before. Thousands of Albanians are refusing to surrender their land to Jared Kushner elite private island wish. They are also demanding the immediate removal of their prime minister for colluding with Jared Kushner and Israel. Albania is not for sale. Did you know that?
Was not long ago protected as coastal land, but just a year and a half ago, about 2 years ago, very conveniently, the Albanian government amended laws like the Strategic Investor Act and the Protected Areas Act, which then changed which lands were able to be bought. Just very conveniently happened as Jared Kushner was getting closer and closer with the government. This is incredible amounts of corruption right in front of our eyes, and not enough people are talking about it. The Albanians are incredibly pissed, and they're walking around with signs of Jared Kushner.
But come on. Jared was interested in the prime minister because he was an artist. I was interested in him because he was an artist. Did you not hear what Jared Kushner said about the prime minister being an artist? And that's what gave him interest in him as he visited the island while on a trip and needed to take a swim off of the Rothschilds mega yacht. It's only because the prime minister was an artist. I hope they investigate the fuck out of this dumb shit.
And Ivanka, they're walking around with flamingo cutouts because flamingos are one of the protected species.
Look at the dog. They have Jared and Ivanka and the prime minister walking the prime minister on a chain as a dog.
This coastal island that Ivanka is trying to buy and destroy. I mean, just look at this. When you see protests in other countries, it's pretty normal to assume that people are protesting against their own government, right? Or people have a problem with their own country. But it's very rare that people are doing mass outrage protests against the daughter of a foreign president. This is such insane corruption that even Hunter Biden was the one calling this out before most other people. He said this 4 days ago. Just take the Albanian island deal. Jared and Ivanka secured a $1.4 billion resort on Sazan, a protected island on state land. By his own account, he was introduced to Albania's prime minister on the Rothschilds' yacht. Ivanka called the place a private island they discovered, but Albanian prosecutors have now opened a corruption inquiry into how that land lost its protected status. The corruption here is staggering, and it's just the tip of the iceberg. Jared and Ivanka are lying their asses off about what happened here, and this is a repeated pattern. This is a regional pattern across the globe. Just a few years back, the same Jared Kushner tried to pursue a luxury land development in Serbia, which was a very politically sensitive project, and it ended up collapsing because of, guess what? Corruption charges against the officials in Serbia tied to the land transfers. So just think about this. The very people who were tied to the land transfers were then charged with corruption for trying to placate a foreign entity or a foreign government's son-in-law, if you get what I'm saying. So again, heritage protections were altered. Special laws were passed to just favor Jared Kushner, and prosecutors later said there was a bunch of misconduct and document forgery. That was in the case of Serbia. Now today, we're talking about Albania. The Serbia one didn't end up.
I guess you guys didn't hear about that. I guess you guys didn't hear about the Trump. I covered the story. I think it was the Serbia one, where they had mostly built this hotel. It was touted to be some great Trump resort establishment, but it was way away from all of the rest of the nice hotels in the center where you would want to be, something like 28 miles away in downtown, across from a big parking lot or something like that. And when reporters were trying to go in and get a story or get some pictures of it close up, there was no way to actually get to the establishment. And I had Ivanka Trump talking about she was over there and she was promoting this new resort venture that they had out there, and then all of a sudden it disappeared. I did this story a long time ago. Did your for-profit media give you this story? I don't know.
And thousands of people taking to the streets like we see today. This video on screen now is effing wild. They are protesting against the daughter of our president. How humiliating is this for us on the global stage? And we're supposed to be worried about, I don't know, Hunter Biden? Even Hunter Biden defended himself in a very, very clever manner. By the way, if you want to help boost this pro-democracy message and boost this specific story, make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed below. It genuinely means the world to me. Someone was talking shit to Hunter Biden on Twitter, and as always, he got the upper hand. So someone says, addiction or no addiction, you're a con artist who spent years bagging money from other nations. Hunter Biden then responds, I was never in my life paid by a foreign government. Never. Meanwhile, Jared Kushner is being paid tens and tens of millions of dollars directly from Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar. He has taken in over $6 billion into his fund, all while he acts as the chief U.S. negotiator for the war in Iran with those very same countries. If you want to know who someone is working for, look who they are being paid by. I was never paid a cent from a foreign government, and when my dad was president, I did zero business outside painting. I never made more than $225,000 in a year from the sale of my paintings. Obviously, that is a lot of money to make in 1 year, but the scale between selling paintings and selling your art for like an upcharge versus multi-billion.
At least he actually did the artwork. Jared Kushner, what has he done in this not sovereign wealth? What has he done in this what type of business is this? What has he done? Oh my God. What has Jared Kushner done? Managing money. What is it? Being a hedge fund manager. What is Jared Kushner's track record of a hedge fund manager? I'm very curious. The first time that he opened, he had no track record. Does he have a track record now? And he has begged away us, according to Hunter Biden, $6 billion from the oil-rich Middle East. What is his track record? We know his track record in the business that he was born in, the real estate business. He was a slumlord. What is his track record in a business that he had no experience in, that he hired all of his college buddies who also had no experience in this hedge fund business? Oh, is it anybody in my chat? Where are all the MAGA people? Knock, 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 MAGA, wake up.
$1 billion corruption scandals, including islands and crypto and massive enrichment. This is just worlds apart. If Hunter Biden were like a grain of sand on a beach, Donald Trump is a massive sandcastle next to him to the tunes of billions and billions of dollars, or billions of grains of sand, if that makes sense. But to continue right here, CNN had a rather brilliant summary of this, and I actually want to expand on it by playing this video of Ivanka Trump. But first, as CNN points out, in a slickly produced podcast interview published this week, Ivanka Trump talked about her latest real estate project, what she described as an unbelievable, beautiful 1,400-hectare private island in the middle of the Mediterranean, plus 5 beautiful miles of Albanian beachfront intended to become resorts and hotels. But the project, backed by the U.S. president's daughter and son-in-law, Jared Kushner, includes planned development of protected natural area along the coast across from the island, which conservation groups say has already damaged the beautiful area Trump was just praising. The luxury venture has sparked large street protests in the capital, Tirana, where demonstrators carried pink cardboard cutouts of the flamingos whose habitat they say is being threatened. A broader backlash from citizens in Albania, which has one of the lowest rates of GDP per capita in Europe. The Europe Director for environmental charity BirdLife, Ariel Brenner, said he and other conservationists visited the nature site in early May, where they saw excavators digging up the beach and trucks laying gravel. Oh my Lord. They're like, we're done destroying America. Let's go start destroying some other countries while we're at it. Here's a video of the island, actually.
Let's go put some gravel in other parts of the country. Now that we tore up the Rose Garden and put a marble down, and the White House looked like a motherfucking looked like it has a big Ferris wheel in front of it. This masterpiece is being sold. Suzanne Island.
This is the island that is being sold to Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump. And what they're doing is taking the protected coastal land and just building on top of it, even though people do not want that to happen. I mean, look how massive these protests are. Thousands of Albanians taking to the streets in order to protest against this.
And what is the GDP of this nation? Is poor. And they pay between 1.2 and 1.4 billion dollars for this. And they just feel like, hey, who gives a fuck about what you think? We're rich, bitch.
And this is what Ivanka Trump has to say about it.
An incredible project with my husband in the Mediterranean. It's massive in scale.
No self-awareness here. Holy shit.
I think that's an understatement. Can you explain?
Yes, it is.
There's no
very
power on this island. You're building everything from scratch. Correct.
Well, it's an unbelievable, beautiful 1,400-hectare private island in the middle of the Mediterranean. We were on a friend's boat and we stopped for a swim. Effectively, that's how we found it. We swam to the islands. We went on a hike barefoot all the way up to the top, and we were just captivated. And it stayed with us ever since. And over the course of many years, we developed the opportunity to help realize its potential. And
we developed the opportunity to develop it into something that it could really be. It is what it is intended to be. So without your help, we, over the years, we developed the opportunity. We paid off the prime minister to change the rules and laws protecting this land.
And transform it, but with a lot of restraint and care, because the land
The land is so beautiful that me and my gaudy experience in real estate, my husband experience in being a slumlord, we have to transform something that I want you to know. It is so beautiful and it's mine and no one else has one like it, but I need to transform it in what it could be. You get that? Do you catch that? She wants you to believe that she has something no one else in the world has, that is the most beautiful thing. But her tacky ass and Jared Kushner ass are the ones, a slumlord, are the ones who are going to bring it to its full potential.
Beautiful, that really the architecture has to be fully integrated into it, almost rise from it. You know, it's not even a business for me, despite the scale of it. We not only the island.
Now, we saw in the clip that I showed you earlier, Chris Matthews. They have these little huts jumping over each other. How many millions of times have you seen this rendition of these things that they build into the islands? How bland and blasé. If you are going to create a resort, and they try to say they're trying to encompass it into its surrounding. What a crock of shit, that rendition of what they are going to create. Bitch, leave the island alone. If that's what you're going to do to the island, leave the fucking island alone. And you are talking about you are embettering the island. The island looks better with a bunch of bushes on the side of the hill than them moon-shaped fucking residents that you put on the side of the hill. Are you serious, ho?
Oh my God, so pretentious. Can we just step into the shoes of Albanians for a second? Like the average Albanian or Albanian protester who is very pissed sees it like this. They see a protected coastline that belongs to them, a former military base, and land with both ecological and strategic value being pushed into a private resort complex through corrupt maneuvers, all to benefit not themselves, but to benefit foreign elites whose political connections matter more than their money. Ivanka Trump is only able to do this along with Jared Kushner due to the corruption that Trump has allowed them to take advantage of. Jared Kushner has enriched himself to the tunes of billions of dollars, then they're reinvesting that in their corrupt ass projects, if you even want to call it that. I want to show you this news segment that's going quite viral about the protests breaking out. This is very important.
Thousands took to the streets of Albania's capital this week with a message for their prime minister.
Albania is not for sale.
They're demanding authorities stop the construction of a $1.4 billion luxury coastal resort backed by Jared Kushner's investment firm, Affinity Partners.
It will be basically another city.
Protesters went to the site of the proposed development today, which sits on the country's Adriatic coast and wildlife reserve, home to seals, nesting sea turtles, and flocks of flamingos. In a podcast earlier this week, Ivanka Trump discussed how she and her husband stumbled upon the area's untouched beauty while on a friend's boat.
We swam to the islands. We went on a hike barefoot all the way up to the top.
Okay, pause. As Hunter Biden points out, this story is absolute BS. Now that we know the context, let me reread.
And now that we see they hiked uphill all the way barefoot. And now we heard the story. But what else did we see about this alleged hike that they did uphill all the way? Okay, so we hiked all the way uphill barefoot. This is the actual island. It seems like there are some things on the island, but I digress.
He then defends some of the corruption allegations in the middle of a war with Iran that nobody wanted. And I know, but what about your paintings? Bill is focused on attacking my mom. Jared and Ivanka are building a private island paradise on Albanian protected land. And a startup his fund backs just got a record $620 million Pentagon loan. Eric is taking an Israeli drone company public for $1.5 billion in the middle of a war with Iran that nobody wanted. And I know, but what about your paintings, Hunter? Please, Hunter says. And very, very well said. He then defends some of the corruption allegations against him and his own family. I mean, I found this rather interesting. There's been this rumor for a few years, like this conspiracy that Joe Biden was getting a cut from China due to this text that said 10% from the big guy. Let's read what Hunter has to say. 10% for the big guy never happened. Not something I ever sent, said, or pushed for. Start here. This was 2017. My dad was a private citizen, out of office. No matter how you read that line, there is nothing remotely illegal or unethical about it. The senders reveal the deeper story. That line was the musings of Tony Bobulinski and James Gilliar. Wishful thinking on their part, unbeknownst to me at the time, to bring my dad in and counter what they saw as competition for CEFC money. That competition, Steve Witkoff, who did over $1 billion with CEFC deals at the time, a Vegas casino, New York properties, a Miami hotel. Yes, the same Steve Witkoff now out there with Jared Kushner leading the Middle East peace and redevelopment deal. I, however, never went forward with Tony or James, the two people who proposed 10%. And my dad was never even remotely involved. Go read Rob Walker's testimony before House Oversight under oath, who said the 10% email sent to me was purely, quote, wishful thinking on Tony's part. Attached below is an email chain from Tony Bobulinski to James Gilliar explaining the entire origin of the email. It's kind of awesome. It's kind of very useful to have Hunter Biden out there telling his own side of the story. He made a video the other day explaining why he was silent for 4 to 10 years. You know, he said that he was obviously going through a rough time. He said that when his dad was in office, he didn't want to be a huge distraction more than he already was. So he wasn't going to go out there and say stuff. But he said now it's different. It's time for him to push his own affirmative message. He said, how about this then? And he's responding to some troll in this, but I don't even want to give the troll the time of day, so I cut it out. It says, Jared Kushner, $6 billion in golf money, roughly $90 million a year in fees, a protected island in Albania, all while negotiating a war for the United States. Me, I sold paintings, about $225,000 a year, the whole of my business while my father was president. Congress investigated it. If that set your hair on fire, where is all of your outrage now? That's before we mention World Liberty Financial, which has made them billions and billions of dollars, the Trump family as a whole, from foreign governments. That's before we talk about the Trump meme coin. That's before we talk about Trump purposefully passing legislation to make more lax crypto laws so his family could abuse those crypto laws. That's before we talk about the SEC dropping lawsuits and investigations into several major Trump donors and crypto firms.
I'm glad Hunter Biden has found his voice again. I am loving this.
That's before we talk about the pardon economy that Trump has created. He basically just has people paying for pardons. You can commit the worst of the worst crime, but if you say that Joe Biden did it to you, or you were weaponized, you got the administration weaponized against you, then Donald Trump will pardon you. This is a very sick reality that we live in, full of corruption that not enough people are pointing out. Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump, Don Jr., and Eric are more corrupt than any Democrat that has ever existed. And I'm just saying that seriously. There have been corrupt Democrats in recent history. Henry Cuellar was corrupt, convicted, and then pardoned by Trump. I would never deny that, but it's not an equal battle. We're not on an equal playing field. The corruption.
Imagine this: $6 billion in money for your company that came from the Gulf, and you're making $9 million a year in fees alone. Not $90 million in fees alone. to do something you have never shown any proven success in. So go over there and check out Adam. He also did a good job. Let me see what Israel is spying.
Turning now to this discussion of Israeli spying in the U.S. I'm going to give credit to NBC News. They broke this story first. Let's put C1 up here on the screen. The Pentagon has raised the threat of Israel.
Okay, I'll go over there to breaking points. The Pentagon has raised the threat of Israel spying on us. I don't think that the threat is to us individually. I think the threat is to Trump. And that causes a threat to us as American people because of what the Israelis are finding out about Trump. Put the United States citizen in a precarious situation because he will do what he is told because he has been compromised, in my opinion. Now, I think that is all I have for you guys today. I appreciate you guys being with me. I am going to go into this AI stuff tomorrow because if you are unaware, Elon Musk is expected to. I gotta do this. I have to do this today because Elon Musk is expected to bring his company public. It is expected to be an over $1 trillion company. But I need you to understand how the fix is in on all of this AI bullshit that now Mark Andreessen is expected to bring his company public in an IPO and a chat GPT. The all three of these are bubble AI economies. All of a sudden, they are expected to bring their companies public. But what did I tell you about this AI bubble and where all of these billionaires are doing a circle jerk, jerking each other off, talking about the investments? Well, I'm going to invest X amount of dollars, and they are circle jerking and saying they are going to invest in each other's companies. And it does absolutely what for you, yours, and how you live your life. Well, it is possibly about to impact you and yours and how you live your life. Hold on. Let me get no. How did I get that? I don't want that. Hold on 1 second. Because I want to talk to you about what I told you Blackstone is preparing to do to your pension funds and your 401k funds. If you don't have one and you don't think this matters to you, okay, it doesn't matter to you. If you are in an economy where you have already submitted to not having anything when you retire. If you have supported this right-wing government that is okay with changing rules, now there was a rule that if you had a stock that was new to the stock market, you would have to wait 1 year until the public, the less experienced people would be able to invest in your stock. It was kind of like a cooling off period. But mysteriously, that has changed. That has changed right before Elon Musk has, and these tech bros are about to bring all of these AI stock public. It went from 1 year to 3 months, and now it's something like 13 or 14 days. Now, you, the unexperienced marketer, can gamble away your pension and your 401k. You yourself? No, not you yourself. BlackRock can do that. You know, BlackRock, who holds almost all pensions and 401k interests. Not you yourself. No, BlackRock can do that for you. So we talked about that last week. Now, let me give you a little more information. Where is it? Here we go. Because if you are not worried about that, if you are not aware about that, I just want to make you aware. We talked about it in brief, and here we go. And we'll get into this deeply tomorrow. I have some more information I want to share with you about this. Here, what is the title of this? The title of this video is Your 401k is the Exit Strategy. SpaceX, Anthropic, and OpenAI. When was this created? 2 days ago. 2 days ago. If you guys come over here, you remember me letting you hear Larry Fink tell you that people are going to have to be controlled, and people are going to have to do what they are told. Larry Fink over BlackRock.
And that's because in the next few weeks, your retirement account and your 401k is going to be buying shares in some of the biggest IPOs in human history. So we're living in a time that might be remembered as one of the biggest bubbles in history. And that's because in the next few weeks, your retirement account and your 401k is going to be buying shares in some of the biggest IPOs in human history, even though you might not want to. Okay, how's that going to happen? It's going to happen because the rules of the financial system were just rewritten to make sure that your money is going to be buying it automatically. Now, this is actually more than just a theory. Larry Fink from BlackRock, which is the biggest asset management company in the world, said that your retirement funds and pension funds will be used to build out this AI infrastructure.
And so much of this money, not just the project, is going to be coming from the private sector, from savings accounts, from pension accounts, from insurance companies, on and on and on.
So let me explain how this is going to happen.
You notice how he says from savings accounts and pension accounts and on and on and on. He tries to act like he's bored with it, like he's trying to act like this is nothing new, and on and on and on. And on and on and on. He's presenting it that way to try to present like, oh, well, we know all how it works, and on and on and on. A savings account and pensions account. This is the thing that is new. And on and on and on. These are ways that they had always done it. But what he's doing is actually introducing you to the new thing that they will be using to invest into all of these bullshit ass AI projects to save their own ass, as they have been circle jerking and lying to each other about how many billions of dollars they are investing in each other's companies.
In the finance world, there's a concept called the IPO, or the initial public offering. That's when a private company goes public, right? It's when investors all around the world are finally able to buy shares and invest in a company. And one of those companies that's going public soon is SpaceX. And the value of that company is going to be $1.75 trillion. Now, to put that number in perspective, it would make SpaceX on day one more valuable than every American defense contractor combined. It would also be the biggest IPO in human history, even bigger than Saudi Aramco, which held that record since 2019. The difference, though, is that Saudi Aramco was the most profitable company on the planet when it listed, but SpaceX lost $5 billion last year. Now, the craziest part about all of this, though, is that the financial rules that are supposed to protect us from buying these overpriced investments at the wrong time.
So, a successful firm, you can see why they were so much. But SpaceX lost $5 billion last year. So why are they projected to sell for more than a successful company? Because they're using your money. They have nothing to lose. These are billionaires. They're using your money.
Were also just changed right before these $5 billion last year. Now, the craziest part about all of this, though, is that the financial rules that are supposed to protect us from buying these. Aramco was the most profitable company on the planet when it listed, but SpaceX lost $5 billion last year. Now, the craziest part about all of this, though, is that the financial rules that are supposed to protect us from buying these overpriced investments at the wrong time were also just changed right before these IPOs. That's because on May 1st, the NASDAQ introduced something called the fast entry rule, which cuts the waiting period for a company to be included in an index from 3 months to just 15 trading days. And what it also does is it gets rid of something called the float requirement that would have disqualified SpaceX, for example, from being included. The rule change will also force index funds to artificially inflate how much of the company they'll have to buy. So what we now have is a handful of insiders that got in really early at low prices, and now they need to exit. And to exit, they need buyers. They need a lot of buyers. Buyers that are going to absorb trillions of dollars worth of stock at peak values so that the insiders can walk away. But finding enough of these buyers for the biggest IPOs in history is going to be really hard, unless you change the rules, which means now your 401k might be the exit liquidity they need. Now, the story gets even crazier because SpaceX is just the first company in line, but right behind it is OpenAI and Anthropic. They're doing their own IPOs and going public. So we'll have 3 companies with a combined valuation of about $4 trillion. So SpaceX, OpenAI, and Anthropic would leapfrog every other company in America, basically on day one. And that's why some people are saying that this is going to be a bubble, the likes of which we have never seen before, and we're all going to fund it with our own retirement money. So in today's video, I want to show you how this is all going to work and the accounting trick they're going to use to make this AI boom look a lot more profitable than it really is, and what you might be able to do about it. So with that said, let's get into it. Hi, my name is RFJ. Hope you're doing well. Come for the finance and stay for the AI bubble. So first I want to explain exactly how your money is going to end up buying all of these IPOs. This is why the financial industrial complex is as powerful as it is, because they control the flow of capital, aka the flow of where money goes. Here's how. There's something called the NASDAQ 100. It's basically the gold standard index for tech companies. It tracks the top 100 tech stocks. And there's over $600 billion worth of investment products that track this stuff. Meaning, when a company gets added to the NASDAQ 100, every single one of these funds that tracks the index is forced to automatically buy that stock. And they don't get a choice or a vote in this. And that automatic buying is worth billions and billions of dollars in demand for whichever company gets added. So getting into the NASDAQ 100 is like being given a money printer. Because the moment that company is included, they get access to hundreds of billions of dollars in passive investment flows that has to buy their stock, whether they want to or not. Now, what's most interesting, though, is that the rules around getting into the index just changed on May 1st. The NASDAQ introduced something called the fast entry rule, and it changed 3 things. First, it changed something called the waiting period, because before, a new company had to wait until the NASDAQ's next yearly review before it could be added, and that could take up to a year. The fast track entry rule cuts that down to just 15 trading days. Now, the second thing it changed was something called the float requirement. A float is the percentage of a company's shares that are available for the public to buy and sell. So, for example, if I was a company and I had 100 shares in total, but only 10 were available for people to invest in, my float would be 10%. Okay, but in the old rule, the NASDAQ wanted a minimum 10% public float to even qualify for an inclusion in the index. But SpaceX is planning to list with a float of around 4 to 5%. So under the old rules, that would be an automatic disqualification. Now, the third change is a hidden multiplier, right? And what that means is for any company listing with a float less than 20%, the NASDAQ now artificially inflates how the stock is weighed in the index. So a 4% float gets treated as if it were 12%. A 5% float is treated like 15%. So this multiplier is now 3x, which means index funds are now legally required to buy more stock than the actual available supply would normally justify. Now, what's important to understand here is that the NASDAQ didn't just write these rules for SpaceX specifically. They wrote them for a whole class of companies, and SpaceX just happens to be the first in line for these IPOs. But right behind them is OpenAI and Anthropic, and they're planning to do their own public listings. So just 3 companies that are going public are going to be potentially funneling as much as $4 trillion worth of newly issued stock into passive retirement accounts within a couple months of each other. And the NASDAQ, by the way, is not alone. The FTSE Russell, another index, is doing the same thing. They are allowing the index inclusion after just 5 days. Right? S&P is doing the same thing. So what we have is every major index provider is racing to update their rules at the same time. Now you could look at this and say, okay, well,
to make it, and they're updating their rules to make it easier for your money to be to prop up these AI, your retirement, your money, all of the millions of people in the United States. They're making it easier for your money to prop up AI, and at the billionaires who propped it up before, they will be able to get their money out. But what was another notorious thing Fink was fond of doing? Limiting the amount of money that you could take out of BlackRock, your investment, your 401k, if they were going through a financial bloop, as it were. Remember BlackRock twice, I think it was this year, they limited the money that you could take out of your holdings. Okay, so I wanted to share that with you. The link is in my description box. Please avail yourself to it. This link is in the description box under 401k theft. Because in my opinion, I think that this is exactly what they are trying to do. Now, you heard him say that the rule was 3 months. There is other, where is the other reporting? That 3 months that a stock had to be online. Now, there is also, I think it's David Sachs. No, it's not David Sachs. Who is it? I think it may be right here.
Resources on Earth when you can chase down an asteroid in the hope that you'll find useful minerals on it.
Here we go.
Ever committed to paper. They're written by corporate lawyers for other corporate lawyers to ensure. When a company decides to go public, they're required by the Securities and Exchange Commission to file an S-1 prospectus. Historically, these are some of the driest documents ever committed to paper. They're written by corporate lawyers for other corporate lawyers to ensure that no one anywhere is ever accidentally entertained. But 2 days ago, SpaceX filed its paperwork to go public. And reading through it, it became immediately clear that this was not going to be your typical legal disclosure. For a start, it opened with 14 pages of photographs of rockets and satellites, which reminded me of Adam Newman's ill-fated WeWork prospectus, which famously opened with the line, "We dedicate this to the energy of we, greater than any one of us, but inside each of us. That document was later described as one of the worst IPO filings in Wall Street history. The SpaceX prospectus is similarly unconventional, though I will say the rockets are more photogenic than the WeWork community photographs were. The document is also filled with phrases that I'm fairly confident have never appeared in an SEC filing before. Under the business strategy section, right alongside standard disclosures about lease agreements and accounting standards, management explains that their primary objective is to extend the light of consciousness to the stars, a phrase that appears 10
Extend the light of consciousness to the stars. Imagine that. Who was high when they wrote this several times in this IPO filing? I don't know.
separate times in the filing, which suggests that it wasn't a typo. Investors are also warned that we do not want humans to have the same fate as dinosaurs, which is a fair point, I suppose. It's the kind of sentence that gets you excited about what the risk disclosure section will look.
We do not want the humans to go extinct. We want you to go on forever. And therefore, we're talking about traveling to Mars and I think it's the moon and Mars. It's a lot of travel, space travel involved in this IP. Are you interested yet? Are you interested in where your money will be automatically going to invest this transhumanism bullshit that these tech billionaires believe in? Let's continue.
Look like. The document then goes on to outline a string of future business lines that read like science fiction. They include long-haul point-to-point terrestrial travel, which I think means travel.
Long-haul point-to-point terrestrial travel. They're going to have the Greyhound bus to Mars. This is what they tell you that they're interested in doing. And do you want to invest in that? Or do you want to invest in something that is more tangible to you and how you live your life and how you keep your jobs? But unbeknownst to you, your retirement funds and your 401k funds are about to go into propping up this bullshit. This is why I said, no, I got to talk about this today. I have to talk about this today. This is what these billionaires are trying to do as they want to talk to you about the stock market so much, many of which whom of you are not even in the stock market. God forbid you have worked 30, 40 years and you have a 401k plan and a pension. They want to drain it. For all of this good stuff that they said they have going on in the stock market, they want to take all their money out and they want you to finance any failures. And it's all a failure because they have been doing a circle jerk and bullshitting the public around about this AI shit.
Traveling around the Earth in rockets rather than in airplanes, in-orbit manufacturing, yes, in orbit, passenger and cargo transportation to the moon and Mars, manufacturing and energy production on the moon and Mars, and asteroid mining. Because why mine for
so now we're going to be mining asteroids. Do you want your 401k plan to be blown on this? And who was high when they wrote this IPO fucking paperwork? Who was high?
resources on Earth when you can chase down an asteroid in the hope that you'll find useful minerals on it. The acronym AI appears over 200 times in the document. The word consciousness appears 10 times. The word profit appears somewhat less frequently than either of those. What we're looking at.
So expect no profit on your return.
is quite possibly the most extraordinary document in the history of American securities regulation. And today we're going to go through it because every single thing I'm about to tell you, no matter how absurd it sounds, comes directly from the filing. If you've been following SpaceX for the last 2 decades, you probably think of it as a rocket company. In recent years, with the rapid expansion of Starlink, you might have updated that to a satellite internet company. But if you read the IPO prospectus, you're in for a surprise. SpaceX is now apparently an AI company. According to the document, 93% of the company's total addressable market is attributed to AI. And based on the capital expenditure breakdown, roughly 60% of all spending is now going into artificial intelligence infrastructure. The prospectus breaks.
Why do they have to put more spending in and raise capital for X anymore? Because they are full of government contracts, so they don't need to any more startup firms for these rockets because they're getting government welfare for that. So what they're not getting government welfare in the AI division, they're going to steal from your pensions and your retirement funds.
Down the business into 3 segments: space, connectivity, and AI. In the first quarter of 2026, the space division, the part that actually builds and launches rockets, lost $662 million. The connectivity division, which is Starlink, turned a $1.1 billion profit. The AI division lost $2.5 billion in just the last 3 months. The only division that
AI lost $2.5 billion in the last 3 months. And who's going to make that up for them? You think it's going to be Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, is going to pay for his own business? You know, you think that a billionaire is expected to pay for his own company, and if you can't afford to do business, you need to go out of business? Do you think that applies to Elon Musk and AI in this AI race to be the best in AI? What do you think Elon Musk is going to do? Put his own coin in his own business? Or is he going to try to figure out a way to take your money that is for your retirement and do it for free?
makes money is the satellite internet business. Everything else loses money. When Musk says that this is an AI company, what he means is that the one business that actually works is subsidizing a money-losing AI venture, while he tries to convince public market investors that the money-losing AI venture is the entire reason the company's worth $1.75 trillion. If we look past the talk of extending consciousness to the stars and focus purely on the income statement, the financial reality of SpaceX is bracing. Before we dig into that, let me tell you about this week's video sponsor, Saley. If you travel at all, you'll know
We're
the
gonna
dread of
go
landing somewhere new
beyond that.
and watching your phone bill explode with roaming point. Unlike Kellogg's, SpaceX is not profitable. Space exploration is in the index by market cap. But if you rank $1.75 trillion, SpaceX is asking investors to value it. Download Saley app and use the code BOIL. A lot of money. But at a proposed valuation of $1.75 trillion, SpaceX is asking investors to value it at almost 100 times its revenue. If SpaceX were dropped into the S&P 500 today, it would be the 7th largest company in the index by market cap. But if you ranked it by actual revenue, it wouldn't even meet 200. It would be down near Kellogg's, the maker of Fruit Loops breakfast cereal. You get the point. Unlike Kellogg's, SpaceX is not profitable. Space exploration is just a tougher business than breakfast. Last year, SpaceX posted a net loss of $4.94 billion. What makes this number remarkable is that Starlink actually generated $4.4 billion in operating profit. That means the rest of the business ate up more than $9 billion in a single year. Since its founding, SpaceX has accumulated over $37 billion in losses, more than any other company that has ever gone public in history. And there are no signs of the cash burn slowing down. Capital expenditure reached $20.7 billion last year, quintupling from 2023, driven by Starlink expansion, Starship development, and AI infrastructure spending. To fund all of this, the company is carrying $29 billion in debt, including a $20 billion bridge loan taken out in March 2026, 8 weeks ago.
But you wonder why Elon Musk went to his shareholders and said that he wanted $1 trillion package for himself, for his own personal wealth. Do you wonder why Elon Musk, Grok, and SpaceX was recently combined? Do you wonder why Tesla and SpaceX were combined to field off the debt of these companies, to try to make it look as if Elon Musk is some master genius? And all Elon Musk is doing is borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. And now that Peter, Paul, and Mary, SpaceX, Tesla, and AI, Grok are combined, he's about to borrow from Peter, Paul, and Mary to rob you. Because there's only so much borrowing from himself that he can do. So this is where you come into play. And your pension and your 401ks.
Go. So when investors hand over $75 billion in this IPO, a meaningful portion of it may not be going to orbital data centers or a Mars colony. It goes straight back to the banks who lent SpaceX money.
So your investment into AI, your unwilling investment into Elon Musk AI, since they have changed the requirement for the cooling off period to be able to then use your holdings in your 401k and your pension plan. They have changed this so you can immediately go in after 15 days and invest in this company where all of the money is going to go back to pay loans that he had to get to keep these companies running. Who's going to win? He gets to pay back his money on your pension plans. If he owes 80-something billion dollars in loan, is this a successful company? You already saw that X was not successful by all the money that it lost. You already saw all of the losses that this company had, and it kept combining itself to try to appear like this was a successful company that was making money. This is why I just had to do this story today, because this is insane that this is going on. This is why they're talking about all of this dumb shit, all of this bullshit. Do you hear your for-profit media talking about the intimate details of what it means that X is about to become an IPO? They're talking to you like you gonna win something from this. They're talking to you like they want you to put a few shekels together, and hey, you may want to put together $135 and buy you 1 or 2 shares of this IPO. This is what's being presented to you as an American citizen. But where are all the finance shows? We got Maria Bartiromo on there talking to Trump every other day and hearing his lies. She cannot give you any financial information because she so busy carrying the water for Donald Trump. Where are all the financial programs? The ones that are not linking up to these millionaires and billionaires. Oh, they are on small media. So if you get a chance, go over and check out this show. The link is in my description box. This is Patrick Boyle. Let me make sure I give him a thumbs up. He has 68,000 people watch this. Millions of people need this information. Millions of people need this information, but no one's getting it. That's why I wanted to share it with you.
8 weeks ago. Now, to be fair, the company to orbital data centers or a Mars colony, it goes straight back to the banks who lent SpaceX money 8 weeks ago. Now, to be fair, the company is growing. Revenue is up somewhere between 33 and 43% annually, which is genuinely impressive. But that growth is coming entirely from Starlink, not the AI business. And even that growth comes with a caveat. Starlink's average revenue per user has fallen by around 18% since 2023, as the company is discounting aggressively to juice its subscriber numbers before the IPO. Back in April 2018, Gwynne Shotwell, the president of SpaceX, stood on a TED stage and made the promise within a decade, she told the audience, people would be taking 30-minute rocket trips from New York to Shanghai. These rockets would compete with long-haul airlines, making up to 10 flights per day. That decade expires in under 2 years now, which is not much time to figure out how to safely replace the jumbo jet with a reusable.
Now we all know Elon Musk is all when he was trying to sell this IPO, him and Jamie Dimon went on a big press thing where they were trying to persuade all of these people to buy into this IPO. And all of the stuttering and stammering that Elon Musk and all of the incoherent sentences and incoherent thought processes that he had in trying to sell this lets you know you need to be smoking whatever these people are smoking when you hear this sales pitch, to think that these people are doing anything other than fleecing you of your future retirement, in my opinion.
Ballistic missile that requires passengers to withstand 3 Gs at takeoff. Now, if you were paying attention earlier, you may remember the phrase long-haul point-to-point terrestrial travel from the prospectus. That is this product. It is still being pitched to investors as a future revenue stream. There's no sign of a commercial commuter rocket, and there are under 2 years left on the clock. In the list of yet-to-be-realized business lines, there's a section on payment processing. Twitter, Elon Musk's everything app, has been talking about becoming a financial services platform for several years now. They've secured.
Yes, Twitter has been talking about becoming that. Why do you think that Elon Musk, when he was with Doge, he went in, and one of the first agencies he cut was the agency that Elizabeth Warren created. What is it? Not the FDIC, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Why do you think that he got rid of the CFPB? Because the CFPB is would have been the bureau that monitored all of those financial transactions that Elon Musk wanted to go into business to create some type of financial scheme. And they would have been under the watchful eye of the CFPB, which would claw back any illegal dollars that had been taken from you by such financial institutes that Elon Musk wants to create. So if you are unaware why the CFPB that used a little money to operate and clawed back billions of dollars for consumers, why they try to poo-poo the CFPB? Did anybody really tell you what the CFPB does? If me and Nappy Chow, we just happen to bank at the same bank. And I sued the bank because I see an area where they have been overcharging me. Let's say for fraud protection. And I complain about it. The CFPB looks into it, and they say, "Oh, you know what? You have in fact have been overcharged for fraud protection. As a matter of fact, there has not even been any fraud protection done on your account, even though your bank sold you fraud protection. So they are going to reimburse me all of the money that I was charged for what I thought I was paying for in fraud protection from my bank. But you know who else is going to get repaid? Even though they didn't bring the claim, anybody else at that bank who has been overcharged for fraud protection that they did not receive. All of these people, they're not going to have to add on to the suit. They're not going to have to do anything. This is what the CBFB was doing. Saving the consumer and protecting the consumer from being robbed of their money by corporations and financial institutions. So if you didn't know that, we talked about that during Doge. We definitely talked about that during Doge. And it was clear back then that Elon Musk wanted to have some type of financial tier associated with Twitter where he could process payments and things like that. And when you process payments, you can make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. Nobody's perfect. But the CFPB was going to be there to make sure any mistake that was made against the consumer would be ratified. And the consumer would get their money back from these financial institutions. Okay.
Money transmitter licenses in a handful of US states, but they don't have a functioning payments product yet. So SpaceX is now partially in the business of filing paperwork with the Nevada Department of Business and Industry in pursuit of the dream of processing an $8 peer-to-peer payment on a rocket company's social media platform. SpaceX claims its total addressable market is $28.5 trillion. This is larger than the entire GDP of the United States and almost entirely built on businesses that do not yet exist. As the Financial Times Lex column noted, the market has never before had to price a stock this speculative at this size.
Musk has thrown out some wild number over the years. He once suggested Tesla could be worth 100, I think that must be trillion, with luck. Most attempts to value SpaceX will end up being both overly precise and incredibly vague, but the market has never before had to price a stock so speculatively, yet so large. With irrevocable control and every major Wall Street bank at its beck and call, for now, it's worth whatever Musk says it's worth. So let's be real clear. They're about to cash in on this AI bubble scam. Let's be real clear. So I just wanted to bring this with you to you guys today. All of these links are in my description box. The last two links about these big tech companies are going public. Be afraid. Be very afraid. They went from having to. Oh. Look who I found. RFJ Jr. and Mark Wayne Mullen. They have been missing from their job positions. But look who I found. We have the Hunter virus. We have a new strain of the E. coli out, and we have these worms. What is the worms? That are infecting the cows. Oh, I forget the name of the worms. We have them out. And RFK Jr. has been missing in action. But guess who we found at Dr. Oz's house? Peculiar enough. It seems like RFK Jr. has been located.
Why? So what are they?
He's barefoot catching snakes. I wish these. Has anybody seen a cottonmouth viper? Has anybody seen, what do they call them? What do they call them? What do they call those snakes? Those black snakes that are in the South. Have anybody seen one of those before? I remember when we used to go down to the pond. My parents used to always tell us to don't go down too close to the water's edge because of those snakes would be out there. What are those snakes again? I can't remember. But RFK Jr. is at Dr. Oz's house, and he decides to just grab snakes. He doesn't know what kind of snakes they are. Remember, he said he had a worm in his brain. He doesn't know what type of snakes these are, but he decides to catch them and folly with them because he says that the snakes were having sex, and then. Not knowing what type of snakes these are, instead of letting them go, instead of holding them properly, he's holding snakes by their mid-body closer to their tails. So what they can do, what they can turn around and bite him. And this is exactly what they did to the head of the Department of Health and Human Services, who decides to grab up snakes by their tail until he gets bitten. You know, the same Department of Health and Human Services chair that took his grandchildren swimming in a creek that had a sign displayed that told you do not swim because there was raw E. coli in the creek. That this man. And listen to Dr. Oz. I'm pretty sure when Dr. Oz go to bed at night, when he's done playing dumb and kissing ass, I wonder if Dr. Oz can even look himself in a mirror. But I guess Dr. Oz has been on the grift so long since Oprah has put him on, and he has become the professional grifter. Maybe he doesn't have any trouble looking himself in the eye. It's just disgusting.
Well, they were having sex. So what were they?
Moccasins. Who's it? No, they're not moccasins. Huh? They're not moccasins. Oh. Okay.
Bit.
Okay.
Are they biting?
Yeah.
Are they biting? Yeah. Bit.
Honey, let it go. Oh my God.
Jesus, the mouths are huge.
Yeah. Their mouths are huge.
Why?
So what are they? Well, they were having sex. So what were they?
Moccasins. Who's it? Moccasins.
Yeah, moccasins, water moccasins. Stay away from that. Stay away from that pond. It'd be water moccasins out there. I think they just didn't want us to drown. I do not think that there were water moccasins in our pond. We never ran across snakes in. My grandparents had hundreds of acres of land. We never ran across any snakes, but I think they didn't want us to go too close to the pond and happen to end up falling in and drowning or something like that. Water moccasins. That's what I was trying to think of.
They're not boxers.
Okay. Are they biting?
Yeah.
Honey, let him go. Okay, honey, let him go. Okay, let me make sure there's no breaking news. Okay, we saw Trump's rips off his mic and storms out of the interview. They're trying to attack Brand. What is his name? Graham Plantner. Now they are trying to attack him. It is crumbling. What else? The Ring of Fire. Trump is desperate as approval hits record low. Now, please do not continue to say his approval record is at 37, because his approval record has been allegedly at 37 for
we celebrated
over a freaking year. What is the approval ratings? Let's hope that it is where it needs to be, in the 20s by now.
500 days of Trump's second term. 500. And how do we celebrate? Donald Trump's approval rating cratered to a net negative 25 points. It's not bad. It's historically bad. That is the most unpopular any president has ever been at this point in the entire history of the tracker that measures it. Donald Trump is statistically the least popular person to ever hold this job. And he got there in just 500 days. And we've covered the way he got here. Okay? The exact thing he promised to fix on day one, prices. Gas is over $4 a gallon, up about $1 from a year ago, because he started a war with Iran to distract from the Epstein files, allegedly. And of course, the oil markets did what oil markets do. And on inflation specifically, his approval is sitting around 25%. 75% of Americans either are undecided or don't approve of him on inflation. To put that in perspective, more Americans now say that the economy is worse under Trump than at any given point under the last guy. You know, the guy who inherited an economy coming out of a pandemic.
Biden.
But the reason I bring all of this up, after 500 days, with the worst numbers in recorded history, who is President Trump blaming?
Biden.
The Democrats, as he calls them, and specifically Joe Biden, and Barack Obama.
Barack Hussein Obama
has not been president for almost a
This tells you what an idiot he is, and what an idiot he knows that MAGA is. To bring up President Obama and his current failings, it's just ridiculous. It's just ass backwards. The reason he's bringing up President Obama is because President Obama successfully had Iran in a agreement that President Trump tore up in his first term because he was so butthurt that a black man could do something successfully. So he wanted to pretend, and he wanted to tell all of you Trumpianites that Barack Obama did a bad deal. Now, he talked to you about all the bundles of cash that Obama gave Iran, but what he did not tell you that this $1 billion that Iran got when they signed the JCPOA deal is that this was Iran's own money that was sanctioned, that they released. This was the agreement. And what he is not telling you right now, as he continues to tell you that they are close to an agreement himself, since he has torn up the Iran agreement that they had with Obama, but he's not telling you. When he tried to, he and JD Vance, plain loads of money. What they are not telling you is it is estimated that they are in negotiation of releasing over $100 billion of sanction money back to Iran. Are they telling you that? But I see. Do you understand now why he is pissed hot mad with President Obama? Because whatever deal he pins with Iran is going to be far worse than this black man who he hates because of the color of his skin, and tries to pretend like, now this is a man sitting up with a cabinet full of DEI ignorant, unqualified appointees who have zero merit. But he's mad at Obama now. He wants all of you Trump dummies to believe that black people have no intelligence, no merit to do their jobs. As he shows you, he and his administration are the ones who actually have zero merit. Let that sink in.
Decade. Donald Trump controls the White House. His party controls the Senate. His puppet Mike Johnson controls the House. He personally appointed 1/3 of the Supreme Court. Republicans, specifically MAGA Republicans, run the entire federal government, top to bottom, every branch, every lever. No one else has their hand on the wheel except Donald Trump 500 days in. So why do you think this man who controls everything refuses to take credit for any of it? Why do you think that the most powerful person on earth insists that he's the victim of people who have zero power? Because he cannot admit that all of this is on him. He can't admit that the prices are his fault. He can't admit that the war he...
Yes, he swam in a creek with a sign that said it had a raw E. coli in the creek. That's called sewage. And they definitely list the disease E. coli because they had raw sewage running into the creek. What is it about raw E. coli you don't understand? Do you not understand that E. coli comes from feces? Yes. Raw E. coli, raw sewage.
He started is his fault. He can't admit that the numbers are his. He would rather gaslight the 300+ million people in this country than say the truth about himself. And man, I'm telling you, the president who used to have all the energy, remember they tell you he's the hardest working man in Washington, he's gotten lazy. So lazy that he won't even sell it. It's the same line every time. Biden did it. But now it's just delivered with all of the energy of a man that falls asleep in his meetings. And remember, this is the important part, action item for you guys. There are Republicans that are staring down the midterms, looking at these numbers. And some of the GOPers, they are saying in their own internal numbers, there is a 9 in 10 shot that if it was a free and fair election, Democrats would take the House back. And there is a decent chance we take the Senate. So do me a favor. Let's make that prediction come true. This man has had 500 days. Total control.
Yeah, but this man has said he has put Bill Pulte in the position to temporarily watch over the elections. You know, the unqualified Bill Pulte. Do I need to get to that real quick? This is the reason why he put
Why
Bill
is Trump
Pulte
orange?
Although I'm over. Where is it? Let's be real clear. Why Bill Pulte was assigned? Where is it? Did I do? I think I did this. No, I didn't do this.
I'm a guy that's into space. I hope we go to Mars and all that stuff to see that get turned into a way to transfer.
We uncovered a hidden wealth transfer. This is a part of the Elon Musk story, the IPO story. We discovered a hidden wealth transfer in the SpaceX IPO. You're holding the bag. I did not share this with you. I want to share this with you. Now, you heard earlier in the earlier video that a new IPO must be online. He said from 3 months, and it went down from 3 months to 15 days. I believe this is the one that is going to tell you prior to having to be online 3 months. It had used to have to be online for 1 whole year, and then they shortened it to 3 months, and then they shortened it again to 15 days, where your 401k manager or BlackRock can then take your pension and your 401k and throw it in the rocket boosters of Elon Musk IPO that is not going to garner you any returns on your money and have you more than likely broke.
For wealth from ordinary people who are just trying to save for retirement to I'm a guy that's into space. I hope we go to Mars and all that stuff to see that get turned into a way to transfer wealth from ordinary people who are just trying to save for retirement to people like Elon Musk is just depressing.
SpaceX is going public this month. It could be the biggest IPO in history.
It could also make Elon Musk the world's first trillionaire.
Millions of Americans like you and me are about to become SpaceX shareholders. We won't buy a single share.
The reason why I described it as a bag holder situation is because it feels like it's getting engineered to be one.
Bag holders, IPO, valuations. Sounds complicated. It's supposed to. But you don't need a finance degree to understand it. You need 10 minutes. The whole scheme hinges on something you've probably heard of. Index funds. A good chunk of American retirement savings are tied to them. You pick a fund, it picks an index, which picks the stocks. You don't think about it. That's the point. Index funds are supposed to be safe. Passive. The rules are the rules. Except, if you look closely, the rules seem like they're being rewritten to make people like Elon Musk fabulously wealthy at everyone else's expense.
Every piece of evidence we have is that the IPO is being engineered to rise very rapidly after it prices and then fall very dramatically after that. That is a recipe for retail investors especially to take large losses.
Here's how the scheme works and what you can do about it.
So are there really 3 hours of questions? Or has it? Are you fucking serious?
Yeah. I have to be careful about saying things about companies that might go public.
That's never been a problem for you, Elon.
You can't hype companies that might go public.
$1.75 trillion. That's the value Elon Musk has floated for SpaceX when it goes public this month. More than Walmart. Is it worth that?
SpaceX is a real company. It shoots satellites up in the sky. It provides things like Starlink. It's a very impressive engineering company.
That's Robin Wigglesworth, editor at the Financial Times.
There is definitely real business to be done there and real asset value there. The question is whether it is as large as Musk claims it is.
George Perkins advises investors where to put their money.
Last year, SpaceX made about $19 billion. Most of it from Starlink and government contracts.
But a company's market value is partially a bet on what that company will earn in the future. That bet is called a revenue multiple.
Facebook went public at roughly 10 times its projected revenue. SpaceX is asking for over 50 times.
The combination of sheer size and this extreme multiple is completely unprecedented.
Based on the numbers that we know, that is absolutely batshit.
This valuation seems too good to be true. Some investors may need it to be. In 2022, Elon Musk raised $44 billion and bought Twitter. His backers, Andreessen Horowitz, a Saudi prince, the co-founder of Palantir, and Jack Dorsey, the guy who founded Twitter in the first place. Musk renamed it X, and within a year, it's worth less than half he paid. That's a problem. There was also a solution.
AI was hot. Musk owned an AI company, so he merged X into XAI. No cash changed hands. X investors received XAI stock. But that solution raised another problem.
XAI is essentially a money furnace.
The solution? Musk has a rocket ship company. He uses it to buy XAI. Again, no cash exchanged. 3 companies, 2 mergers, $0 actually paid. Everyone who helped take Twitter private now holds SpaceX shares. Now, SpaceX isn't just a rocket company that sells internet. According to Musk, it's the future. Data centers in space.
If some of my predictions come true, SpaceX will launch more AI than the cumulative amount on Earth of everything else combined.
I see no evidence that it's a viable.
When has any of his predictions have come true, though? Aren't we still waiting on the Tesla sports car that can go 0 to 100 in 3.2 seconds or something like that? When has any of his projections come through? Aren't we still waiting on the Tesla taxi, the totally self-driven car from Tesla? Aren't we still waiting on that? As there are other cars that are out here doing 100% autonomous driving. When has any of his predictions come through? And who do they usually help?
Business opportunity. There are far too many physical challenges with doing this.
But the value has to hold, because so far, no one has been paid. Investor shares are only worth something on paper. To turn paper into cash, SpaceX has to go public. When a company goes public, it opens its doors. Early investors cash out, get paid for the risk they took. Everyone else gets a chance to own a piece of something that used to be off limits.
Early investors do what? They've been holding on to this for how long? Even the original owner of Twitter invested in his purchase of X from Twitter. Can you imagine how long he has waited for a return on his investment? But he was lulled into some sense of, oh, you're going to make so much on your money. And Twitter is worth less than half than what it was worth when it was purchased. Do you think they're going to exit as soon as there is a profit to claw out of Elon Musk's companies that he combined and recombined and combined again? Do you think that these people who have been holding on to these shares that have absolutely gained them nothing is going to exit stage right as soon as your profit sharing as soon as your 401k and your pension funds are going to be allowed to buy into this IPO? What do you think these rich people are going to do? And how much do you think that these IPOs are going to be worth when all of these rich people cash out and leave? It will probably be even more money in the accounts, not just because of the fact that they are rich people. I'm not saying that it's going to be less. It could be more money that is invested into X. What do you think the valuation of the stock is going? You think the valuation of the stock is going to stay the same? Do you think they are going to put some more regulations on when you can and cannot, and how long you must be invested in the stocks before? What do you think? Come on.
It's called an initial public offering, or IPO for short.
It is a very normal part of a company's evolution and life cycle.
There isn't just Twitter investors here. SpaceX's original investors took a big risk. Peter Thiel, Palantir's other co-founder, Google, and Andreessen Horowitz. But SpaceX's IPO is anything but normal. In a typical IPO, 90% of shares go to institutional investors, pension funds, banks, insurance companies. Regular people get 10%. SpaceX says they're changing that. 30% to ordinary people. Main Street, not Wall Street.
When you see an IPO give a far larger allocation to ordinary investors, it's usually a sign that they can't get professional investors to buy it at that price. The price is nuts. And if you can't sell it to professional investors, well, you sell it to unprofessional investors who don't know any better.
If people want to invest in SpaceX's IPO, that's their right. The problem is Musk found a way to make people invest in SpaceX whether they want to or not. How? Index funds.
The index fund is one of the rare examples of the finance industry coming up with something that lines the pockets of ordinary people and not Wall Street itself.
An index is a list. Someone decides which companies go on it. A fund is a basket. Someone builds it to mirror the list. When a company gets added to the index, every fund mirroring it has to buy shares, not because they think it's a good investment, but because the rules require it.
Index funds have both outperformed the vast majority of active managers in every market, in every country over any time frame in the long run.
Thousands of indexes exist. Nearly a third of American stock is tied to one of them. One of the most popular tracks the NASDAQ 100, the 100 biggest non-financial stocks on the NASDAQ exchange. Under NASDAQ's index rules, SpaceX isn't eligible to be included in the NASDAQ 100. New companies have to wait up to a year. It's called seasoning.
Seasoning a stock is just the process of having it trade publicly for a while. Public markets tend to be unsure of how to handle certain kinds of investments, novel sorts of companies really quickly.
Like a rocket company that makes most of its money providing satellite internet and wants to build AI infrastructure in space. If Musk could change that rule,
they usually have to wait how long? Not 3 months, up to in a year. They got it down to 3 months, and lo and behold, the closer they get to the opening day of this IPO, it has gotten down to 15 days. Ain't no seasoning on that meat. There is no more seasoning to be had in this IPO offering.
he could trigger mandatory buying of SpaceX stock by every fund that tracks the index. This spring, NASDAQ changed their rules. This document outlines the proposed changes to the NASDAQ 100 index. The most important, a fast entry rule. If a huge company goes public, it gets into the index in 15 trading days. No seasoning. There was a public comment period. Wall Street was for it. They say companies are more mature now, and these changes allow the index to better represent the market. The opposition came from regular investors concerned about buying unproven companies at high prices. But the rule change isn't the goal. The goal is what the rule change enables, a plan with 4 different steps. Like everything, the price of a stock is based on supply and demand. How do you increase the price? 1, artificial scarcity. Most IPOs offer 15 to 20% of their shares to the public. SpaceX, less than 5. 2, of those shares, retail investors get 30%, or up to 3 times the normal allocation. Remember, Main Street over Wall Street. Combined, a bunch of demand and a small supply. That means a higher than normal price. 3, 15 trading days after the IPO, SpaceX enters the NASDAQ 100. Any index fund tracking the NASDAQ 100 now has to buy SpaceX.
You have this wall of money coming from index funds that it has to buy no matter what the price.
Turbocharging the price. Step 4, let early investors cash out. There are restrictions on this, a lockup period. Same idea as seasoning. The people who know the most aren't allowed to sell until the market has had time to actually figure out what the stock is worth. According to SpaceX's own IPO filing, Elon has to wait a year. But some early investors can begin cashing out before the standard 180 days. The people buying as the price rises? Retirement savers, through index funds. The people selling? If history is any guide, the original SpaceX, Twitter, and XAI investors.
I like to stay optimistic when I can, but the setup there is for some pretty abusive market manipulation. Legal, probably. Ethical, doubtful. And in fact, absolutely not.
None of this works without NASDAQ changing the rules. Musk made sure there was an incentive to do so.
NASDAQ is both an index provider and an exchange.
Ben Schifrin spent 18 years at the Securities and Exchange Commission, which oversees the stock market.
It kind of used to be the case that the exchange wasn't really supposed to be this for-profit money-making entity, but now it is.
2 stock exchanges compete for every major listing, New York and NASDAQ.
Or the NASDAQ Stock Exchange having SpaceX is a big win. You want big, prestigious tech companies to go public there, and the New York Stock Exchange wants them to go public on the New York Stock Exchange.
SpaceX was the prize. Musk knew it. According to Reuters, Musk conditioned where SpaceX would list on one thing: fast-track SpaceX into their major index.
It's all gravy for NASDAQ.
SpaceX pays NASDAQ to list their stock. The real money is somewhere else.
All the data and trading fees that they then sell over time, year after year, to other trading firms, to asset managers.
NASDAQ changed a rule that shapes trillions of dollars in retirement savings. No regulator approved it.
If an index wants to change how it's going to include certain stocks in that particular index, that is not something that has to be approved by the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Upwards of $30 trillion is being directed by a process that's effectively self-regulated.
I think at some point we are going to have to say that these are incredibly influential investment advisors in practice, and they should be regulated and supervised accordingly.
Because it's not just SpaceX or NASDAQ.
You can see how, one index.
Okay. So now we know that none of this has been approved. This is not overseen by any type of approval. Of course it's not. It's just the regular American people who have worked their entire lives, worked and saved for their future. Why would you be protected from a billionaire using your savings as a slush fund? All right, I have to get out of here. I appreciate you guys being here. I hope you guys have a great day. I may be back tomorrow. I may not be, but thank you for being here. All right, bye-bye.